Chapter 997. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaobao's order, Li Longji and the others finally realized that while it was true that Zhang Xiaobao did not participate in military matters, this did not mean that he did not understand military strategy. That's right. Back then, Xiaobao was the one in command of the logistics camp in Yizhou. He made it so that the vanguard didn't have to worry about the terrain or the weather, allowing them to move unimpeded. Who said that logistics couldn't provide support? Who said that the rear guard had to be on the other side of the field? Goalkeepers also have times when they can assist. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's order to attack, he finally understood. When the great Tang attacked Tibet, the first to display its ability was the logistics camp in Yizhou. Just because they did not display their abilities did not mean that they did not know how to fight. The vanguard of the generals, Zhang Shogui, still did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had pushed the logistics camp forward and feigned an attack to confuse him. He was still staring at the sand table, enduring the immense pressure. There was only one thought in his mind. Faster! Faster! Lord Zhang, what is your holiness worried about? In one day, our entire army will come ashore. At that time, our guns and cannons will fire. I don't believe that they will be able to resist. Wang Zhongxi had also heard that the emperor had come to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's room to chat. He believed that his chance had come, but when he saw Zhang Shogui's brow furrowed, he tried to persuade him. You don't know. Things aren't as simple as you think. Since Wang Wan arranged for people to light the fire, she definitely has a rough idea of what we might do. I have to take advantage of the fact that they aren't well informed to move faster so that they won't be able to react in time. Zhang Shogui pointed his baton at the location of the fire on the sand table as he spoke. Wang Zhongxi also found a baton and pointed it at a model of the river next to Hangzhou. Then, wouldn't it be better if we didn't get off the ship and just went against the current to Zhujiang? That way, our gunboats would be able to use them. You're dreaming. You can think of using a ship. So how could Wang Wan and the others not? If we stop in the middle of the sea, we'll have a chance to escape when the fleet is suddenly attacked and run to Zhujiang. How wide is that river? When the time comes, they will put down a lot of sharp logs upstream, or use fire ships to attack from upstream. Where will we hide? We still have a lot of supplies on board, but they'll all be gone by then. Zhang Shogui used his baton to draw a line across the Zhujiang River, effectively rejecting this suggestion. Wang Zhongxi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he held himself back. He walked to the side and sat on a chair. He leaned his head back, intending to rest. These past few days had been tiring for him, and he hadn't had a good night's sleep. Now that the battle was about to begin, he could finally relax. They were not afraid that they could not win, but they could not find them previously. Although their own team had been tricked and lost all of their vanguards and hot air balloon troops, they had finally met someone. They could do whatever they wanted in the future and would not have to worry about finding them anymore. While this was what Wang Zhongxi was thinking, Zhang Shogui was thinking from a different angle. He circled the sand table twice and softly muttered, "Is this Wang Wan's vanguard or is this a scout? If it was a scout, they would have either run away or been burned to death." After muttering to himself, he opened up the map. This map was much more detailed, unlike the sand table in front of him. Due to the small number of maps that had been made, a batch had been made at the last minute, so the quality could not compare to the earlier ones. Upon looking at the map, Zhang Shogui once more narrowed his eyes and muttered, "If it's a vanguard, where would Wang Wan's main force be? They don't have good information, and they don't have telescopes for reconnaissance, so not good." As Zhang Shogui spoke, he suddenly shouted, waking Wang Zhongxi from his sleep. Wang Zhongxi placed a hand on his chest and looked over in confusion. "Lord Zhang, what happened? Do you know that our army is in danger?" Wang Zhongxi could only get down from his chair and return to the sand table. He looked at Zhang Shogui and waited for his explanation. Zhang Shogui gravely nodded. "That's right. We ran into a very troublesome situation. Only then did I remember that they have hawks. Other hawks might be bad at delivering information, but the water cloud will definitely be acknowledged by the referees. If that water cloud flies 10,000 meters into the air, it can see our layout from very high up in the sky. Won't it tell Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when it gets back? You agree with this theory, right? As he spoke, sweat began to drip down Zhang Xiaogui's forehead. He had no idea how much Wang Wan had learned about the situation on his side through the water cloud. Wang Zhongxi and the other officers in the vanguard also sensed the threat from the sky. Some of them even raised their heads to look up. There was a canopy above, so there was naturally no water cloud, and the water cloud did not need to actually fly. Then what do? Our every move is probably under the control of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. There's no way we can fight this battle. That hawk flies so high that we can't shoot it down with our guns. It can see us, but we know nothing about it. In other words, Wang Wan can make arrangements according to our arrangements at any time. When Wang Zhongxi thought about the water cloud, he felt very helpless. If he had known that this would happen, he would have never allowed Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao to carry the water cloud. Just as everyone in the room was feeling troubled by Shui Yun's existence, a messenger came in from outside and said to Wang Zhongxi and the others, His Majesty said that from now on, General Shui Yun will become a normal eagle and won't be as smart as the real him. Really? Did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agree? Wang Zhongxi excitedly asked when he heard that the water cloud would not be used. It was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who proposed not to use the water cloud. They said that using the water cloud would be bullying you, the messenger replied. After saying this, he left, leaving the officers in the room looking at each other in dismay. They're looking down on us. Wang Zhongxi was clearly very dissatisfied that he had been looked down on. Zhang Xiaogui was neither happy nor angry. With a calm expression, he said, It seems that Wang Wan wants to move against us, or else she wouldn't have specifically mentioned the water cloud. When the other generals heard this, they all nodded in agreement. If Wang Wan continued to hide, the water cloud wouldn't be too important to others. It was impossible for 100,000 people to hide without leaving a single trace. But now, Wang Wan had emphasized the water cloud, which meant that she had already made arrangements. The battle was about to begin, and they were worried that with the water cloud's existence, they would not be able to display their abilities. Although this was a military examination for Wang Wan, wasn't it also a sort of test for the officers? With this thought in mind, the officers calmed down and became more serious. They reckoned that after this competition, someone would judge them. If they performed poorly in this military examination, their positions might be changed. If the emperor really promoted him from a 4th grade official to a 6th grade official, it would not only be a difference of 2 grades, but also the salary and the land at home. Of course, the gifts given by the Zhang family and the Wang family would also be gone. They would only give gifts to the officials who could attend the imperial court. Wang Zhongxi thought of this and decided not to rest. He stood next to the sand table and pondered, muttering to himself as he pondered, This matter is troublesome. If I don't perform well in this military examination, will I be kicked out of the academy? Then my benefits will be gone. In the future, if I want to eat the food of Savant's restaurant, I'll have to pay for it all myself. Also, the dried seafood will also be gone. If I want to be promoted in the future, it will be difficult. No, I have to be more serious. I can't make a fool of myself. With Wang Zhongxi's words, the emotions of the other officers also fluctuated. Just now they had only had this thought. Now that they heard someone directly describe the problem, it would be a lie to say that they didn't feel pressured. Very soon, this news spread to the various rooms, allowing everyone to understand that the water cloud had become stupid. At the same time, it also made many people worried, afraid that they would fail this examination. Lord Zhang, what should we do? Wang Zhongxi became serious and began to think of a strategy. Zhang Xiaogui watched as the model of the ship that represented their team was slowly moved by messengers on the sea. He was very anxious. He wished that he could just take the model and place it at the port of Hangzhou. That way, he could immediately give the next order. But now he had to wait. He had to wait at least 6 hours for the model of the ship to reach the location he needed. This was the most painful matter. Who knew what kind of arrangements Wang Wan had made? Hearing someone ask, Zhang Shouguei lowered his head and carefully looked at the sand table. Suddenly he pointed at the sand table and said, "This is Mount Huangshan, and this is Mount Linli. There are 2 mountains. If I were Wang Wan, I would arrange for the soldiers to hide here. Mount Huangshan is high and steep." After saying this, without waiting for others to express their opinion, Zhang Shouguei shook his head again. No, if that was the case, the enemy wouldn't even need to attack Mount Huangshan. They could just send the hot air balloon troops and drop bombs. The other troops could then surround them. Wouldn't that be forcing them to their deaths? Wang Wan is definitely not that stupid. Otherwise, she would have been caught in Tubo. At this point, Zhang Shouguei raised his head and looked at the officers around him. They nodded without thinking, because what Zhang Shouguei said was right. Who would send themselves to their deaths? How could Wang Wan not know the application of such a simple tactic? Thus, even if her main force was not too far from Hangzhou, it would definitely not appear in Mount Huangshan. Hearing the analysis, Wang Zhongxi said, "Then shouldn't we go around the burned area from the south and directly find the enemy troops to attack? After all, in the mountains, our cannons won't be easy to transport and will move very slowly." "No, we won't go from the south, we'll go from the north. I know that the cannons won't be easy to transport, but we still have to go from the north. We'll have the 1st Brigade go from the south and increase our momentum to confuse the enemy. The main force of our vanguard is 15,000 people. When we move forward, we have to snake our way forward, not directly. It's best if we can capture all of their scouts so that they can't transmit any information. After that, we'll go all the way to Mount Huangshan and wait for the Middle Army to send us the follow-up supplies." Zhang Shouguei really did as Zhang Xiaobao had analyzed. He had chosen to snake forward without the slightest error. But while others might not understand, Wang Zhongxi was very confused. He asked, "General Zhang, why must we go to Mount Huangshan and snake forward?" Zhang Shouguei gave a self-satisfied smile and said, "Snake forward can make it difficult for the enemy to determine if we are the main force or not. Even if the enemy scouts are hiding, they will worry that we have surrounded them. The scouts won't be able to see how we snake forward, but that our troops are moving back and forth from the north to the south. This way, they will think that we haven't discovered their main force and are currently searching for them. Since it's a search, it naturally won't be the main force. And our path forward is also toward Mount Huangshan. Do you think that Wang Wan will think of a way to eat up this portion of our troops? When she lectured us, she said that besides achieving the true strategic objective, what is even more important is constantly wiping out the enemy's strength. She said that we can't just give up on a tactical arrangement because the enemy has too few people. We have to persevere and find a way to obtain small victories. When these small victories are gathered together, they will become a great victory." When the generals heard this, they felt that it was very reasonable and nodded once more. Wang Zhongxi excitedly clapped his hands and said, "Oh, so it turns out that Lord Zhang wants to draw Wang Wan's troops to Mount Huangshan and then wipe them out in one fell swoop? Or at least kill off as much of their strength as possible. I think this plan is feasible because Wang Wan uses cold weapons. If she wants to directly clash with us, let alone 100,000, even 1 million wouldn't be enough to kill us. So she can only think of a way to scatter our troops and then concentrate her superior forces, slowly using numbers to win. I'll go and arrange it now. Not only do we need to snake forward, we also need to tell the soldiers that when we advance, we need to loudly announce that we are going to Mount Huangshan to rest and reorganize, and that the mission of searching for the enemy must be completed." After saying this, Wang Zhongxi really did go to find a messenger to give the order. The rest of the generals also continued to look at the sand table, especially the area around Mount Huangshan. They imagined that Wang Wan's troops would be fooled and then completely wiped out at the foot of Mount Huangshan. Shui Shi was one of them. When he looked at the sand table, the more he looked, the more he felt that victory was in sight. This time, even if they couldn't completely wipe out Wang Wan's 100,000 troops, they would be able to wipe out the troops she sent, which had a great advantage in terms of numbers. Looking at the model representing Mount Huangshan, Shui Shi echoed and said, "I know why Lord Zhang wants to come to Mount Huangshan. Although the road is not easy to walk on, once we reach Mount Huangshan, we can set up the cannons and attack from above. At the same time, even if we don't have the hot air balloon brigade, we don't need to wait for the Central Army to send them over. We still have the glider wing brigade. Jumping down from the mountain is much easier than jumping down from the mast. I don't believe that the referees will be able to say that Mount Huangshan is winless." Correct, precisely so. Perhaps many people think that sending an army to Mount Huangshan isn't a good idea, but it's precisely because other people think this way that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also think the same way. They know that it won't be easy for my main force to go to Mount Huangshan, so they must have sent a small force. So this is our chance. As long as we win this battle, we won't need to be on edge, and we can also let the Central Army, the Rear Army, and the logistics officers relax. As Zhang Shogui spoke, he let out a long sigh of relief. He had truly been tormenting these last few days, and now he needed a victory to raise morale. To be more precise, it was to allow his generals to relax so that they could perform better. Zhang Shogui had only spoken of this plan in the vanguard's room. He didn't have a concrete plan, so he couldn't tell the Central Army for the time being. Just as he had expected, Yang Xishuan in the Central Army had been receiving non-stop reports from the vanguard for the last few days. Other than not being able to find the vanguard, they just couldn't find the vanguard. Just as they were about to make contact with the vanguard's hot air balloon brigade was shot down. They hadn't even seen the vanguard, but the vanguard had already been lost. The entire army was under immense pressure. Yang Xishuan had also received news that the vanguard would be able to reach Hangzhou tomorrow. At the same time, he ordered the Central Army to hurry over as quickly as possible. One reason was to continue using the 5,000 soldiers as bait, and the other was to work with the vanguard as quickly as possible to open up the situation. When he thought of the current situation, Yang Xishuan didn't even have the mood to eat. He looked at the egg-fried rice and soup that the kitchen had brought over, as well as a few plates of pickled vegetables. Several times he wanted to pick up his chopsticks to eat, but he stopped every time. He said to the person in charge of taking care of them, "Take them away first. I can't eat them. Do you have cucumbers? Wash one for me. I'm grinding my teeth." The person quickly went to wash the cucumbers and brought them back. After taking a bite of the cucumbers, Yang Xishuan endured the pain of waiting for the vanguard to reach the shore. He said to the other generals, "If the vanguard fights with Wang Wan, we have to be very careful, because Wang Wan is definitely someone who likes to command battles on multiple fronts. If we are careless and think that she can't find the time to send people to scheme against us, then we are gravely mistaken. I think she even wants us to think this way." There were also many generals in the room where Yang Xishuan was. They all listened carefully, and at the same time, they continuously passed down orders to command their own part of the fleet. Yang Xishuan continued, "What I want to know the most right now is where Wang Wan's troops are hiding, and what methods do they have to use cold weapons against hot weapons. Since we haven't docked yet, you should all think about it. If it were you and you were asked to use cold weapons to face the cannons and guns, what would you do to minimize your losses while ensuring the effectiveness of your attacks?" "Sir Yang, I thought of something." Someone stood out from the crowd in the room. It seemed that he had considered this question before. He said, "It's actually very simple. I just need to not be discovered by the enemy in advance, and then lie in ambush on both sides of the path that the enemy needs to take. When they pass by and we suddenly attack, their cannons will be useless. A bayonet on a gun is not as good as a cold weapon. As for their pistols, they have very few of them, and at the same time it doesn't mean that they will definitely kill with a shot. Other than this sneak attack method, I also thought of using bows and arrows. Use a large number of bows and arrows and find a high place to shoot down. That way, it won't be worse than bullets. For example, there are many mountains on this sandbox. Here, this is a very big mountain, Yellow Mountain. If I were Wang Wan, I would ambush people here and think of a way to lure the vanguard over. Even if the price is high, as long as I can eat the vanguard, everything will be worth it. After this person finished speaking, he retreated. However, Yang Xishuan's eyes lit up. He was not interested in the two ideas that this person had suggested, but in the Yellow Mountain that this person had mentioned. His gaze immediately landed on the model of the Yellow Mountain, and then he looked at the 100-li radius of the forest that had been burned. He worriedly said, "It's possible that Wang Wan really did place the main force on the Yellow Mountain. If that's really the case, the vanguard is in danger. This won't do. I have to tell them. Someone, send a telegram to the vanguard." The Central Army guesses that Wang Wan's main force is in the Yellow Mountain area. The vanguard should not move and wait for the Central Army to arrive. After sending the message, Yang Xishuan ate the cucumber bite by bite. He anxiously paced back and forth in the room, afraid that the vanguard would not take his message seriously. It didn't take long for the vanguard to receive a signal from the radio. Someone wrote down Yang Xishuan's message on a piece of paper and sent it to Zhang Shogui. Upon seeing the words on the paper, Zhang Shogui smiled and said to the others, "The Central Army has sent a message saying that they're guessing that Wang Wan's main force is in the Yellow Mountain area. They want us to wait and wait for the Central Army to arrive before moving." Haha, Lord Yang is very interesting. All the generals chuckled. Zhang Shogui's words were very interesting. They all understood that the people in the Central Army wanted to contribute, but they were also worried that their vanguard would get a higher score if they killed too many enemies. This was a competition between two parties. When the time came, the rewards would be different depending on who won or lost. This was especially true of the Yellow Mountain area. They had already analyzed the situation. If Wang Wan really dared to place the main force on the Yellow Mountain area, their vanguard would not even need to fight. They could just surround the area and guard the key entrance. When the Central Army and Rear Army arrived, their vanguard would be able to take down the Yellow Mountain area in one fell swoop. Not only did Zhang Shogui think this way, he was also a little dissatisfied with Yang Xishuan and Wei Wei. The greatest taboo in battle was to steal credit, but now they were telling him not to advance and to wait in place. If that was really the case, what need was there for the vanguard? Wouldn't it have been better for everyone to come up together? If he really waited when the martial selection ended, he might be accused of delaying the battle. If that really happened, would he, Yang Xishuan, take the blame? With this thought, Zhang Shogui immediately sent a message to Yang Xishuan. When Yang Xishuan saw the message, he helplessly shook his head. "I'm not in the mood for that. It's just a misunderstanding." "Fine, you're right. If Wang Wan really is on the Yellow Mountain, then the vanguard just needs to guard the key entrances and exits and not let the main force come out. Once we reach the place, we can attack together. Naturally, we can eliminate Wang Wan. Going by that logic, it's not wrong. Wang Wan probably also understands this principle, so she won't run to the Yellow Mountain." After analyzing the situation, Yang Xishuan regretted sending this message to the vanguard. He shouldn't have made them suspect that he was trying to steal credit from them. Why bother? But he also knew that his explanation was useless. The other party wouldn't believe him. Handing the report to a general beside him, Yang Xishuan said, "Pass it around. Then think about where Wang Wan is most likely to be." When everyone saw the message, it was the person who had suggested the idea. At this time he spoke again. "I feel that Wang Wan had people light up the mountain because she wants to delay our attack. They need to set up a huge trap to trap us when the time comes. For example, if they empty a mountain or block a river, when we see that the river is shallow and halfway across, they will release the water. The people who cross will panic and lose a lot of their fighting strength. Those who don't cross will be naked on the other side of the river. In reality, this has a huge impact on the morale of the army. The judges will definitely make this judgment. Thus, Wang Wan needs to buy as much time as possible. I think she's no longer on the Jiangnan East Road, but on the Jiangnan West Road. We need to speed up and catch up. Yang Xishuan nodded and felt that it made sense. It was normal for Wang Wan to do something illogical. When they were fighting Tubo, didn't they do the same thing in the village? That's right. Digging a tunnel can help us avoid detection from above. Furthermore, if we dig a tunnel ahead of time and make the longest tunnel out of the night watchman's field of vision, they can wait for our people to arrive at that place and launch a sneak attack at night. It seemed that they didn't know when they would set up camp and where they would choose. But those who knew war knew that the place to set up camp was similar. If Wang Wan and the others used a portion of their troops to delay or attract their troops, then it would affect the speed of their troops. When they needed to rest, their troops would be able to reach the place where Wang Wan and the others had dug a tunnel in advance. Then it would be easy for them to be ambushed at night. Yes, this is very important. We can use a tunnel. I have to tell the vanguard in case they fall for it. Yang Xishuan rubbed his hands excitedly and was about to send a message to the vanguard when he suddenly remembered that he had sent a message just now. In the end, it made both sides unhappy. This time, it seemed that he shouldn't be so meddlesome. Yang Xishuan stopped calling for a messenger to send the message and said to the generals around him, "After we get ashore, no matter where we go, we have to investigate under our feet clearly, especially under the stove in the house. See if there are any tunnels, wells, withered trees, etc." Everyone nodded. They felt that every bush and tree was an enemy. They hadn't even met Wang Wan's troops, and they were already scared by themselves. Yang Xishuan also realized this problem. He didn't have a plan in mind. Who could he blame? If there was anyone to blame, it was Wang Wan, who was always lecturing them. When she was teaching, she was really unscrupulous. So when he faced her today, he would definitely think of the situation during her lecture and use that to analyze what kind of methods she would use. At this time, another person also spoke up. "I think that Wang Wan has another choice, and that is to use their commoners to disguise themselves as soldiers to confuse us, while their main forces will circle around the vanguard and catch us off guard. They might even go around the vanguard to attack the rear camp and go around the rear camp to attack the supply team. What we need to do is to increase our surveillance. We can't let them pass by us and cause trouble for our allies." Yang Xishuan nodded lightly and didn't make any comments. He realized that if they responded according to everyone's thoughts, not to mention 100,000 people, even 1,000,000 people wouldn't be able to do it. Thus, he decided not to think about it blindly. It was better to send them ashore as soon as possible. At this time, compared to the confusion of the generals who felt that anything was possible, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were much more relaxed. Their strategy was very clear. As for how the enemy would choose their route and method, the two of them weren't very worried. The information they gathered was very useful in terms of probability. Under normal circumstances, if a person's actions could be different from what psychology said, then in a tense situation, that person's actions would be what they were supposed to do and not change their train of thought. Li Longji was still talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This time, they didn't talk about Shui Yun. Li Longji had just been diverted by Zhang Xiaobao and gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan some time to study their strategy. When he found out, he didn't say anything. Now that the two of them weren't very busy, he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Xiao Bei and the others said that they want to give them tax exemption. This way, they're willing to spend half of the money on the Tang children. We believe that they will definitely keep their word and won't spend less money after tax exemption. But what we don't understand is that the tax actually doesn't even cover half of their profits, right? Why would they rather spend more money but still ask for tax exemption? Li Longji recalled the matter mentioned in the news that Xiao Bei and the others sent back. He didn't understand this point, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao about it. It wasn't just him. Other than Wang Wan, no one else understood. Princess Jincheng helped Xiao Bei and the others think. "I think it should be like this. Xiao Bei and the others want to take out more money for the children. but they want to make more profits. At the same time, they feel that the tax they pay might not be used on the children. So, they thought of this method to use tax to exchange for more money to help the Tang children. They're so smart, they'll be more successful when they grow up. Li Longji was stunned by Princess Jincheng's words. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not like that at all. They must have used some method to let them not only not pay tax, but also take out half of the money to spend on the Tang children. The benefits they get, or rather the money they earn, are more than paying tax directly. Isn't that right, Xiaobao?" Zhang Xiaobao's eyes showed a confused expression. He shook his head. "I don't know. I've been busy with the military selections. I don't have time to analyze this. It's probably a welfare measure that they came up with." Li Longji didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's words at all. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan's eyes were much clearer than Zhang Xiaobao's. She smiled and said, "That's what I think. Xiao Bei and the others are thinking that if they are exempted from taxes, they can use this amusement park as their headquarters in the future, which is their flagship store. Then, as for the subsidiary companies, they can merge the tax accounts with the headquarters. But the money for half of the profits would only be paid by the main company, not the subsidiary companies. In this way, Xiao Bei and the others would actually get a lot of benefits." Li Longji felt that it made sense. Just as he was about to agree, he thought of something and shook his head. "That's impossible. When your family does business, they never use such methods. This is called cheating. You don't cheat your own country. Since that's the case, it's impossible for Xiao Bei and the others. If they really need money, they can find Xiao Bao and ask him for ideas. Moreover, Xiao Bao didn't stop them, which means that Xiao Bao already knew what they were going to do. And you, Cuckoo, you almost fooled me. I don't believe that you don't know either. The two of you must have realized that Xiao Bei and the others' plan would benefit you greatly. You were afraid that I would scheme against you, so you played dumb with me. I deny it." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan spoke at the same time, then laughed together. Li Longji was very depressed. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put on an expression that said, "I won't say anything even if you beat me to death." He waved his hand helplessly and let the two of them continue to study the strategy. He called Gao Lisher and the others over and sat in a circle to study how Xiao Bei and the others could take out half of the profits and still make more money than if they were not taxed. Empress Wang sat there and didn't make a sound. For her, this was a very difficult thing to do. She preferred to watch Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao play with the sand table instead of studying economic matters. Wu Huifei's eyes turned back and forth. She was also thinking about how to benefit from this matter. Since the situation that Wang Wan said would not happen with the tax exemption, then no matter how she calculated, she couldn't figure out how Xiao Bei and the others would benefit from it. It's so strange. Could it be that Xiao Bao helped to come up with this idea? Xiao Bei and the others seemed to. Wu Huifei thought carefully for a while, but in the end she couldn't figure it out. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "That's impossible. If it was Xiao Bao's idea, Xiao Bao would have said it himself. This isn't the first time I've dealt with him like this. Although I always end up at a disadvantage in the end, I can say that it's already very difficult for others to lie." Li Longji denied Wu Huifei's statement and praised himself. He was a little proud. Gao Lisher echoed, "I don't think it was Xiao Bao's idea. Xiao Bei and the others have already thought of many good ideas. They always stay with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so their way of thinking is almost the same. As for the idea of not paying taxes and taking out half of the profits, I can't figure it out for the time being. Unless it's like this, the tax they have to pay is more than half of the profits they take out. Otherwise, it's not worth it. But if it's not worth it, they won't deliberately say it." Gao Lisher said a lot, but in the end it was useless. Princess Jincheng blinked and listened. She was very much looking forward to Xiao Bei and the others getting more benefits from the tax exemption. Such a good group of children should be rewarded more. Even though Zuzinchide was once the king of Tubo and controlled the whole of Tubo, he wasn't proficient in economic matters. He was far from being proficient in military matters. The only thing he knew about economic matters was that he used to trade with Tang dynasty. He used horses, cows, sheep, and other products to exchange for tea leaves, salt, and iron from Tang dynasty. Of course, there was also the simplest method, and that was to find a way to marry a princess of Tang dynasty. Regardless of whether the princess was a real princess or a princess who was promoted to a princess at the last minute, as long as he married her, he would get a lot of things and craftsmen. In the past, it wasn't only Tubo who did this. The Tujue and some tribes in the north of Hebei province also did this. Everyone had their eyes on the additional benefits of marriage. But later on, as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo gradually grew up, Tang dynasty stopped sending women out. Even when they sent people to pay tribute, the return gift was so light that the value of the tribute wasn't even enough. Now, although he didn't have to worry about Tubo not having enough food because Tang dynasty would send them, he still didn't understand economic matters. This was really too difficult, Zuzinchide thought and said, "Why don't we ask Xiao Bei and the others? They should know their own ideas." "We can't ask," Li Longji quickly said. "If we ask them, won't it make me look stupid? If the 9 of them can think of a method, I don't believe that I can't think of one myself." Everyone fell silent again as they tried to analyze the situation. After a quarter of an hour, Li Longji slapped his thigh and said, "I know what's going on now. They must have found out that if they want to pay taxes, then they have to pay a proportional tax that includes both costs and profits. In other words, their cost is higher and their profit is smaller. If they pay tax according to the method I said, they will earn less. It's better to take out half of the profit. For example, they sell a piece of candy for 100 copper coins, but the profit is only 30 copper coins. If the tax is 20%, they have to pay 20 copper coins. But after the tax is exempted, even if they take out half of the profit and use it for other purposes, it will only be 15 copper coins. In this way, they will pay 5 copper coins less. How about it? Am I right? Xiao Bao, did you hear that? Tell me, am I right?" Li Longji analyzed and felt that his analysis was completely correct. He was proud of himself again. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and replied, "I don't know either. Maybe it's right. I'm looking at the terrain here. It's autumn now. If it's winter, I don't know if it will snow heavily. If it does, it won't be easy to hide. It'll be difficult." Wang Wan didn't need Li Longji to ask and said, "So you can think like that. Amazing. After this busy period, I'll get someone to report it and ask Xiao Bei. At least I have to understand what they're doing. The profit ratio is so small." Chapter 998. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's answers, he immediately understood that he was wrong. Xiao Bei's amusement park project definitely earned a lot of profits, and the ratio was very high. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have admitted it just now. In this situation, he was wrong, and they did not want to directly deny his words, so they gave such an answer. "We don't believe that we can't think of something." Everyone continued to think. "It's just a matter of money," Li Longji said in a fit of pique, and then he began to think hard, looking very serious. The others also thought with him, and no one disturbed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Longji did not know how many losses he had brought to the generals after he went to Wang Wan's room. The generals all thought that since the emperor was talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the 2 of them would not be able to focus on the battle, so they were a little gloating. But it was precisely this thought that made them slack off, especially the people in charge of the specific battalions and teams. They did not have much to do, and only the brigade that went ashore was relatively busier, but they still did not discover the enemy. This state of not being able to be nervous made them slower to react to unexpected situations. In the hibiscus garden, while everyone was thinking about their own matters and making arrangements, Xiao Bei and the others had already arrived at Old Willow Village. Lu Fei was on the train to Hong Nong to pick them up. When she saw Xiao Bei and the others, Lu Feifei, who had been on tenterhooks for the past few days, felt much more at ease. She did not believe that there were officials in the Great Tang who could contend against Xiao Bei and the others. When Xiao Bei got off the train, the first thing she did was give Lu Feifei a hug. But she was short, so her hug could only reach Lu Feifei's waist and not her shoulders. "Big sister Feifei, don't worry. I've already arranged for people to protect your brother. It should be almost done by now. We plan to let him out as long as he doesn't suffer and doesn't suffer in there. Then, when I get there, I want to see how the local officials of Jiang District explain it to me. They should be very honest. But who asked the economy to develop so quickly? All of them are starting to scheme." Xiao Bei knew what Lu Feifei was most concerned about, so he said what Lu Feifei wanted to hear the most when they met. Sure enough, a sweet smile appeared on Lu Feifei's face. She nodded and said, "Since you said it's okay, it's definitely okay. I believe that your people over there can protect my good brother. Let's go. This time there are more people from your family. My mother is here, so there are more people protecting and serving me. Let me introduce you. Come, follow me." Xiao Bei held Lu Feifei's hand and pulled her to the side of the train. After waiting for a while, her mother and Xiao Yuan's mother came down. As soon as they came down, the Jiangwang clan's mother said to Xiao Bei, "Why are you running? The guards haven't finished yet and you ran down. What if something happened?" "Impossible. How could something happen?" "Mother and aunt, let me introduce you. This is Lu Feifei from Old Willow Village. Her brother went to other places to help us sell things, so he was caught by the government office there. Big sister Feifei, this is my mother and this is my aunt. She is Xiao Yuan's mother." Xiao Bei didn't answer his mother's words, but began to introduce them to each other. Lu Feifei naturally received the good treatment she deserved. She was pulled by the two elders to ask about this and that, and also received a lot of gifts. She couldn't hold them all by herself, so she had to let others continue to help her. Then they went to Old Willow Village. When they passed by Hongnong County, Xiao Bei made a comparison and found that the county was better than before, especially the amusement park that was going to be built as a compensation for them. She looked forward to it being built soon, so that she could have fun first. Then, Xiao Bei and the other 8 people came up with a plan to use half of the profits in exchange for taxes. They were now almost at Old Willow Village. The road under their feet was many times better than the last time they were here. It was mainly because there was a flood the last time they were here, so they had to wade through the water to get there. Now it was replaced with cement roads. "Big sister Feifei, how is life in the village now?" Xiao Bei sat in the car and looked at the scenery outside that was slowly retreating. She asked Lu Feifei, who was sitting in front of her. "Life is much better than before. Ever since we went to Hongnong to help weave baskets, our village's reputation has grown. Many rich families would point to our Old Willow Village's baskets if they want to buy baskets, saying that they are sturdy and durable. You also know about willow trees. Even if it's just a willow branch, it can still grow if it's inserted into the ground. Therefore, we weave all kinds of things. Not only are the people from Hongnong buying them, we pile them together and send them to Luoyang by train. Our house has already changed. It's no longer the short and weak mud house you saw the last time you were here. Now, we're using bricks and cement. We found someone from Zhengzheng Construction to build it. When the people from Zhengzheng Construction saw that it was our village, they didn't charge us for the labor. They only ate the food we made, so we made a lot of delicious food for them." Lu Feifei spoke as she gestured. She appeared very excited as the smile on her face never faded. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously when she heard that. She was also happy. "That's great. Is it a 2-story building? Since Zhengzheng Construction is here to build it, they will definitely suggest building a 2-story building for your house." Yes, 2 stories. I live on the upper floor. Standing there allows me to see very far. Now, at my house, we don't have to go out to buy things. There are people who specially transport the things to the other side of the bridge and wait for us to buy them. Lu Feifei nodded as well before she began talking about all kinds of interesting matters. Xiao Bei listened seriously and learned of the changes in the village from Lu Feifei. First of all, Old Willow Village did not suffer any losses during the disaster. In addition, they had helped to earn a lot of money in the past. At the same time, they helped to build a reputation for the willow knitting business in the village. As a result, their willow knitting business earned more money. Now, unless they organized a train to transport a box of willow knitting, they would not sell it at other places. Usually, other people would buy it and sell it at other places. Speaking of the willow knitting business, the people of Old Willow Village were indeed good at it, but not many people were willing to buy it. Even if the willow knitting business did not look very beautiful, it was fine as long as it could be used. Did the basket used to carry dung need to be very gorgeous? The reason why more people were willing to buy the willow knitting business from Old Willow Village was because this business had saved lives when they helped Hong Nongzhong rebuild the village. A person went up to the top of the 3rd floor of a restaurant and was working there. Suddenly, he accidentally fell from the top. The moment he fell, he grabbed a willow basket. In the end, he used the basket as a cushion under his body. Other than being scared and sweating, nothing happened to him. Not even a small wound was found. Then, everyone went to look at the basket. The only thing that changed the shape of the basket was that Wei Wei used her feet to return to its original shape. The willow branches did not break. Everyone took turns to look at the basket and found that the willow branches used to weave the basket were very strong. The weave was very fine and the outside was very smooth. There were no burrs at all. This was really a good basket. Otherwise, how could it save a life? Everyone went to ask who made the basket. After asking, they found out that it was the people from Old Willow Village who provided it. From that moment on, Old Willow Village's willow knitting business became famous. The material was good, the workmanship was good, and it was auspicious. Just like that, as long as the people around wanted to buy a basket, they would choose Old Willow Village's products. When there was demand, there would naturally be production. The people of Old Willow Village were busy weaving all kinds of things every day. Merchants came over and waited at the bridge for the people of Old Willow Village to bring the things they wanted to sell over. They would pay the money and directly buy it. Many merchants came, but the amount of goods produced in the village was limited. Therefore, the merchants waited for a long time, but there were very few who could actually buy. When a smart merchant saw the situation, he simply stopped buying willow knitting. He found a few people to be his shop assistants and began to sell soup pancakes, noodles, wontons, and so on. The noodles were directly bought in Old Willow Village. The shredded cucumber sprinkled on top of the noodles were also bought in the village. The village's own seeds made the merchants' business very good. When the other merchants saw this, they all thought of ways. Not only did they buy things from Old Willow Village, but they also transported things that the village did not have. When the people of the village came out to sell willow knitting, they would naturally take a look at other things. Therefore, during winter, a market appeared outside Old Willow Village. Now that spring had arrived, the market became even more prosperous. Xiao Bei and the others were very happy when they heard this. As long as the village was doing well, it was happiness in their hearts. However, the 2 adults and their mother heard a lot of things from the story and recalled things that happened a long time ago. At that time, although the Zhang family and the Wang family could still live a normal life in Zhuangzi, it was definitely not very good. Compared to now, it was a world of difference. Later on, it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who helped develop it bit by bit. First, they set up a market. Then they kept making things outside. All kinds of good things were made. Now, Sanshui County was no different from their own family. If you randomly picked a family in Zhuangzi and placed them in a normal place, they would be a local wealthy family. Whether the life of a place is good or not, you just need to see if there is a market and what is sold in the market to know. Xiao Bei, you should let the officials of each place look at the market in the place they are in charge of. Only by looking at the market can you know what the local people lack, their living habits, and so on. You don't need to check the various accounts and tax records. Because many of the markets are organized by themselves, they don't collect taxes. Xiao Bei's mother, Zhang Wangshi, thought about what had happened in the past and the current situation. She analyzed the situation and said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded repeatedly. That's right. Don't just sit in the yamen all day. It's better to go out and walk around. A real local official should be a qualified farmer when he sees the land. When he sees the business, he should be a qualified merchant. When he sees the tools, he should be able to make them even without being asked. At the very least, he should know the principles of how to make and use tools. This way, he can truly be a good local official for the people and not just stay in the yamen all day. I have decided. When I return, I will discuss with Uncle Emperor and let him tell us about the investigation by the Ministry of Appointments. Don't just focus on how much taxes the local officials paid this year. Sometimes it is best to exempt the taxes and give the people a chance to develop and save. Exempt them from paying taxes for 2 years. Maybe the amount of money in the local government's treasury is too little for the people to see. But after 2 years, the people will use the tax-free money to buy good tools or do business and develop. Then, the local government will naturally have money. When Zhang family heard her daughter's thorough analysis, the smile on her face became brighter. Which other family's child would know so much at such a young age? Other than Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. It seemed that she had never seen anyone like that before. Xiao Yuan, you say something too. When Xiao Yuan's mother saw that Xiao Bei spoke well, she immediately asked her son to show off. Xiao Yuan was very helpless. What's there to say? It's just that some officials always want to be promoted. For example, Sanshui County's revenue doubled this year. Then, when the Ministry of Appointments evaluated him, they gave him a high grade and he was promoted. Hence, the second official who came to Sanshui County saw that it was actually so easy to be promoted. All right, he started to sell the things in the county. For example, there was a piece of land. He sold it at a low price. The land was originally worth 10,000 strings of coins, but he sold it for 5,000 strings of coins. Then he waited. When it was about to be evaluated, he casually made an account and turned the 2,000 strings of coins into the local government's revenue. However, he did not write that piece of land. Instead, he made a special evaluation and turned a good piece of land into a waste field. The account said that he sold it for 1,000 strings of coins. In this way, the Ministry of Appointments evaluated that Sanshui County's revenue increased this year, and the new county magistrate was also promoted. In this way, groups of county magistrates thought of ways to sell the things in the county, just to create the illusion of an increase in revenue. In fact, every promotion of an official will cause a lot of harm to the people of Sanshui County. When the people can't bear it anymore, Sanshui County will no longer be a high-grade county, but a low-grade county. Yes, that's right. Mother feels that it makes sense. Then you can tell Her Majesty that in the future, it's not about how much revenue a place has, but also the degree of consumption of local resources. Whichever official consumes the least amount of local resources and earns the most income, that official will be evaluated as high grade. Xiao Yuan's mother patted Xiao Yuan's head and praised him. Then she also analyzed. Lu Feifei kept nodding and said, "That's right. Because of this year's flood, Hongnom County was exempted from taxes for 2 years. My father said that in these 2 years, we can save a lot of money and use it to fill up the depression in front of us. This way, we will have more land to plant willow trees. When the willow trees grow, the forest will be worth a lot of money. My father is also preparing to set up a school in the village, the willow weaving school. It will teach people who are willing to learn willow weaving. At the same time, the people in the village can continue to think about how to weave willow branches into more beautiful things. Willow weaving is not only a tool to be used, but also to become an art, right? In that case, your willow weaving in Old Willow Village can become a pillar industry in Hongnom County." Xiao Bei took over the conversation. Yes, Lu Feifei looked at the willow trees by the roadside, and smiled happily. She said, "That's it. But if we don't get rid of the tax for the next 2 years, we have to borrow money. We need all the people in the village to pool their money to buy that large piece of low-lying land. It's like what you said just now. As an official, don't always look at the little benefits in front of you. Give the people time to accumulate, and then the people will repay the government with more taxes. It's like a chicken laying eggs. If you look at the benefits in front of you, you will eat the eggs directly. For the future, you will keep the eggs to hatch chicks. When there are more chickens, there will naturally be more eggs." "Ah, Sister Fei Fei is so right. I want to tell Uncle Emperor to give you a reward. Let's endure it first, eat less eggs, and raise more chickens. Uncle Emperor has so much money. Why do you keep it in the bank? It's better to raise chickens so that we can eat more eggs in the future." Xiao Bei's eyes were shining. He couldn't wait to fly back to the capital and tell Uncle Emperor about what he saw and heard today. Lu Feifei was embarrassed by Xiao Bei's praise. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "I'm just chatting with you. There's no reward." Yes, chatting is different from chatting. When we chat, we can know a lot of important things in the Tang Empire directly. Because I can find Uncle Emperor. As long as I say something, Uncle Emperor will accept it. I'll think about it and ask Uncle Emperor to give you an official title. First, you will be a small official. When you learn more, I will give you an official with real power. Otherwise, if you do something wrong at the beginning, it will cause losses. Yes, just do it. Anyway, Uncle Emperor has a lot of officials. When Xiao Bei was talking, he decided to give Lu Feifei an official title. As for what it was and what grade it was, Xiao Bei didn't know now. He had to see Uncle Emperor to ask clearly. Lu Feifei was shocked. At the same time, she couldn't believe that she was going to be an official. She was still a child, so she became nervous at once. I don't know how to be an official. I don't know anything. Xiao Bei, I'm scared. Don't let me be an official, okay? If you don't know how to be an official, you can be an official. I guess some officials are worse than you. They only know how to take the imperial examinations. When it comes to practical work, they are confused and leave it to others. Anyone can be an official like this. Listen to me. If you don't know how to do it, I'll teach you. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask my brother and sister. Xiao Bei continued to persuade her. Lu Feifei didn't refuse this time. Instead, she opened her eyes wide and looked at the things outside moving in the opposite direction as the carriage moved. She was imagining what she would do when she became an official in the future. Lu Feifei didn't wake up from her fantasy until she heard all kinds of noises coming from the market in front of Old Willow Village. She smiled and said, "If I become an official, I will fix the market first. At least, I will fix the drainage ditch. I can't pour water on the ground casually. Yes, I will do such a small thing first. I don't know how to do big things." Chapter 999. Lu Feifei was very practical. She didn't plan to do anything big. She just wanted to solve some small problems. In fact, she knew that the ditch was not difficult to dig. She could dig it out quickly with a shovel and pick and then lead it to the river. The difficult part was how to make everyone obey. Without an official, there was nothing she could do if they didn't listen. Xiao Bei blinked and came up with an idea. "Sister Feifei, you tell them that if they don't obey, we won't sell willow weaves to them." "Nonsense," Xiao Yuan retorted. "Do you want to control people by the city? You don't teach people to be virtuous but use money to command? Why don't you publicize the dangers of messy things? Or you just stand out and see who dares to disobey. If we directly order the guards to arrest them, the censorate won't dare to impeach us, right? Mother is here. Don't scold me." Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan with his big eyes. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to speak, his mother scolded him. "Don't scold, Xiao Bei. If you have an idea, just say it. I say just give her an official. We can make our own official seal and official uniform. But the imperial seal can't be copied. We can make it up later. We can just say yes. They won't ask." Xiao Yuan felt that he had no status and said in a fit of pique. Xiao Bei smiled at Xiao Yuan. Then listen to Xiao Yuan. Let's do it first. We can also make the imperial seal. I'll send a message right away and ask Uncle Emperor for authorization. Yes, we can't wait to go back to the capital. Someone, send a signal to my brother in the capital. Tell my brother to ask for authorization from Uncle Emperor. I want to ask for an official position for Sister Feifei. I don't know what kind of position it should be, but it has to be one who can manage the area around Old Willow Village. Rank 7. Send it there as fast as you can. Xiao Bei shouted outside and said to the servant girl in the inner courtyard in the car, Let's make the clothes first. Once the message comes, our clothes will be ready. Show the efficiency of our family. Now they were busy. Xiao Bei and his people didn't get off the car. They could see the market from afar. The team stopped and the cooks started to cook. The tailor was measuring Lu Feifei's size. The person in charge of the radio adjusted the frequency and took the most urgent route. Xiao Hai got out of the car and stood outside to look at the market with a pair of binoculars. After thinking for a while, he said, Raise our flag. We're already here. There's no need to keep a low profile. Immediately, someone began to raise the flag. Along the way, they did not hang any signs. From a distance, they could not see the embroidered pattern in front of everyone's chests. It was impossible to guess who made up this vast and mighty team. The main thing was that he was afraid that when he passed by Hongnong, the officials inside would hear the news and stop working and run out to welcome him. The people in the market also saw the long line of people coming over. Just as they were wondering which large caravan it was, a large flag with 9 rice seedlings surrounding a bonfire floated up. The bustling market instantly fell silent. These banners were far too familiar. They were unique to the Great Tang, and it was very easy to tell which banners represented whom. They're here, they're here. Xiao Bei and the others are here. A child from Old Willow Village was picking candy in the market. After seeing the flag, he gave up on the candy and the money. He ran toward the bridge with both arms and shouted at the top of his lungs. The candy seller looked at the money and then looked at the candy. He said to a dough maker next to him, Help me take a look. I'll send the candy over. Don't let people think that I took his money for nothing. A person selling liang pi carefully kicked a cucumber, but that had just been thrown to the ground to the back of the cart. A person selling cabbages that had been stored for winter also picked and put the best-looking cabbages neatly in front of him. The people in the market stopped shouting. The shoppers stood motionless, and the sellers began to clean up. No one asked them to do so, but they felt that it should be so. Then the crowd waited. When the team came over, no one went forward to welcome them, until the villager of Old Willow Village led a group of people across the bridge. The market remained silent. The villager looked around and said to the people behind him, Wait here, I'll go. After saying that, the old man tidied his clothes, raised his head and puffed out his chest, and walked unhurriedly toward the team. Xiao Bei and the others were ready to eat. They asked the chef to make a lot of food. There were already more than 1,500 people in their team, so they might as well make more. They even brought along the people from Old Willow Village and the people in the market. The flags that were raised did not belong to the 2 mistresses of the family. Xiao Bei and the others did not want others to know that their mother had followed them. At this moment, she was waiting for news from the capital. She was still using her family's intelligence network. The speed of transmission was slow, in her opinion. Her brother and sister had said that there was a place where no matter how far away it was, if one side wanted to talk to the other side, it would be done in the blink of an eye. The villager of Old Willow Village, Old Man Lu, moved over. The people in the team were doing their own things. Only a maidservant came over. Third Grandpa, why did you come personally? The young ladies and young masters said that they would invite you when the meal was ready. Hearing the maidservant's words, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Regardless of whether the maidservant would really invite him, The words coming from the maidservant's mouth made him feel comfortable. It's not like I can't walk. Where are Xiao Bei and the others? Take me to see them. In the blink of an eye, it should be half a year. Let me see how much taller they have grown. The old man's eyes looked at the biggest carriage in the middle. The maidservant came over to help him walk there. When they were 20 steps away from the carriage, someone had already told the people in the carriage the news of the village chief's arrival. Xiao Bei was the first to push open the door and jump out. She opened her arms and ran to the old man's side. She grabbed the old man's clothes with both hands and said happily, "Third Grandpa, I'm here again. Did you miss me?" Old man Lu was overjoyed. He picked Xiao Bei up and kissed her hard. He said, yes. Even if I didn't miss myself, I would still miss you guys. You're really heavy. We missed Third Grandpa too. When we came, Sister Feifei said that every family in our village had built a house. I wished I could grow a pair of wings and fly to that place so that I could see it earlier. I know that if Third Grandpa was not the village chief, it would take at least half a year to build a house. Xiao Bei hugged old man Lu's neck with one hand and said, "Your little mouth is as sweet as honey." Ha! Old man Lu finally knew why the current emperor doted on Xiao Bei and the others so much. Apart from her brother and sister being powerful, she herself was not bad. She was pretty and had a sweet mouth. She gave people the feeling that she was his own daughter. Xiao Bei also laughed and said, "Third Grandpa, you can choose today. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to make it for you. We have to have the ingredients we brought." At this time, the other 8 children also ran over. Li Jun and his sister Pan are also followed outside and looked around curiously. The mistresses of the 2 families also came down one after another. Old man Lu immediately put Xiao Bei down and walked a few steps forward. He was about to salute them when Jiang Wang clan reached out and stopped him. "Uncle Lu, there's no need to be so polite. We just came to take a look." When old man Lu saw that the 2 of them were wearing ordinary clothes and heard what they said, he didn't pretend to be polite. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll ask someone to take out the good things stored in the village and ask the chef to make them. Let's all have a taste." Xiao Bei said, Okay. I like to eat the willow mushrooms in our village the most." "That's good. Quick, measure my Third Grandpa and make 2 sets of clothes." "Your Majesty, don't you want to rest? A day has passed and it's already noon. Don't even think about tax exemption." Zhang Xiaobao, who had just woken up after sleeping for 4 hours, saw that Li Longji was still staring blankly in a certain direction. He knew that Li Longji was definitely not concerned about the war. According to this schedule, if they wanted to fight, they would have to wait for another 2 days. However, they couldn't shorten the 1 versus 4 time limit. Otherwise, when the people below started to fight, they wouldn't be able to command them. Therefore, they could only wait. It wasn't much different from a real battle. The only difference was that they didn't have to rush to the battlefield. Li Longji rubbed his eyes and said, "I slept for a while last night and didn't think about tax exemption. Xiao Bei and the others don't need to mention tax exemption for 3 years. Even if they want a piece of land, I'll give it to them. You and Cuckoo helped me build up my empire. My empire is so big. Why would I lack the tax of a piece of land? I was just thinking, if my great Tang was as powerful as that country, would we be able to wipe out all those people? Also, those who like to fight will definitely die. I see that you and Cuckoo aren't worried about this at all. Why?" Zhang Xiaobao understood. Li Longji was so bored that he started to think about deeper things. He picked up a cup of cold tea and rinsed his mouth before he replied, "Your Majesty, the first question is it really possible? What if that country lives on the same sea and land as us and waits for us to develop? They didn't destroy us first. In the end, either they don't fight, or even if they do, it'll be a local war. Whoever forces the other into a corner will be doomed. It's said that they're researching a weapon, but they haven't succeeded yet. I don't think they'll succeed in the next 100 years. What weapon?" Li Longji was afraid to hear the word weapon. He remembered that there was a cannon that could fly from Luzhou to the capital. It's a very powerful weapon. For example, the Hunan province. If you throw one of those weapons, it'll be gone. No one can go there for a few years. Otherwise, they'll either die or fall seriously ill. Zhang Xiaobao revealed something else to Li Longji. Li Longji's breathing quickened. He picked up a cup of herbal tea from the small table and took a sip. He was still thirsty, so he drank it all. There was still a tea leaf in his mouth. How are they going to deliver it? Li Longji asked. Do you see the sky cracker monkeys and the disposable rocket launchers used by our army? Make a big one and put that thing on it. In theory, it'll fire wherever you point it at. It can fly very far. However, we haven't made a big sky cracker monkey yet. It's very difficult. Zhang Xiaobao continued to lie. Can you intercept it? Li Longji knew about this. Yes. In theory, we can intercept it. Then, think of a way to stop it. If Great Tang has that kind of weapon, and there are enough of them, if someone wants to destroy Great Tang, they'll only die. I don't even attack my enemy's country. If I attack my own country, who can they stop me? Suicide? Mutual destruction. If there are enough of them, we'll detonate them all at once. No matter where they are, as long as they're standing on this land and the sky above them, they'll die with us. As for your Majesty's second question, it's very simple. A warmonger is a sure way to die. The first question is that war is a war of population and resources. If you keep fighting, your country won't be able to develop. The second question is that, in the end, all the countries in the world will oppose you. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about the first question. I'll control it well. I'll plunder as I fight. The second question will depend on the method used. In war, it's not necessary to use cannons. There are many methods we can use, such as using 2 peaches to kill 3 soldiers or driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried at all. At the very least, he wouldn't use nuclear weapons while he was still alive. As for whether he could make it, that would depend on the speed of technological development. He didn't care about the second question either. In this world, the current Great Tang could be defeated unless something unexpected happened, such as an earthquake, a typhoon, or continuous rain or snow. Li Longji thought about it for a moment before nodding. If that's the case, I'm relieved. You guys can continue fighting and try to minimize the casualties. I'll take out money and have the commoners give birth to more children. The more children they give birth to, the more I'll reward them. I'll help them raise their children. When there are too many and I can't afford to raise them anymore, I'll have them raise them themselves. Li Longji was relieved. Just as he was about to talk to Zhang Xiaobao about something else, a person suddenly ran in from outside. He was dressed in the attire of the inner courtyard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan. Little young master, little Miss Xiaobei has sent a message. Please take a look. The person passed a telegram over. Wang Wan took the telegram and glanced at it before passing it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also glanced at it before passing it to Li Longji. For me? Li Longji took the telegram and glanced at it in bewilderment. He wants an official from me, and he even wants a rank 7 official to manage a village. Xiaobao, do you know how big a village needs a rank 7 official to manage? Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. A county magistrate is a rank 7 official, while a village chief is not even considered a rank 7 official. How can a village chief be a rank 7 official? Your Majesty, how about this? Xiaobei wants a rank 7 official. Can you give it to her? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and asked. Yes, but rank 7 official authority can only be arranged to be in the government over there. Hong Nong is not an ordinary county, and the county magistrate is not a rank 7 official. Otherwise, I would not have sent Xiaobei and the rest out in a fit of anger. Lu Feifei is only in her teens and is still studying in school. She can't be as capable as you and Cuckoo, right? How can I arrange real authority for her? Tell me about your sister's request. Li Longji did not care about a rank 7 official. However, it was hard to find a rank 7 official, and there were none. If he had to arrange for Hong Nong to be the registrar, would Lu Feifei be suitable? Zhang Xiaobao was also in a dilemma. This sister of his, it was not easy to get an official position. At this time Wang Wan said, Xiaobao, why don't we put her in charge of the agriculture temple? Old Willow Village has a lot of willow trees, and there is empty space around it. We can plant willow trees there. Let the agriculture temple come up with a plan, and Lu Feifei can be the messenger. With willow trees as station guards, we'll have a rank 7 official. Li Longji clapped his hands. That's right. Lu Feifei, go and be station guard, Lu. You will be directly under the agriculture temple. You will help to study the characteristics and use of various willow trees, and also the mutual promotion and suppression of other species. Rank 7. Rank 7 official. Come, Xiaobao, call your people here and use your family's intelligence network. Propose that Lu Feifei of Old Willow Village, Hongnong County, Guizhou, Henan Province, Old Willow Village, Hongnong County, Guizhou, Henan Province, Lu Feifei will be station guard Lu under the agriculture temple. All matters will be delegated by the agriculture temple. Rank 7 official. The other side will send a telegram to the various levels, and the capital will send a document over. At that time it will be really confirmed, and it will be recorded in the Ministry of Personnel and the Agriculture Temple. The local yamen will not care. They are directly under the Agriculture Temple, and under the direct control of the central government. Although the rank is not high, and the position is not high, the power is great. They can go directly to the capital if they have something to do. Why don't other local officials have a try? When the news reached Xiaobei's team in Old Willow Village, the food had just been prepared. Xiaobei asked people in the village and the people in the market to eat together. It was lively. Lu Feifei's mood was not stable, and she was always absent-minded. When others talked to her, she would suddenly wake up. Old man Lu looked at her and found that something was wrong. He pulled Lu Feifei over and asked, Feifei, what's wrong with you? Are you still thinking about your brother? No. Lu Feifei shook her head. Xiaobei said that the other side has arranged everything. I am... Sister Feifei is afraid that I can't get the position she asked for. Don't worry, Uncle Emperor will give it to her. It is just a 7th grade official with real power, and it is not a big deal. If he really doesn't give it to me, I will resign from my patrol and retire to my hometown. Xiaobei could think the same as Lu Feifei and comforted her loudly. When the people heard her say that she would retire to her hometown, they laughed heartily. How old was she? She was already a skeleton. But as soon as they laughed, they suddenly realized what she said before. Wasn't it just a 7th grade official with real power? Now they could not laugh. If a 7th grade official with real power was not a big deal, what would be considered a big deal? Old man Lu's reaction was the most direct. He jumped up and looked at Xiaobei in disbelief, asking in a trembling voice, Xiaobei, did you really ask for a 7th grade official for Feifei? Yes, a 7th grade official, and it has to be able to manage things. An 8th grade official does not sound good. A 6th grade official can be the county magistrate of Hongnong. It is not easy for me to ask Uncle Emperor to do something for me. Later, Uncle Emperor may not ask me to do anything. No matter how low the official position is, I will compensate for it. Xiaobei explained very seriously why it was a 7th grade official instead of a 6th grade official or an 8th grade official. As soon as he finished speaking, the team's radio station received the appointment, and the person in charge came over to whisper to Xiaobei. Well, Uncle Emperor scolded me. He said that next time when I ask for an official position, I should pay attention to the place and the grade. Don't ask for one that doesn't exist. Isn't this cheating? Hee, congratulations, Sister Feifei. From now on, you are station supervisor Lu under the jurisdiction of the Agriculture Temple in Old Willow Village, Hongnong County, Guizhou, Henan Province. You are a 7th grade official. Come, give something to Sister Feifei. Xiao Bei shook his head and clapped his hands to congratulate her. The family took Lu Feifei to the carriage. When Lu Feifei came out again, her clothes were changed. It was a green robe with a small flower on it. If one smelled it carefully, one could smell the smell of cloth. A group of people had just rushed out and had not rinsed it yet. Lu Feifei also held a small official seal in her hand. It was carved out of jade and had not been inlaid with copper, but it was still too much. The official document will be issued in the future. Now, Sister Feifei, you are an official. You can use your seal for now. Don't think about whether it's beyond the limit. It's Uncle Emperor's fault for not giving it to you. If someone asks, you can tell them that it's an ordinary stone. That means you don't recognize it as jade. I'll also give you a silver fish pouch. Xiao Bei knew everything, but he insisted on teaching Lu Feifei to play dumb. Chapter 1000. Lu Feifei didn't know how to express herself. She could only listen to Xiao Bei and nod her head. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind. This was an official. Her brother was bullied by an official when he was selling dolls in Jiangzhou. Perhaps the official who bullied her brother wasn't even a level 7 official. A level 7 official was already a county magistrate. With an official position, he could do whatever he wanted. If he wanted people to build drains, he could do so. If he wanted people to plant willows, he could do so. If he wanted people to plant willows, he could plant willows. If he wanted to plant any species, he would have to ask the experts in the village. Xiao Bei, don't worry. I'll do my best. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask third grandpa first. Our group is rich, and I'll get a lot of money in the future. I promise that I won't be greedy when I become the supervisor. If I use my power for personal gain. Bring me your head. We're sisters, so I'll give you a quick death. Speaking of this, Xiao Bei seemed to be a different person. I asked Uncle Emperor for an official position because I want to use his favor for personal gain. But since I want Old Willow Village to develop well, and I can't guard it myself, I can only arrange it for you. If you do something wrong, I won't say that the world is righteous. I'll only say that for Uncle Emperor's trust, even if you don't deserve to die, I'll impeach you. You know that all the officials we impeach are innocent and have 5 grades. So, Sister Feifei, if you need anything, tell me first. We'll help you think of a way. You can't do it secretly. Lu Feifei didn't think that Xiao Bei was wrong at all. She still nodded. I know. When you investigate officials, you'll have the help of your family's intelligence network. So you can't be wrong. I won't learn from Yan Zheng. I heard that he's still alive and is on the street outside the palace. At most, yes. If I can't make a decision in the future, I'll ask Third Grandpa. If Third Grandpa can't make a decision, he'll ask you. If you can't make a decision, you can ask Brother Xiao Bao and Sister Cuckoo. Can they do it? That's right. My brother and sister are very capable. Uncle Emperor and the civil and military officials have to ask my brother and sister for help when they can't figure it out. When Xiao Bei heard others mention her brother and sister, she immediately became proud. When the two of them talked, they did not avoid the people around them. The people in the village and the people in the market listened and watched. They found that they could not find Xiao Bei even if they wanted to. This was because they discovered that Xiao Bei was very calm. She did not mention the righteousness of the world, nor did she talk about the morality of the past and present. They only thought that she had selfish motives. She liked Old Willow Village, so she used her connections to directly ask for an official position from the current dynasty's emperor. If she said it was a 7th rank, then it was a 7th rank. If she said it was a real position, then it was a real position. They didn't fear her authority, but they couldn't accuse her of having bad intentions. Moreover, she was so cute and beautiful, and she was also the little sister of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Not far away, Xiaohai stood up. He was relatively calm. He held his sister's shoulder and said to the surrounding people, "There are rules in every trade, and every country has its laws. Even if you are a thief, you are not allowed to rob if you can't steal. Those who sell things don't play dirty tricks, such as pouring water into the meat. You should earn the money you earn. But when you shouldn't, don't let me see it. Who dares? A butcher continued Xiao Hai's words. His voice was very loud. It was not that he was not afraid, but he found that the 9 children were very reasonable. Therefore he gathered his courage and said what he wanted to say. The pork that I, Ding Yidao, sell are all pigs that I carefully selected. Those who buy my meat know that when the pigs are driven by me, they are so hungry that they are crying out. Pour water? Even if they want to drink, I won't let them drink, right? The person who called himself Ding Yidao shouted to the side. Those who had bought meat in the surroundings also shouted, yes. Xiao Hai ignored him. His character had always been like this. He turned around and walked to his mother's side. Xiao Yuan was more easygoing and always took the blame. He stood up and agreed with the other party. Yidao, I think it's a knife in and a knife out. His skills are good. Ding Yidao didn't care about Xiao Hai's attitude. He didn't mention Xiao Hai's identity and only said that he was a businessman. He had encountered many buyers who were difficult to talk to, so he was already used to it. However, when Xiao Yuan praised him, he was happy. Although he was a butcher, his mind was still alive. He knew that when Xiao Yuan praised him and he worked hard, Ding Yidao's title would be set. There was no need for the emperor to praise him. As long as one of the 9 people praised him, he would be able to stand in the Tang Empire. After all, Xiaobei casually asked for a 7th-rank official. Thinking of this, Ding Yidao turned around and ran. His legs moved so fast that he almost knocked the 2 people down. Just as Xiao Yuan was wondering why he was running away, Ding Yidao came back, dragging a fat pig that looked like it weighed about 200 pounds. There's still one alive. I'll kill it for you. If I can't kill it with one knife, I'll bite it to death. As Ding Yidao spoke, he took out a 2-foot-long knife from his waist. It was a narrow knife, not a chopper. The knives used to kill pigs were different from those used to cut meat and bones. He didn't dare to hold the knife to Xiao Yuan to show that he was not aggressive. If he held it like that, his hand would definitely be broken. Instead, he bit the back of the knife with his teeth, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Xiao Yuan. Stand down. A person stood out from behind Xiao Yuan. It was Zhang Chong. He asked the 2 fast gunmen to step back and said to Ding Yidao, "Where's the blood basin? I'll help you with the blood. Don't waste it. Some people like to eat blood tofu." Ding Yidao was stunned for a moment. Because he was trusted, his eyes turned red. Tears welled up in his eyes. He spat the knife on the ground, turned around and ran again. When he came back, he held a basin with blood inside. He shook it vigorously and handed it to Zhang Chong. "Walk east from here. About 15 to 6 Leading Village is my home. My name is Ding Desha. The people standing here know me. I have a father and a mother. My wife is also from my village. I also have 2 children. Dewa is 5 years old and Wa is 3 years old." Ding Yidao picked up the knife and rubbed it twice on the 3 layers of pigskin belt that reached his thigh. Xiaobei smiled and said, "Well, I can tell that your skills are good from the way you wipe the knife. Sister Feifei, in the future, if you want to buy good meat, you can go to his village and ask him to choose good meat for you. If he doesn't choose good meat, he won't pay." The originally tense atmosphere eased up after Xiaobei's words. Zhang Chang didn't hesitate. He carried the basin to the pig. The pig found that the situation was not right. He didn't move. Ding Yidao didn't stop. He held the handle of the knife and pulled the pig's ear. When the pig raised its head and struggled, his right hand suddenly stabbed the pig's lower left neck. "Ow!" The pig cried out miserably. Ding Yidao flipped his wrist half a circle and threw the knife to the side. He rode on top of the tied-up pig, whose 4 hooves were lying on the ground. His right arm wrapped around the pig's neck, while his left hand pulled on his right hand and tried to lift the pig's head up. The pig's blood splashed into the basin that Zhang Chong was holding. Zhang Chong said that he wanted to get the pig's blood, but he couldn't free his hands. It was Xiao Yuan, who hated blood the most, who grabbed the chopsticks and mixed it with the water mixed with wine. The blood foam had piled up to an inch high in the basin, and the blood below could hardly be seen. The strangled pig reflexively struggled a few more times, but in the end it stopped moving. Zhang Chang had a hard time holding on to half a basin full of blood. He sat on the ground and gritted his teeth. "Okay, remove the pig's hair." Ding Yidao loosened his hand and shouted to the people next to him. A person who looked like his disciple took the pig and pulled it to the side. "It's so fishy." Xiao Bei came over and sniffed. She looked scared. "It's too cruel. I'm afraid of seeing blood. The pig is so pitiful." Xiao Yuan, who was splashed with blood, threw away the chopsticks. "Okay, don't pretend. Are you afraid of pig's blood? Haven't you seen human blood? Ding Yidao is really a knife." The pig only struggled twice. Unfortunately, its heart was broken. "How can it be the same? I eat pigs, not humans. When I eat pigs, I think of the scene when I kill pigs. I'm the most soft-hearted, right?" Xiao Bei seemed to be saying to Xiao Yuan, but also seemed to be calling on the people around to support her. However, no one said anything because they all thought of Yanzheng. After almost 3 seconds, the people in the inner courtyard near the Zhangchang and Wang families suddenly shouted, "Yes!" See, many people agree. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I'm happy to hear it, Xiao Bei said with a smile. She didn't have high expectations. Of course, the happiest person was Ding Yidao. The 3 treasures of the Zhangchang and Wang families were so close to him just now and even helped him. He had to brag about this trust when he returned to the village. He would brag about it every day, and for a year. Others would crowd around him to listen. Lu Feifei, who had just become a Shangguan, saw that the killing was over. She carefully came over and looked at the blood in the basin. She asked puzzledly, "Can't we just cut the blood vessels? There's no need to use such a long knife." Ding Yidao rubbed his hands on his body and answered, "Okay, but pigs live a long life. When we kill animals, we pay particular attention to one cut. We kill as fast as we can. One cut to kill a chicken, one cut to kill a pig, one cut to kill a cow, one cut to kill a cow, one cut to kill a chicken, one cut to kill a pig, one cut to kill a cow." Lu Feifei nodded in understanding. She looked at the blood on the ground and where Ding Yidao's disciple was. She pursed her lips and worried. Ding Yidao's disciple was there to remove the pig's hair. There was a stove made of mud and a big pot boiling water. The dead pig was placed on a wooden board. Ding Yidao's disciple was splashing hot water on it while removing the hair. His movements were skillful and fast. Someone was standing nearby. It seemed that he wanted to buy a piece of meat after he was done. He didn't think about the taste first. He only thought about the fact that it was Zhang Chang's children who helped to kill it. Ding Yidao followed Lu Feifei's gaze and found this matter. He shouted, "Don't wait. I'm not selling. I'll give it to Old Willow Village. I'll let the officials divide it. What do you think, official Lu?" Ding Yidao's joking words didn't make Lu Feifei laugh. She looked at the water on the ground and shook her head. "This won't do." "Why not? I don't need a pig," Ding Yidao said generously. "It's not a pig. I want a pig. It's the blood from killing the pig and the dirty water from cleaning the pig. After a few days it will be warm. Won't it be full of flies? There are also the vegetable leaves and fish intestines from the market. Previously, I told Xiao Bei that we should dig a drain and flush it into the river. Now it seems that it won't work. The blood and the fishy smell can't be washed away. Third grandfather, what should we do?" Lu Feifei became an official and began to exercise her power. She had the right to decide, but she couldn't do anything. She could only ask the village chief, who was also the village chief. Old man Lu had been in a special state of excitement ever since he saw that the little girl in his family had become an official. The Lu family of Old Willow Village had first produced him, a person who could get money from the government every year, and now they had produced a 7th-rank official. There were many children who did business with Xiao Bei. If he died, he would have something to say to his ancestors. When he returned, he would take Fei to the ancestral house to worship the ancestors. Fei, Ai's branch, would also be promoted. While he was thinking, Lu Feifei had asked him twice. She touched him again, and he came back to his senses. After listening to her again, he waved his hand generously. It's okay. Just throw it away. The market will disperse and go to the river. What's there to be afraid of? They won't kill people. Why won't people die? I learned in school that flies will make people sick. Even if they don't die from the bite, they will die from the illness. It can't be like this. I'd rather not go to the market. Lu Feifei became a senior official, and her temper became worse. Xiao Bei listened to them and was also worried. She was not worried about the market in Old Willow Village. She had a way to deal with the problem of a village. She was worried that there were many villages in Tang like this, and many people had the same idea as Third Grandpa. Lu Feifei said that she did not want to go to the market. Xiao Bei walked to her side and pulled her arm. It's easy. I'll ask people to build a big methane pool. Throw the dirty things in, but don't throw the wood. It's just like the one in Old Willow Village. Zhang Construction should have built it for us, right? It has been built, but it hasn't been used yet. We have to wait for the first thing to turn into gas. Then who will take care of it after it's built? We have to allocate some people to collect the methane pool. Then we can't work and earn less money. Lu Feifei said a very practical problem. You're right. Xiao Bei also thought of this problem after hearing Lu Feifei's words. It was not good to rely on the people who sold things. There had to be specialized people to do it. However, this kind of market did not collect taxes. If you charged them 1 coin per month as management fee, they would not accept it. Wait, it's time to eat. Let's eat first. I'll discuss it with them. Xiao Bei first asked people to distribute the food one by one. After greeting herself and Xiao Yuan's mother, she asked the maids to serve them. She asked Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people to sit together. They did not want to be disturbed. They discussed things while eating. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people had been used to the meeting. They gathered together and whispered, not in the mood to eat. Those who were invited to eat ate quickly. After a quarter, many people finished eating and went back to where they were supposed to be. The people who sold things in the market cleaned up consciously. Lu Feifei had just said this, so they could not go against her. At this time, the group of 9 people finished their discussion. Xiao Bei hurriedly finished half a bowl of rice and came to Lu Feifei's table. She said with a smile, "Well, the problem is solved." Lu Feifei's table was full of important people with the surname Lu in Old Willow Village. Old Lu, as the patriarch, sat in the north and faced the south. It was the main seat. Lu Feifei sat in the first seat on the left. From today on, her status changed. The people around the table were all sitting on folding stools to eat. When they saw Xiao Bei coming, they all stood up. Lu Feifei went to the front, held Xiao Bei's hand, and asked happily, "What should we do?" "Find a person in charge of our village and pay him a salary every month. As for the money, let the Sinongsi temple pay for it, or let the people who sell things do it. What do you think? Awesome, right?" Xiao Bei showed a look of, "I am awesome." Lu Feifei smacked her lips and shook her head gently. "Why should the Sinongsi temple pay for it? The people who sell things are even more unwilling to pay. Let's talk about the people who sell things first. There are people who sell soup pancakes in the market, right? There are people who sell tea, pancakes, fruits, and other things. Even if they want to kill a pig, they have to shed its hair. They bring firewood to burn. It takes time to pick up the firewood. They can use this time to do other things, such as buying firewood, which is also expensive. Let's do it like this outside our village. In the market next to the Hongnong amusement park, there can be a night market at night. Whoever lights it with methane will pay." Xiao Bei stretched out a finger and said while shaking it, not only Lu Feifei, but also the people who heard it nodded to show their agreement. "Secondly, why should the Sinongsi temple pay? because they need to try planting all kinds of seeds in various places. They can't ask people to bring fertilizer from the capital. If they use the fertilizer in our methane pool, we will charge them. The Sinongsi Temple will research good seeds suitable for local planting and sell them to the farmers. The farmers will increase their food supply and earn more money. Isn't this a good idea? When Xiao Bei mentioned the second point, the number of fingers on his finger increased from 1 to 2. The people who heard it were all stunned. It should have been a difficult problem to deal with, but after hearing Xiao Bei's words, they felt it was a good deal. Xiao Bei, you are so awesome. Do you want to do this in all places in the Tang Empire? You have to tell His Majesty first. Lu Feifei jumped happily and looked at Xiao Bei with admiration in her eyes. Xiao Bei was very embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "What's so great about it? I was just bragging. When we discussed it just now, we found that there were many problems. There were problems with the specific construction, management, rules, laws, and follow-up development. Anyway, you know there are many problems. We can't figure them out. Later, we will send a message back to the capital and ask my brother and sister. I will pay to build the methane pool in the market of our village." Everyone was stunned by Xiao Bei's words. It was just building a methane pool. Why did it become so troublesome in Xiao Bei's words? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also felt it was troublesome. Xiao Bei sent the message to them. When they saw what was written on the paper, they immediately had a headache. This is a system of independent departments, and at the same time, there must be contact with other departments. Who will pay for the methane pool? How to recover the cost? How to calculate the extra profit after paying the management staff? Who will be responsible for collecting the money? This alone is a special arrangement, not to mention other problems. Zhang Xiaobao had never thought that so many things would happen when his younger brother and sister went out. Wang Wan snatched the paper and gestured for Zhang Xiaobao to look at the sand table. There's no need for us to think about it ourselves. Let them worry about it first. Come and look at the sand table. Where is the main force of the enemy's vanguard? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the model left behind by the last message from his side. He really wanted to get a sand table of the enemy and compare the two. That would make things easier. If it's not in the south, then it's in the north. In any case, it can't be in the middle. The fire is still burning. Zhang Xiaobao said. Around the same time, Zhang Shogui said the same thing as Zhang Xiaobao. However, there was someone called Wang Yi who said something different. My camp is still lying in ambush within the forest fire region. I request for the referee group to show me the detailed data of the forest fire within our field of vision in theory. My camp still has people there. Chapter 1001. Wang Wan was also looking at the sand table. At this time, her Central Army model had already arrived near Mount Huangshan. She frowned slightly and remained motionless in thought. Li Longji and his group were still in her room. After arriving, Li Longji did not want to leave. He had sent over a few official documents, all of which were handed over to Gao Lisher for approval. In his words, it was, "Don't bother me with small matters. You can discuss the important matters with your son and daughter-in-law." Zhang Xiaobao also did not bother with his sister's matter. This kind of problem involved an entire department, so it was impossible to casually come up with a solution. As for his younger siblings carrying out their plan in Old Willow Village, he would let them do it. If they did well, he would summarize his experience and see if he could replicate it in other places. If they did not do well, at most they would lose some money. For this small amount of money, it would be enough if his younger siblings ate one less abalone or one less bowl of shark's fin. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the Jiangnan East Road. Fuyang County was a good place. It was surrounded by mountains. The mountains were not tall, but they were connected. There was not much water, but it was a good place to develop tourism. But at this time, this place was lacking a sliver of comfort and had an indescribable strangeness. It just so happened that it was at the edge of the forest fire. Today it was blowing west wind, so the fire had not reached here yet. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this was normal. In theory, Fuyang County could not have so many north winds. It was a coastal area. If it was always blowing north winds, wouldn't it become the climate of Sichuan, Shaanxi, Mongolia, and the northeast? The big dice also had to be played with the highest probability. In the current season, if one were to play a hailstorm, the first to be dealt with would be the referees. What if it was Guizhou? Zhang Xiaobao was looking at this place because it was his logistics team. Logically speaking, a regiment of people should have arrived at this place. This regiment's weapons were slightly inferior, but they were definitely not arranged to provide logistics for the vanguard. Instead, they were arranged to be in this position as an infant. The logistics team's banner was that they were an independent regiment of the main force. They surpassed the number of normal regiments, reaching 2,000 people. Zhang Xiaobao was trying to guess whether Zhang Shogui's vanguard had placed its main force on the south or the faint force on the south. Logically speaking, the adventurous Zhang Shogui should have placed his forces on the north, where transporting artillery and supplies was more difficult. The adventurous and opportunistic Zhang Shogui had a high chance of catching the enemy off guard. But he was also worried that Zhang Shogui's subordinates would dissuade him. If he changed his mind, the regiment he had arranged would be easily wiped out. If Zhang Shogui couldn't do it, then there was no need for him to follow Wang Wan in the military selection. He would just go to Zhang Shogui's room, drag him out, and give him a beating. Damn it, with such good weapons and support equipment, your main vanguard can't even take care of a logistics team that uses cold weapons? To die, to live, is to waste food. Zhang Xiaobao was now waiting. According to the one, for ratio, the other side should have sent someone over. The army was not on a tour. They clearly knew that there were many mountains here. So why didn't they hurry over to seize a good position? Zhang Xiaobao wanted to see if a messenger had suddenly placed a model of a fireworks signal on the sand table. If it was placed, it meant that his logistics team had encountered the main force of the enemy. Similarly, a fireworks signal would be used to send a message. Pass down my order. Have my people transport 5,000 dan of dry rations to Xinjiang County near Changjiang. Zhang Xiaobao gave the order to the messenger. The messenger left, but not long after he returned. Young master, the judges are asking you. Your 50,000 logistics team is busy. Where are you going to find people to transport the dry rations? My tribe is all dead? Take all the boys above the age of 10 from my tribe and send them to transport the rations. If they really don't allow me to transport them, ask the judges if the great Tang general's team needs to transport artillery and supplies from the mainland. My motherfucker country is about to fall. So why would I care who the logistics team is? Ask His Majesty, if the enemy attacks the periphery of the capital, who can hold weapons in the capital, will they pick up the weapons and fight for their lives, or stay at home and wait for the enemy to rush in to rob and rape? Ask the judges to randomly grab 100 people outside the Furong Garden. If that's really the case, how will they choose? Go and ask. Zhang Xiaobao turned to look at the messenger and said, Li Longji stopped thinking at this time and raised his head. If that's really the case, I'll stand on the Vermilion Bird Avenue and fight with the people of Chang, and until the end. Your Majesty, you can't do that. If that's really the case, you can fly in a hot air balloon. When you fly to the north of Hebei province, you'll be safe. That's where Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo live, so the defense won't be bad. Gao Lisher quickly dissuaded him. Li Longji didn't insist at this moment, because he himself couldn't think of what choice he would make when that time came. Would he follow the people in the city, or go far away? Things hadn't happened yet, so he couldn't test his own humanity. Then he asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, what will you and Cuckoo decide at that time? Fight first and run when we find that we can't win. If we don't have other places to reorganize the army, Cuckoo and I have to die for our country. If the north of Hebei province isn't occupied, Cuckoo and I will naturally take you with us. It's not that Cuckoo and I are cowards. We're not afraid of death, and we've never been afraid. When I'm needed to die, I can die for a child. When she's needed to die, she can die alone for a duty. But we definitely won't follow Xiang Yu's example. We'll leave because, from our current position, our lives don't completely belong to us. When Zhang Xiaobao answered, he didn't look at Li Longji, but at Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled sweetly and nodded. She agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words because they had already done it once and had no regrets. Li Longji was speechless for a moment. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very contradictory. Since they were going to run, why did they have to say that they weren't afraid of death? But he still nodded to the messenger, indicating that Zhang Xiaobao's words were correct. He told him to go find the adjudicators. When the adjudicators heard this, they took it seriously and really sent people outside to find 100 people in the capital. Wait a moment. When the person sent by the adjudicators arrived outside the hibiscus garden, he saw a person carrying a pole and making clay figurines. He reached out to stop him. The man looked at the person who stopped him in surprise, his face full of confusion. "Hello, I'm one of the adjudicators in the hibiscus garden. Over there, we're giving Cuckoo an exam." "I know. What's the matter?" The clay figurine maker didn't wait for the other person to finish and interrupted. "Oh, the adjudicator smiled and suddenly asked seriously, "Let me ask you something. If the enemy is outside the capital, will you hide or go to the palace to get a gun and fight with them?" The clay figurine maker's expression suddenly changed. "Who's fighting? They're attacking the capital. Where are they from? Where are Cuckoo and Xiaobao? You don't need to know where they're from. Cuckoo, Xiaobao, and the emperor are on the streets, organizing people to fight against the enemy. What's your choice?" the adjudicators asked. The clay figurine maker threw the pole aside. "They're really fighting? Damn it, what's there to choose? Give me a gun." "No, I don't know how to use that." "Don't we have grenades in Tang? Give me a few, and I'll rush out and fight them." "Don't be agitated. It's fake. I'm just asking. How can Xiao Bao and Cuckoo let the enemy attack the capital? You can sell it yourself." The adjudicators quickly explained. "Fake? Then why are you asking me? Don't ask such a stupid question next time." The clay figurine seller angrily picked up the pole again and continued to walk around the hibiscus garden selling clay figurines. The adjudicators bowed. Yes, you're right. Take care." Another adjudicator found a woman who had just finished shopping on the streets. She was carrying a basket and laughing with several other women who were also carrying baskets. "Sister-in-law, I'm from the imperial court. That the enemy is outside the capital. Do you want to hide or take a weapon and fight with the enemy? When did this happen? How should I tell you? Oh no, I have to go back and prepare leather armor for my man. They're already here?" This woman's reaction was the most direct. She threw the basket away and ran away. "Don't, wait a moment." The adjudicators pulled the woman back and said without hesitation, "Don't be anxious. It's nothing. It's just a hypothesis. In fact, no one is attacking. I'm just asking casually." The other women also stopped. They also had 2 baskets thrown on the ground. When they heard the self-proclaimed imperial court member's explanation, their breathing quickened. "You scammer. I still have a pound of wine in my basket for my man. The jar must have been broken. You have to compensate me." A woman who had thrown away her basket grabbed the arm of the adjudicator and said with a glare, "I still have 2 pounds of eggs in my basket. Tell me clearly, what are you from the imperial court? You dare to lie. Do you see Yan Zheng outside the palace?" Another woman picked up her basket and lifted the cloth covering it. The eggs inside were all broken. The adjudicator was frightened. He bent his legs and said with a grin, Compensate, won't that do? Don't pinch me. When we get home, my wife will ask who pinched me. How much? I'll pay." Only then did the women let him go. They took his money and turned to walk back to the market. They could faintly hear comments like "idiot" and "idiot." Another member of the judging panel stopped a child who was about 12 or 13 years old. Wait a moment. I'm the one who helped Judge Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the hibiscus garden. I want to ask you something. The adjudicator tried his best to make his expression more amiable. The child's tears immediately flowed out. I'm not lying this time. I'm really sick. Last time I wanted to go fishing, so I lied. When I got home, my father hit me. The school also said that if it happened again, they wouldn't want me anymore. I really don't dare. If you don't believe me, look at my hand. I still have cotton flowers. Here, look, do you see? There's a needle mark below. When I was changing my teeth, my face became swollen. The teacher gave me a leave of absence and asked me to go on an intravenous drip. I just finished and want to go back to school. The adjudicator blinked a few times and felt helpless. Why did he meet a child who once skipped school? No wonder there weren't many children on the street. They all went to school. It's okay. It's okay to skip school. I don't care. Why don't your school find a doctor? The adjudicator's mind was very active. He could think of many things. First, he was concerned about the school. Didn't you catch me and then not let me go to school? The child asked uncertainly. Seeing the adjudicator nod, he was relieved. Actually, the school can call a doctor, but I don't want to learn the Analects of Confucius. I want to learn how to build a boat, so I asked for leave. Isn't there a place that sells model boats? I said I came here to see a doctor. Anyway, I'm young and I don't need to spend money to find a doctor anywhere. The teacher was very stupid, so he approved. He also told me some words in the Analects of Confucius. He said that there is no discrimination in education and that I should do things according to my conscience. He said that the world is big and it's a mess. I don't understand. Anyway, I came out. The adjudicator took a deep breath, touched the child's head, and said, Yes, you met a stupid teacher. In this case, you should learn how to build a boat well. It's a rare opportunity. Which school do you attend? What's the teacher's name? The school affiliated to the Joy House. It's the Joy House opened by the Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County. I thought they were very powerful, but they found a stupid teacher. His name is Cheng and his name is Cheng. I heard that the Zhang family and the Wang family give him a lot of money every month. Is it not worth it? If I have a chance to meet brother Xiao Bao and sister Cuckoo, I'll tell them to change teachers. When the child said the teacher's name, he was very solemn, but after saying it, he became mischievous. Foolish, truly foolish. If he was teaching little young master Xiao Bao, little lady Wan Wan, or even little Bei, little Yuan, and the others, he would definitely not be scolded. Little young master and little lady would respect him very much. The adjudicator's face didn't look good. Obviously, he was angry. The child didn't fail to see it. He said, There's something even more stupid. The teacher actually said that when the weather is warmer, he will ask people to dig a pool in the school for boats. He will let everyone learn how to build boats and see who can do it better. Doesn't he know that I like boats? If that's the case, isn't he providing a chance for me, a child who doesn't like to study to play? Right? Yes, yes. The people of the Zhang family and the Wang family are really extraordinary. Even the teacher of the school, affiliated to the Joy residents, can do this. They are really famous. The referees looked at the child with a hint of disgust. Then they let out a long sigh. All right, I admit that I'm not as broad-minded as your teacher. You're still a child. I shouldn't treat you like an adult and ask for things from you. Now, let me ask you something. If the enemy is outside the capital and is about to enter, will you continue to go to the clinic or help to deliver ammunition? The child didn't understand what the other side said at all. He only responded to the latter part of the sentence. They're coming to the capital? Then what's the point of looking at the illness? If they really come in, won't they bully me to death? How can the Tang Empire be insulted by others? Do they have boats? I'm very good at swimming. I'll jump into the canal and sink their boats. If they don't have boats, I'll bite a knife and hide along the riverbank. If someone doesn't pay attention, I'll climb up and cut his neck. I'm very good at fighting. My classmates in the school all know that. Really, do you believe me? I believe you. I believe that you are a good child. But if you want to build a boat, you can't build it just by looking. You have to learn the skills. You have to know the balance of the boat and calculate the displacement. We can either not build a boat or build the best one. At least in the school, we can't let other people's boats surpass ours, right? When the pool is dug out and you lose, how shameful will it be? The referees thought about many things in an instant and said these words in the end. The child bowed his head and thought for a moment. Then he turned around and walked back. After walking a dozen steps, he turned back and said, I'm going back to the school. There are teachers teaching other things. I have to learn well. When fighting, I have to rush to the front. Goodbye. The child waved his hand and ran away. The adjudicator also waved his hand with a smile on his face. Chapter 1002. Just like Zhang Xiaobao, Zhang Shogui had 2 additional models representing the pillars of smoke on the sand table. The only difference was that Zhang Xiaobao had not received any other information. He had received a message from the radio station, from the 1st Vanguard Brigade. It said that when they circled around the burning forest from the south, they found 2 smoke pillars rising from the mountains and determined that the enemy was using them to transmit signals. They sent people to investigate, but Fuyang was surrounded by rolling hills and thick fog, making it impossible to see with binoculars. Until now, they hadn't received any useful information. The commander of the 1st Brigade had the surname Yang, and his first name was Chong. When he saw the messenger placing the smoke pillars on his sand table, he deliberately asked why there were only smoke pillars and no traces of the enemy. We have binoculars, so we should be able to find them. The scout team has already advanced several dozen li. The messenger replied that the referees had found a way to hide the enemy based on their report. Furthermore, the fog was too thick, so they determined that they hadn't found the enemy. Zhang Shogui looked at the smoke pillars on the sand table and ordered the 1st Brigade to protect the ammunition and be careful of the enemy's sneak attack. Find out the number of troops the enemy is in. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have such speed of transmission. Not only did he not transmit the information, he also didn't allow him to steal the radio station and use it. He turned to Li Longji and asked, Your Majesty, who do you think the enemy is? Is there a need to ask? Of course you can guess what it is. Of course I know. I can go to the central sand table, so don't think of getting any information from me. Otherwise, I'll consider you breaking the rules. Li Longji was just about to say something when he suddenly realized that the information he received was different from Zhang Xiaobao's. He knew everyone's movements, so he glared at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be enlightened and said, Oh, right, you're different from me. I forgot. I thought you didn't know either. Let's guess together. Since you haven't gone to the central sand table, guess, how do you think my logistics team will fight? This time, Li Longji really didn't know. There were many people in the panel of judges, and they had to analyze and evaluate all sorts of information, as well as the tactics given by the commanders of the battalions and squadrons. Only then would they be able to give a rough estimate of the losses suffered by both sides. Li Longji was stumped for a moment, but he didn't want to admit that he couldn't do it. After thinking hard, he said with a firm expression and an uncertain tone, Isn't that simple? They have guns and cannons, as well as all kinds of auxiliary weapons. If you want to fight with cold weapons, you can only run to the mountains. You can use bows and arrows to attack from a high vantage point, but your troop only has 2,500 people, while the enemy's troop has countless people. Let's not talk about the difference in numbers, but you're at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. I think the enemy will bring their cannons over and bombard the mountain where your regiment is at. Li Longji almost spilled the beans. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the model of a regiment on Zhang Xiaobao's sand table. The model had already been placed on one of the mountains on the sand table, so it was obvious that it was at a high vantage point. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled and didn't care at all. He then asked his godfather, "Godfather, how do you think my regiment will fight?" Gao Lisher was very nervous now. The battle was about to begin, and the first real clash between both sides had been waiting for so long. Who would win and who would lose? In his own situation, Xiaobao only had a logistics team in the Fuyang area, while the enemy had a brigade. It was 2,500 people against 5,000 people, and this was in a situation where there was a huge disparity in weapons. After thinking for a while, he said, "It won't be easy to fight, unless you want to burn down the mountain again. That way, you can hide first and then light up the fire. Perhaps you can take the enemy down with you before they know it." However, the enemy general isn't stupid. He's someone who has been learning from Cuckoo for 3 years. Since she put him in this position, it means that he's capable enough. Gao Lisher had also unknowingly let his mouth slip. When he said that he had been learning for 3 years, Zhang Xiaobao knew that the other party wasn't Zhang Shogui. Seeing that his godfather still wanted to say more, he hurriedly stopped him. "Godfather, you can't say any more. That's not fair. Let's just watch." Li Longji was vexed because he couldn't see anything. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any advanced communication tools, so he couldn't reflect the real-time situation on the battlefield. After watching for a while, Li Longji got up and left the room. He walked towards the sand table in the center. When he got there, he was shocked. Just now, he had seen a model of an entire battalion on Zhang Xiaobao's sand table. Now, all that was left on the model was the flag of the regiment and the number of people in the battalion. The rest of the people had spread out. 2 battalions had run to the 2 mountains in front of the regiment headquarters, while less than a battalion of soldiers had hidden in an even higher mountain behind the regiment headquarters. Seeing the situation, Li Longji suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Because Xiao Bao's communication speed is slow, he doesn't know how the regiment is arranged. All he knows is that there's a symbol there. This is the previous arrangement. After muttering to himself, Li Longji was puzzled. Then why is Xiao Bao smiling? Could it be that he knows the current situation of the regiment? When the referees next to him heard the emperor's question, they explained, "According to our judgment, Zhang Xiaobao does know because he was the one who came up with the idea. Wang Wan's troops are the same. They are using the tunnel tactic, and it's not the ordinary kind where they directly dig a tunnel. Instead, they're using a trench. Their people are staying in the trench. When the cannonballs fall, their casualties will be very small, and it will be more difficult for the bullets to hit them. If the 2 sides are fighting when they are 100 steps away, their bows and arrows and throwing spears made of local trees won't be in a disadvantageous situation." Li Longji stood there and thought carefully for a while. He nodded and said, "If they are looking down from a higher ground within 100 steps, they won't be in a disadvantageous position. Both sides can attack each other. The difference is that if the battle goes on for a long time, they won't be able to draw their bows, but the other side won't have a problem shooting. The difference between the bullet and the arrow is also different. How do you judge?" In reply to Your Majesty's question, we have done experiments, and it is indeed so. The bullet is more lethal, while the arrow is less lethal. Therefore, if the battle goes on for a long time, we judge that Zhang Xiaobao's side has fewer arrows, and it will be disadvantageous for them to snipe. The referees had already done experiments on this problem, so when Li Longji asked, he answered, "All right, let me see how they will fight." Li Longji didn't continue to ask about the rules this time. He sat on the chair that someone brought over and asked someone to bring him tea. He drank while watching. The people on the battlefield had different thoughts. Yang Chong, the commander of the 1st Brigade at the vanguard, couldn't wait for the report from the scouts. He anxiously circled the sand table twice and gave an order. On the mountain where the smoke pillar was discovered, the artillery battalion attack. Plow that small mountain for me. After the bombardment, my 1st regiment will go up and occupy the high ground. Zhang Xiaobao's regiment was hiding in the 1st battalion at the front, which was the mountain where the smoke pillar was lit. The commander's surname was Shi, and his name was Chun Jinxiang. Shi Chun also had a sand table in front of him. After lighting his cigarette, he arranged his own battalion according to what he had learned before. Order all members of my battalion to enter the tunnel and prepare to endure the enemy's artillery fire. When the enemy is done, continue to hide. When we see the enemy's ground troops coming up and entering the range, then give them a good beating. The messenger immediately ran out to report. After a while, he ran back and said to Shi Chun, "Shi Jinxiang, Sir, the enemy's artillery shells have already landed. The various traps that we have placed in front of us have been determined to be almost completely destroyed. Our scouts at the front have discovered that the enemy has about a regiment of soldiers following behind the artillery fire and quickly charging towards the mountain where we are." Shi Chun nodded. He looked at the sand table and shook his head helplessly. That idiot actually using artillery to open a path. What's the rush? If it were me, I would wait and slowly grind them down. They have such a good weapon, but they still have to attack. The messenger pouted and muttered, "They have such a good weapon, but they still don't attack." "What do you know? Ask the referees. How did the enemy charge?" Shi Chun gave another order. The referees determined that without prior request, the enemy's first regiment is running and charging. The bullets are already loaded and ready to attack the target that suddenly appears. The messenger ran back and forth and answered. "Distance?" Shi Chun asked again. "The artillery fire has already passed. The first regiment is about 300 steps away from our front line and is still quickly approaching," the messenger replied. At this time, there was not only one messenger but two. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, so the speed of information transmission had to be fast. Shi Chun nodded. "Order. When the enemy is 30 steps away from the first line, throw out spears from the trenches. The second line, after 30 meters, use bows and arrows to attack the trenches. The third line, soldiers in the trenches, prepare to become the first line at any time. The fourth line to the trenches continue to hide." "Understood. All lines of defense have received the order. Report. Our first and second trenches are engaged in battle. The referees determined that because the enemy's attack formation is too dense, the front line has suffered heavy losses. Report. The enemy has temporarily stopped attacking and laid down on the ground. They have begun to shoot at our first line of trenches and throw grenades. Our side has begun to suffer casualties. Order. The first line of troops quietly retreat from the tunnel beside the trenches. As they retreat, throw spears without aiming and meet up with the second line of troops." Shi Chun stood beside the sand table and gave the order. Soon, the enemy's regiment felt that the enemy's attack strength had weakened and gradually disappeared. If they had not just fought, they would have thought that there was no one on the battlefield. The regiment commander of this regiment was called Kong Lu. At this moment, he was standing in the room. He was not happy at all when the messenger came to say that the enemy's attack had disappeared. Instead, he was very angry. His regiment had more than 1,500 people. Along the way, they had been in front of the artillery fire while they were at the back. He thought that it would be easy for them to go up. Under normal circumstances, if you had already lit up the smoke column, how could you still stay on the mountain? You clearly knew that the difference in weapons was too great, so you should have used your fastest speed to retreat after sending the message. In the end, the artillery fire was pushed over first, and his side followed behind. Why did the referees determine that his side had lost more than 100 people in just one exchange? The explanation given was that the people in front of his side had been attacked by arrows and spears. How was that possible? In the end, he did not need to ask. The messenger said that the people in front had sent back information that the enemy's people were hiding in a hole that they had dug. At a distance of 30 steps, his side had been caught off guard. Kong Lu patted his chest. More than 100 people had been defeated, just like that. The enemy probably did not suffer any heavy losses. The battle was too cowardly. His side had the most advanced weapons. Send a message to the brigade headquarters. say that our regiment has been stubbornly attacked by the enemy. We can't determine the exact situation of the enemy, so temporarily stop the attack. In addition, the enemy has a deep hole to hide in. As for the artillery fire, the casualties are not heavy. We can also organize an attack on the spot. Over. This time Kong Lu was obedient. Just now he thought that he could easily occupy this hill and wait for the next order. Who knew that the enemy was completely different from what he had imagined? The commander of the 1st Brigade, Yang Chang, quickly received Kong Lu's message. He was so angry that he slammed the small table beside him. Trash! Cover the enemy with the artillery fire. You actually scared them in one exchange. What's there to be afraid of with more than 100 people dead? Charge, this is good. They have made the right choice. Order the 1st Regiment to charge at all costs. Fire your guns and charge. I don't believe that they can stop our attack. Yang Chang did not care about Kong Lu's report that they would temporarily retreat and discuss before attacking. He gave the order to continue the attack. Kong Lu received the order, thought about it, and learned to be smart. My regiment will attack in groups. His regiment immediately showed the formation of waves on the sand table. Report, the enemy is attacking in groups. They are charging towards our position again. The messenger reported to Shi Chun. Again? All right, I'll let them know today that in close quarters, long guns are not that useful other than pistols and submachine guns. Men, pass down my order. When the enemy's 1st group enters the trench, the 2nd row of trenches will fire smoke arrows into the 1st row of trenches. Large saber squad. Charge out from both sides with wet cloths on your faces. Enter the 1st row from both sides and kill them. Shi Chun appeared very confident at this time. He was confident that he could beat the enemy down again. The referee's decision was Kong Lu's 1st Battalion's 1st group of more than 150 people kept firing as they jogged forward. They did not encounter any attacks even when they reached the trench. Then they looked down and saw that there was no one in the trench. They all jumped down, intending to use the trench as their own trench and then set up a defensive line. But as soon as they jumped down, they realized that there was a problem. The height was different. When they were watching the enemy fight, they were able to expose their upper bodies. But when they jumped down, why were they directly above their heads? When Lilongji heard the referees narrate the situation to him like a story, he was puzzled and asked, "What's going on?" Because Shi Chun's group was standing on a stool, they appeared to be very high. That's why the referees decided that after the enemy's group jumped in, they would not be able to climb back up immediately. The referees explained to Lilongji, "That works too. What's the situation now?" Lilongji's eyes widened. Who came up with this idea? As expected of the logistics team, Xiao Bao's sinister style could be found in this. Your Majesty, the current situation is that the enemy's 2nd trench is firing smoke arrows into the 1st trench. The top of the 1st trench is already filled with smoke. The 2nd attacking group has also jumped into the trench, while the 3rd group is still approaching. The 2 defending groups are wielding large sabers as they slash their way from the 2 sides of the 1st trench to the center. The referees took into consideration that the 1st group jumped into a trench that was too high and lacked morale. On the other hand, due to the smoke, their eyes and breathing were affected. In the end, the attacking group did not even use their bayonets, so they were not a match for the defending group at all. The referees decided that the ratio of casualties was 20-1. This was because the 1st group that came into contact with the 1st group was not all of the attacking group. Instead, the referees were more familiar with the terrain. The referees continued to explain the situation to Lilongji. Lilongji frowned and asked in disbelief, "The ratio of casualties is that high?" "Yes. One is due to familiarity with the terrain, one is due to psychological changes, one is due to the smoke, and one is due to weapons not being suitable for close combat. This is the ratio given by the referees." "All right, I understand. Continue." Lilongji fell silent and fell into deep thought. The two armies had just met, but the one with superior weapons was defeated by the other. If the great Tang's army could do this, how could they invade the other side? Oh, did they use military force to help the other side develop? Kong Lu was also angry. Attack, attack, this is great. Send out orders and report that the attack was blocked. Order all troops to stop attacking and slowly retreat. Fire at the smoke and don't let the other side rush over. Open up a distance and ask the referees, how did my men fight? Why is there no specific information sent back? Reporting Lord Kong. The referees said that because the troops at the front were unable to transmit any information, they did not send back any specific information. However, the third group heard the battle cries, and the two groups at the front of our army should be engaging in close combat with the other side. The messenger gave this answer. Kong Lu said angrily, "What I want to know is, why can't my men transmit any information? Don't tell me they don't know how to escape. Can't they just run back? Are they stupid enough to use guns without bayonets to engage in close combat with the other side? Lord Kong, you have two choices. The first is to continue sending people to investigate. The second is for you to hand over command and go to the center of the sand table to investigate." The messenger said these words again. These words had become the most common thing they said in the past few days. If I don't hand it over, fine. Send a message to the brigade headquarters. Tell them that our attack has been blocked. The two groups at the front are unsure whether they are dead or alive. The enemy's first trench is filled with smoke, and they are unable to continue attacking. Tell them to retreat and rest. Kong Lu was also going all out. Even if the brigade headquarters ordered them to attack, they could not continue. These were his brothers. How could they descend in wave after wave? In the end, they did not even know how many people the other side had. Chapter 1003. When Yang Chang received the news from the assault regiment, he angrily smashed the cup. They were beaten down again. The first time, more than 100 people died. This time, more than 300 people won't be able to come back. We are the great Tang's hot weapons army, and they are the native cold weapons army. Who can tell me? How did they end up like this? You know, right? They don't have cannons or radios. They have to expend a lot of effort just to send a message, and they might not even be able to send the message back. I admit that Wang Wan is good at fighting, but she can't be using radios to command, right? Our soldiers rushed up and were beaten down. We should at least know the reason, right? But now we don't even know the reason. Yang Chang didn't know what to say. His side had fought too badly. Although the deaths of his soldiers were all fake, the judging panel's judgment was based on the situation closest to reality. On his side, other than the hot air balloon troops that were brought down by the enemy at the beginning, his brigade was the first to encounter the enemy. Before understanding the enemy's situation, he had already lost so many people. Once the military selection was over, shouldn't his current position be changed? My lord, you smashed a cup. When the time comes, you will have to compensate. Moreover, the judging panel will give you an evaluation of not being calm. You must consider this carefully. The messenger kindly reminded him that the military selection was held especially for Wang Wan, but at the same time it was a test for the generals of the court. It tested their performance during command, their ability to judge the situation on the battlefield, their ability to coordinate, and their ability to deduce battle tactics. All of these were included in this test. Compensate, compensate. Who can tell me what's going on? I'll compensate him with the money for 100 cups. If I fail this military selection and get demoted, how will I face my wife and children when I get home? Will I tell them that their man and father aren't good at anything normally, but once they encounter a real situation they will be exposed? Then I might as well just die. This was the first thing that came to Yang Chang's mind. A few days ago, he heard that the emperor went to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's room. He was very happy and felt that his side's weapons were more advanced. At the same time, no one really died. He even treated the soldiers as data. Now he finally realized that it was not like that. If he did not command well, his position would be changed after the martial arts examination. He believed that if any of the generals on the sand table retreated at the last minute, the emperor would kill them before the martial arts examination was over. Because if you could shrink back on the sand table, there was no need to mention the real world. The moment you chose to shrink back, you would be committing a capital crime, even if it wasn't a real battlefield. Yang Chang was angry for a while, but he finally calmed down. This was because the referees had already warned him twice. If he could not continue to command, he could choose to hand over his power. Even if in theory generals could be so agitated on the battlefield, the emperor could not stand it. Li Longji was also not happy. This battle was fought by them. They had guns and cannons, but in the end they were obstructed at every step. Look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. While waiting for news from the army, they could still deal with the business at home. They could still send messages to Xiao Bei and the others every day and chat with them. However, the results were as good as they should have been. What if they were also equipped with radio stations? He reckoned that they would send out orders one after another, and they would have started a fierce offensive long ago. A brigade was blocked in the Fuyang area by a regiment with slightly more people. Just wait for a while and they will figure out where your main force is. A regiment cannot take down the high ground occupied by a battalion. At the beginning, you should be more careful and send people to the back of the mountain. So what if the distance is longer? Do you have to take the high ground today? Li Longji looked at the situation in the Fuyang area on the sand table and criticized unhappily. Empress Wang was also looking at it. When she heard the emperor say this, she said, "Your Majesty, you can't say that. You're looking at the sand table. How can Yang Chang's brigade and Kong Lu's regiment know what is going on? You have to consider that the side representing Tang is made up of current generals. They have advanced weapons, smooth communication, and elite soldiers. But you have to think about it. Who are their opponents? They are not indigenous generals. The generals they are fighting are all commanders specially trained by the Zhang family and Wang family. For example, Shi Jinxiang, who is guarding the mountain, has been learning from Cuckoo for at least 8 years. He was even sent to Tubo to personally command the battlefield. Wu Huifei was also angry just now. The Tang army was too cowardly. Now that she heard Empress Wang's words, she understood. She said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, Sister Empress is right. The opponents the Tang generals are facing are not ordinary people. It is inconceivable that Wang Wan's team could not achieve such a result. What are they learning?" This was the way the great Tang army used their weapons. Their understanding of these weapons far surpassed the great Tang generals. Just look at how Shi Chun dug the trenches and how he calculated the advantages and disadvantages of the enemy's weapons in the trenches. Also, why was Wang able to bring down the hot air balloons? That's because he is in charge of the aerial troops in Cuckoo's house when they are practicing on the sand table. How can he not understand? Hearing the words of the two, Li Longji blinked and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's like that. The opponents the Tang army is facing are not the natives, but the most elite commanders of our great Tang. Rather than saying that they are fighting the natives, it would be more accurate to say that the two commanders of our great Tang are using different weapons to practice. However, when our great Tang generals command the army, they're always thinking of fighting the natives. Thus, when that regiment charged, they acted as though there was nothing wrong with it and continued to charge up the mountain. After saying this, Li Longji sighed. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. He could only wait for the generals to come to their senses and figure out what kind of opponent they were facing. Those who were unable to react in time would wait for the martial selection to end before readjusting their positions. After all, they were no longer suited to continue being generals. Otherwise, they would cause the deaths of the outstanding soldiers of the great Tang. Let's see how the 1st Brigade of the vanguard will fight. I reckon that after a while, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to figure out where Zhang Shogui's main vanguard force is. Li Longji sat back down, picked up his teacup and slowly sipped his tea, still guarding the mountain. Shi Chun listened to the reports from the scouts he had sent out. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "Light the smoke signals and tell the main force that the enemy we are facing is not the main force of the vanguard." The smoke signals quickly began to rise from the mountain. Following a certain pattern, they began to rise into the air one after another. When they reached a certain distance, small groups of scouts scattered in various places would light the smoke signals in accordance with the situation in front of them. Along the way, the speed was not slow at all. Furthermore, the smoke was rising from all over the place, making it impossible for the enemy to determine who the smoke was for, nor what the message was for. The only thing they knew was that wherever the smoke was, there would definitely be people from the other side. As for how many people there were, they did not know. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still waiting for news from the front, especially from Fuyang. The true first battle would begin here. If they could not understand the situation of the enemy and complete the mission of containing them, then the situation would become very grim. Reporting. News from Fuyang. Fuyang is not part of the main vanguard force. Based on the number of people, it should be a brigade. Under the expectations of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the messenger finally entered the room and said the words that the two of them wanted to hear the most. Not the main force. Based on Zhang Shogui's calculations, his main force should be on the other side and not behind Fuyang. What is he planning to do? Zhang Xiaobao felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. As long as they found the main force of the enemy vanguard, everything would be easy to deal with. Whether it was finding an opportunity to annihilate them or avoiding them, anything was fine. What else could it be? He wants to occupy Mount Huangshan. He likes to take risks and is an opportunist. If he really does occupy Mount Huangshan, then when we make a move, we will have to worry about him behind us. He might even be planning to lure our main force to Mount Huangshan. When the time comes, he will let me see the power of the artillery network formed by the mountainous terrain. Humph! Wang Wan's eyes were fixed on the model of Mount Huangshan. Give the order. Our main force is to march toward Mount Huangshan. Xiao Bao, your logistics team, is to follow them. Why are the logistics team moving so quickly? Pass down my order. The logistics team is to fight on their own and raise the flag of our regular army. The logistics team southeast of Mount Huangshan is to be careful of the main force of the enemy vanguard. If they discover them, they are to delay them as much as possible. The other logistics team near Fuyang is to cooperate with our logistics team and eliminate the 1st Brigade as much as possible. Also, let them know that our main force is nearby. Zhang Xiaobao directly moved the logistics team to the front as the main force. In truth, his goal was very simple. He wanted to use this batch of people to exchange for the enemy's ammunition consumption. In this way, Wang Wan's main force was preserved. Other than the sniper battalion that was probably gone, the rest were still there, waiting for an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. Pass down my order to the main force of the vanguard. Our 1st Brigade is temporarily unable to take Fuyang and is currently surrounding it. We suspect that the enemy's main force is hiding nearby. The enemy is defending with all their might. Facing our artillery fire, they are not retreating a single step. Yang Chang drank 2 large bowls of cold water. His stomach was cold, so he used a wet towel to wipe his face. After feeling much more awake, he sent a message to the vanguard, following which he looked at the sand table and squinted his eyes. He said to the messenger, "Pass down my order." Our artillery unit continued to bombard the enemy at Highland 535. When the messenger went to pass down the order, Yang Chang said angrily, "I don't believe that your trench can withstand 1 attack and can withstand 2 or 3 more. If I don't shoot you down, you will always be like a nail nailed to this place. How can my 1st Brigade not be able to advance? Also, tell Kong Lu to continue to attack. Even if there is only 1 person left, he must occupy Highland 535. When Kong Lu received the order, he gritted his teeth and scolded. Motherfucker, there are still 2 groups in front of me whose fate is unknown. If you continue to bombard them, what are they going to do? Men, organize the troops for me. Follow the cannon fire and charge. Reporting the enemy is continuing to bombard us with artillery fire. Behind them, the attacking troops are once again in a strong offensive formation. When the enemy was firing, Shi Chun received the news. Shi Chun panted heavily and nodded slowly. They are playing hard with me. Fine, I will give you a battalion. When the time comes, I will die for my country. Do you really think I am a native? Even if I die, I will bite off a piece of meat from you. Pass down my order. Give up the first and second lines of defense. Soldiers, retreat to the back of the 4th line of defense and build fortifications there. As for the 3rd line of defense, hand over the spears and bows to the soldiers at the 4th line of defense. The 3rd line of defense is not to engage in long-range attacks. Lie down and wait for the enemy to come up. When the enemy arrives, we will fight them head-on. Shi Chun clearly knew that this was a sand table, but he still stared until his eyes turned red. This was a habit. During normal training, they had to be completely focused. Otherwise, Wang Wan would be very disappointed. The result of disappointing Wang Wan was that Zhang Xiaobao would be angry. The result was needless to say. He would be kicked out of the group. Sir, are you okay? It is just a sand table. Don't be like this. I will get you a doctor. The messenger was frightened by Shi Chun's focus and asked softly. Shi Chun waved his hand. It's fine. What can happen to me? I'm an elite among commanders. My mission is to command people to kill others or let my people die. If I'm the only one left, I won't be captured alive. I know this is a sand table. When I was fighting in Tibet, I also looked at sand tables and maps when I commanded. However, every command I gave decided the happiness of many people. I did not rush to the front lines. Of course, if there is a need, I will rush to the front lines. Therefore, in my eyes, the sand table is the truest reflection of life. The messenger saluted. Sir, you are a good general. There is no good or bad in a general. There is only victory and defeat. Pass down my order again. Light the smoke signal. Tell the 2nd Battalion to ignore my 1st Battalion and follow the plan. Wei Wei shook her head and gave another order. Yes, pass down the order. Light the smoke signal. The messenger also started to join in and treated himself as a real messenger. The cannonballs of the artillery battalion once again rained down on Shi Chun's position. The messengers came to report the casualties on their side from time to time. These were the rough estimates given by the adjudicators. Shi Chun listened quietly, but his expression did not change. It was as if the people who died were not his soldiers. This was because he knew that if his emotions fluctuated too much, more of his brothers would die. Therefore, he endured and tried his best not to think about who had died. Kong Lu ordered the troops to charge forward and followed the artillery fire. This time, they did not encounter any counterattacks. However, when the troops in front of them reached the first trench, they sent back a piece of news that he did not want to believe. Reporting the soldiers of the 1st Squad and 2nd Squad of our 1st Battalion have been discovered. The trench they are in is higher than the height of the human body. When our artillery fell, they were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with approximately 2 squads of the enemy. The 2 small groups of the enemy were completely annihilated. Our 2 large groups of more than 300 people have survived. Most of the survivors are injured. Some were cut by the enemy's swords, and some were hit by our artillery fire. The messenger reported to Kong Lu. Understood. Continue to attack. This time, Kong Lu did not smash anything. He waited for the messenger to pass down the order. However, he did not know why, but tears suddenly gushed out of his eyes. Like a wronged child, he muttered to himself, "Why are the shots so accurate this time?" They died under their own artillery shells. 2 small groups for 2 large groups of mine on the real battlefield. How can the rest of my attacking troops fight? How much of our morale will be affected? I admit that the Tang soldiers can fight to the death and not retreat, but they can't die like this. The model changes and data summarization in the center of the sand table were not affected by the emotions of the two generals. They were still going on. After surviving this round of artillery fire, when the enemy came to the trench of the third line of defense, the soldiers of Shi Chun's third line of defense, who were still alive, picked up machetes and wooden spears. They jumped out and followed the enemies who already had bayonets on their spears, starting a desperate hand-to-hand battle. At such a close distance, cold weapons finally played their role. The soldiers of the fourth line of defense, who were still alive, did not stop shooting arrows and throwing spears. The arrows and spears drew an arc, flying over the heads of their own people and landing on the soldiers behind the enemy. The troops of the first and second line of defense move forward through the trench and retake the first and second line of defense. Set up camp on the spot. Reserve troops get ready. Shi Chun listened to the messenger run over from time to time to report the death count of his side. His expression was still calm, giving people the feeling that he was neither happy nor worried. Thus, in the center of the sand table, the referee continued to carry out the plan according to the rules they had previously agreed upon. Moreover, the model on the sand table was constantly moving. Although it could not be said to be too specific, the general idea could be seen. The soldiers of the first and second trenches who had retreated from the front and moved forward again would fight with the soldiers of the first and second trenches who had jumped down to advance through the trenches. Only when Shi Chun also threw in the reserve troops did they manage to push back a regiment of the enemy. This battle began late at night. The referee decided that it was late, and the great Tang side withdrew. Shi Chun also began to count the number of soldiers. A battalion of nearly 800 people had fought all day, but only 300 or so were left. Including those who were injured and did not leave the battlefield, there were only around 300 people left. I admit that the artillery of my great Tang is truly formidable, but I have to say that you used the wrong weapon. It's a pity to give you such advanced weapons. After knowing the number of people left, Shi Chun closed his eyes in a daze for a while. When he opened them again, his gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of the room and looked at the room where the great Tang general was. Kong Lu and Shi Chun felt different. The death count was out. The referee said that their regiment of more than 1,500 people had less than 600 people left after the battle, and the position was still in the hands of the enemy. Why? Who do you blame? I said that I wouldn't charge, but the people behind told me to charge. I charged, and it ended up like this? At this time, Shi Chun had already walked to the room where Yang Chong was. He was in the same army, so he could come and take a look because there was a meeting to be held. Yang Chong's face was gloomy. He did not expect the battle to be so bitter, but he knew that the referee's judgment was close to the truth. Perhaps if it had been a real battle, his side would have suffered even greater losses. At this time, he finally said the most correct words. Because we were all wrong. Our opponents weren't the motherfucking natives at all. We were facing military officers that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao's families had been training in batches for more than 10 years. Even the ones who had studied for the least amount of time were still many years older than us. Every time a new weapon is made, they're the first to use it and then gradually spread it to the entire army. If it is a very powerful weapon, only a small number of elite troops can use it, and the inspection is very strict. Our opponents are them. They have studied the advantages and disadvantages of the various arms the most. Brothers, this is a real battle. They are not playing with us. If we can't win this time, let's go home and farm together. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, seeing that we are colleagues, I think they can ask the Sinong Temple to give us some good seeds. I believe the output will be very high. Now there are only two choices. One is to be more serious and not have the mentality of a game. They have never thought of this. Look at the people guarding the mountain. How often do they transfer and allocate troops? Look at us. We don't have the quick change of command on the battlefield. If you still think this is a sand table simulation, when my brigade is gone, let's get together and think about where to farm. We can resign ourselves. We don't have to wait for His Majesty to personally say so. When the generals heard Yang Chang's words, they all lowered their heads. They had to admit that they had thought too simply of this martial arts examination. They had thought that it was just a game for Wang Wan, but now they realized that it was also a test for themselves. Fight the natives, fight the natives. Bullshit natives. How could the natives play tactics to such an extent? Where were the natives from? It looked like they had been more careful. They were not afraid of losing, but they were afraid of losing without knowing why. That way, His Majesty would be very angry. Logically speaking, Li Longji should be sleepy at this time, but he was still very energetic. He looked at the sand table, nodding and shaking his head. He said, "It's 4-1, and the battle is still going on. Tonight, many people will not be able to sleep. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are indeed powerful." Wu Huifei was not sleepy. She hoped that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao would lose, although their status would not be affected by winning or losing, and she also admitted that she could not win against them. She still hoped that they would lose. In the end, any of the generals that they casually sent out to command the battle could make absolutely brilliant tactical cooperation. Their main forces had not even moved yet, and the general in charge of the main forces was someone who had studied for more than 10 years. Therefore, she said with jealousy, if all the generals of the Tang Empire were replaced by the generals of Cuckoo and Xiaobao, they would definitely be more powerful than they are now. Cuckoo and Xiaobao are indeed powerful, but what is truly powerful is not the ability that they have shown, but the talent that they have cultivated from a long time ago. Sister, don't you think so? Wu Huifei asked Empress Wang. Empress Wang glanced at Wu Huifei unhappily. She was not stupid. How could she not understand the meaning of the words, but she still nodded. Yes, my adopted daughter Cuckoo is powerful, but they have never actively used this ability to attack the people of the Tang Empire, unless others want to make trouble for them. Every time they make trouble for them, they will first retreat, but some people think that they are afraid and want a yard when given an inch. The result is needless to say. My daughter Li Jun is also by their side, and now she's running around with Xiaobei. Xiaobei, this crazy girl, always does things that people can't imagine. I'm really afraid that she will teach my daughter Panner to be like her. How much will I have to worry about her in the future? What do you think Xiaobei has been doing all day? She only knows how to play tricks. A child, like an adult, knows how to scheme. It's not good. Wu Huifei listened to Empress Wang's words and became even more jealous of Wang Wan. How could Empress Wang speak like this in the past? What did she mean that Xiaobei was not good? Was she bluffing? It was true that Xiaobei could cause trouble, but he knew when to be obedient and when to be cute. Wasn't she saying that she played tricks like a child? If Cuckoo had not taken you away and protected you, would you still be sitting on the Empress's seat now? Li Longji also heard that his 2 women were scheming against each other again. Why bother? After thinking about it, he decided to smooth things over. Speaking of Xiaobei, I still don't know about their tax exemption. Seeing that it's late, I don't know if they are asleep. Send a message. This time, use my intelligence network to ask them. Li Longji was not just saying this casually. He found someone, said a few words, and the message was sent out. Xiaobei was about to go crazy from playing. How could she think about sleeping? The last time she came, there was a flood, so she took a group of children to Old Willow Village to seek refuge. Now that the children had gone back, those who were supposed to go to school went to school, and those who were supposed to be naughty were naughty. Xiaobei did not have to be as busy as last time. The market, which should have been closed, continued because of their arrival. During the day, there was a group of people, and at night, when they heard the news, they quickly gathered some goods and sent them to another group of people outside the village. The methane pool had just started to be dug, and the efficiency was already very high. During the day, they started to work at night. However, there was no methane to light the fire, so the people in the market made their own torches to illuminate the market. Xiao Bei liked bustling places the most. When she saw that there was a night market at night, she ate too much at noon and did not eat dinner. She followed a group of village children to class for 2 hours and then began to play after school. When it was dark, she took a group of people to the market. This time, the market was not like the one during the day, where there were all kinds of people. Instead, it was specially checked, and the people selling things were very cheap. They were so cheap that they were lower than the cost of production. They were not doing it to make money, but to see Xiao Bei and the others. Many people believed that if you had a kind heart, then you would be lucky when you saw Xiao Bei and the others. If you had a guilty conscience, the moment you saw Xiao Bei and the others was the moment of bad luck. It was just like the bridge that led to the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County. If you wanted to swear, you had to stand on the railing above. If you were sincere, you would be very stable unless there was a strong wind. But if you were not, you would fall. It was very accurate and had never been wrong. It was said that there was once a person who swore while riding on the railing. His hands were tightly grasping the railing, thinking that he would not fall. In the end, after he said the oath, he fainted because it was false. If it were not for the people in charge of rescuing him in the river, he would have drowned. The people who came to set up the stall at night had this thought. They did not think that they were bad people. Therefore, even if they were strictly checked, they stood there very obediently and waited. If anyone dared to say something like, "Why don't you believe me?" they probably did not need to do anything. Someone else would take them away first. You're afraid of being checked? What are you thinking? Therefore, when Xiao Bei strolled around the night market, there were obviously not as many guards around him as during the day. After the inspection, the knife sellers were not allowed, the ironware sellers were not allowed, and the candy sellers were searched first. Then they carefully looked at the candy and asked him to eat it first. Then they found a doctor to examine it. It was so strict, but everyone felt that it was right. Those were Xiao Bei and the others. They absolutely could not allow anything to happen to them. "How much is this?" Xiao Bei led a group of children to a girl's stall selling jewelry and asked, "No, it's free." The girl shrank her neck in fear, but she wanted to see Xiao Bei, so she raised her head, giving people an awkward feeling. "Why is it free? Do you do charity too?" Xiao Bei asked in surprise. "What charity? Have you seen people give out jewelry for charity?" "Ah, when you see people so poor that they can't afford jewelry, you give them a set?" Little Yuan said from the side, "Little Yuan, you're going against me today, right? Sister, why don't your jewelry cost money?" Xiao Bei pouted at Little Yuan and turned back to ask the girl selling jewelry with a smile. The girl hesitated for a while before saying in a low voice, I want you to prove to me that our family didn't take other people's gold. No matter how much they took, other than the normal consumption, we didn't steal their gold. That's why I'm here. I dare to face you directly. I'm an honest person. My family did not do anything wrong. When they sent the gold to make jewelry, they insisted that my family stole it. Then, they spread the news everywhere in the village. Xiao Bei was taken aback. Ah, steal gold? Your family makes jewelry? Your skills are not bad. Look at this swallow. The golden thread is very thin, but it's very uniform. Is it gold, Little Yuan? How would I know? Whether it's gold or not needs to be tested. Can you tell? And there's even a question of purity. Even if you throw it into water to calculate how much water comes out, it won't work. Unless it's a big piece of jewelry. It's so small, how can you tell? Little Yuan held the swallow hairpin and gestured at Xiao Bei's head as she said, Someone who knows about gold. Come here and let me see. Xiao Bei turned around and asked the person following him. Someone really came out. It was an old man who was also from the inner courtyard. Everyone in the family specialized in making jewelry for the master. He took the hairpin, weighted on the back of his hand, and shook his head. It's not pure. It's a little too light. How do you know? Xiao Bei asked curiously. Having dealt with gold for a lifetime, I naturally know. I touch it every day, hit it every day, and measure it every day. The old man's answer was very straightforward. Xiao Bei understood. This was his experience. He asked the girl selling jewelry, "Is it like this?" The girl nodded repeatedly. "Yes, this is only 70% gold. The rest is copper. This one is normally sold for 700 copper coins, but you can take it directly. As long as you help me prove it, all the things in my stall are yours." Xiao Bei thought for a moment and pulled little Yuan and a few others together to whisper again. After a while, he returned and said to the girl, "All right, I'll take all the jewelry you want. All right, I'll take all the jewelry you're displaying now. I'll ask about you and see if I can help you prove it. Of course, if you're lying, I'll know. I'm very good." "Really? Thank you, thank you. Take them all. Add them together, and it's more than 50 strings of coins. I know because I'm very smart." Xiao Bei helped her name the price of a pile of jewelry. The girl was dumbfounded and asked in disbelief, "How do you know?" "I'm the most powerful Xiao Bei in the world. No one can lie in front of me, so I naturally know." Xiao Bei puffed out his chest and looked as though he was really very powerful. In fact, she only knew about it after asking the old man who made jewelry for her family. He could immediately estimate the price after touching it and looking at the workmanship. Without this ability, he wouldn't be able to do business in the Zhang family and Wang family's inner courtyard. The girl smiled. "It's like this. My family has been making jewelry for others for generations. Later, it was passed down to my father's generation. My father's craftsmanship isn't comparable to my grandfather's, but he is very serious about it. One day, someone came over and took a small piece of gold. After we weighed it, we began to make jewelry for them. It was a pair of bracelets. They didn't want any patterns on them. They just wanted us to leave our family's mark on them. After they took it back, they came back after a short while. They said that the weight was wrong and that there was less gold. However, it's impossible for my family to steal their gold, right? I don't know about that. Didn't they say that there's a natural loss when it melts? Did they count this in?" Xiao Bei didn't give her proof and instead asked a question. "Forget it. They said that it would be missing 0, 2 to 0, 5 grams. Their bracelets were 30 grams, and they even wanted my family's mark on them. They didn't see any scratches from a knife. However, they took it back and got us to weigh it. When we weighed it, we realized that 3 grams were missing. How is that possible? My family has been doing this for generations. It's impossible for us to consume so much gold. However, the mark was still there. They wanted to file a lawsuit and wanted us to compensate. They even said that they wouldn't let my family continue doing this business. Boo-hoo! As the girl spoke, she started crying. It was heartbreaking to hear. Xiao Bei was also confused. Then why are 3 grams missing? It's fine if it's 1 gram missing, right? But your family's mark is still there. Can't you tell which part of the bracelets was scraped off? Yes, my father admitted that he made the bracelets, but he couldn't explain why. Now my father is in prison. They said that they won't let my father out if they can't figure it out. We have to compensate them. Actually, it's nothing much. My family has some assets too. My family even sponsored a school. It's just that it's on our side. We don't care about a few grams of gold. But if our reputation is ruined, what will we do in the future? Will our family still be able to survive in the village?" The girl started crying again. Xiao Bei turned solemn as he asked, "What did your family sponsor the school for? How many people did you sponsor?" "My family is in charge of the school for 70 people, including their food, clothing, accommodation, and houses. Zhengzheng Construction gave us free teaching houses. They are bungalows, 12 of them. There's also a huge yard in front. I also go to school there. The teacher only taught me in the past. Later, he found 2 more students and then separated them. Our family is actually not bad. We have some money, but it wasn't easy for our family to be looked up to. Now that something like this happened, we can't afford to lose face. The girl was crying and talking helplessly. Xiao Bei was in a dilemma. He looked at Xiao Yuan, who was at a loss as well. Xiao Hai stood up at this moment. Logically speaking, since your family wants a reputation and doesn't lack money, you naturally wouldn't care about 3 grams of gold. You just said that after they took the bracelets back, they said that 3 grams were missing, right? They said that it was only a short time and that they didn't find any scratches on the bracelets, right? Yes. The girl pursed her lips and nodded. Then did they weigh the bracelets when they took them back? Xiao Hai asked again. Yes. It was normal when they took the bracelets and weighed them, but there was no contract signed. There was also no evidence. At that time, I told my father to get them to write a written agreement. My father said that there were no bad people, but that was it. We got it. You don't have evidence to prove that you didn't steal their gold, but their gold was indeed missing. Your family also admits that the mark was correct, right? Xiao Hai asked again. The girl kept nodding. Yes, that's right. My family's gold is different from the others. You're a fake. Unless you're very familiar with my family, you can't do it. There's a small part that's missing a little bit. Xiao Hai was also confused. He pulled his sister, Xiao Bei, and the others together to discuss again. This was a very small but very big problem. It involved not only money, but also reputation. In the end, the discussion was fruitless. This matter was too difficult for the 9 of them. Xiao Bei was both helpless and angry. Is there no way to prove it to both sides? Why don't we capture both sides and torture them? What are you talking about? Go send a message and ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Mother believes that no matter who is the liar, if we hand it over to Xiao Bao will know. At this moment, Jiang Wang clan walked over from behind Xiao Bei and the others and said to Xiao Bei, Yes, I'll look for my brother and sister. We'll know who's the liar soon. Xiao Bei's worship of her brother and sister had reached a blind level. When she asked someone to send the message, Li Longji's message came first. Xiao Bei took a look at it. I'm not free. Why are you asking so many questions? I'm worried. The message was sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Wan looked at it and did not even let Zhang Xiaobao see it. She said directly, send a message to Xiao Bei. Capture the person who requested to make the jewelry. He's not working in the Ministry of Works, but he knows how to do chemistry. He doesn't want a pattern on the bracelet, and he wants someone to put a mark on it. His motive is not pure. Capture him and send him to the Ministry of Works. He can be considered a talent. If we teach him well, he might be able to make something better. He's capable, but he's not using it in the right way. Xiao Bao, don't you think so? What do you mean it's not? I don't even know what's going on. Zhang Xiaobao snatched the piece of paper and looked at it. He smiled. Send him to the Ministry of Works smelting department. Give me a smelting formula within 3 months, and I'll consider him innocent. Otherwise, if Xiao Bei catches him, he will play with him in prison. Chapter 1004. The news of Xiao Bei's message quickly reached Li Longji's ears. Just as Zhang Xiaobao placed the letter to the side, Li Longji snatched it over and read it from top to bottom. She didn't tell me anything about the tax exemption. She actually cheated others by 3 grams of gold. This merchant's character isn't good. Li Longji was disappointed. He thought that Xiao Bei was replying to his question, but it turned out that she was asking for his help. Shaking his head, he commented, How can she cheat others by taking 3 grams of gold? The person who requested the bracelet to eat the gold in the bracelet with a chemical solution. She can be considered a talent, but she didn't use it in the right place. What's the use of cheating 3 grams of gold? If I were her, I would ask for a job from the Ministry of Works. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't think that there was a problem with the merchant who made the bracelet. After all, this was Great Tang, and merchants couldn't do whatever they wanted just because they were rich. Wang Wan thought the same as well. If the merchants of Great Tang were to have a high status, they wouldn't be so obedient. They would provide the funds for the Chaoyang operation, and they would fork out the money to build the roads. They just wanted to gain recognition and use money to exchange for inner pleasures. This could be considered as a form of business. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Wan nodded in agreement. That's right. I hate being cheated, especially by those who play petty tricks. In the future, as Great Tang's economy grows better, there will be all kinds of conflicts and problems. We have to get to the root first. Hearing that, Li Longji thought about it and agreed. If a merchant who made the bracelet stole 3 grams of gold, would he still be able to do business in the future? If he were to be sent to the authorities wouldn't treat him well. In that case, the problem lies with that person. Capture him and punish him severely. Li Longji was about to give the order. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly stopped him. We don't have to punish him severely. We have to capture him. And on the surface, we have to let others know that he has committed a grave crime. However, it would be a pity to send him to the Ministry of Works and lock him up. Xiaobao, we do not agree. We know very well what kind of talent you want. However, if every talented person makes a mistake, the final result will not be severe punishment, but more people will make mistakes. What is this called again? Oh yes, it's called the cost of crime is too low. Li Longji raised an objection. I know, but what can you do by locking him up and throwing him into prison? Since his craftsmanship is useless, it's better to let him continue with his work, but restrict his personal freedom. Zhang Xiaobao thought about how it was like in prison. At that time, he and Cuckoo were paid to work in prison. You were paid according to how much work you did. Then, you could buy daily necessities in prison. The price is very expensive. If you have more money, you can ask the outside to send it in. Even if you don't work, you can still live a comfortable life in prison. However, if you were not given freedom, it was easy to get into fights and get injured accidentally. The goal is to let you have a way to use your skills. Otherwise, if you were to be locked up in prison, it wouldn't be beneficial to society. Zhang Xiaobao told Li Longji about this matter. After hearing it, Li Longji nodded and said, That's true. Locking a carpenter in prison and making him do manual labor isn't beneficial to our Great Tang. However, we are worried that if they are as comfortable in prison as they are outside, will they continue to commit crimes after they get out? If they are caught, wouldn't it be a good thing for them to not be caught? Yes, there will be a portion of such people. They will be given a lighter sentence the first time they are caught, but the second time they are caught, their sentence will be heavier. Then they will promote their morals and not the economy. It will make others feel that being in prison is a very shameful thing. They won't say that they have been in prison before and that they are impressive now that they are out. Don't give criminals this kind of soil. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. She was implying that he still had the face to say that. You're the one who's always in prison, and you'll always be able to buy official identification. Zhang Xiaobao retorted with a look that said, What does this have to do with me? It's everyone's responsibility. I'm just a user. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan exchanging glances. He coughed and said, Why don't we find a place to test it out first? Maybe in your Sanshui County? My Sanshui County's prison is empty. Who would dare to cause trouble in my Sanshui County? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes, Sanshui County won't do. It's too special. Li Longji remembered that Sanshui County was the best county in Great Tang. Not even Liu Zhou could compare to it. The people of Sanshui County were hardworking. Naturally, their income was high as well. Their benefits were good as well. Since the neighbors were proud of being from Sanshui County, they had a good relationship with each other. There would not be any haggling between the buyers and sellers in the market. This was because if the goods sold were not good, the buyers would not have to pick them out. The sellers would deal with them themselves. Everyone in the county worked together to protect the dignity and status of Sanshui County. That's the real paradise. When will my Great Tang be like Sanshui County? Li Longji was lost in his thoughts as he muttered to himself. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. That's impossible. The smaller the place, the easier it is to govern. Great Tang, that's a dream. Sanshui County has its fair share of competition, but it's on the surface. No one dares to play tricks behind the scenes because they're afraid of me and Cuckoo. However, it can make the people of Great Tang better off than they are now. Wang Wan said, as long as Great Tang maintains its absolute ruling position, the people will protect this superiority. For example, if a citizen of Great Tang goes to Japan and is slapped in the face, Great Tang's fleet will go there and force Japan to give us a satisfactory explanation and suggestion. Then this citizen will be willing to protect Great Tang's interests and listen to the guidance of Great Tang's officials. He will do his best because he knows where his dignity comes from. Yes, Cuckoo is right. Zhu Zan appeared at the door and said calmly, in the past, Nunu's status was not very high. Sometimes I couldn't take care of her and she would be ostracized. Even if I knew, I couldn't get rid of all the people who bullied Nunu. I have my own difficulties. Later on, you guys fought. In the palace, I didn't have to deliberately protect Nunu, and no one dared to do anything to her. Now her status is even higher. Just because you guys are afraid of bullying her, you guys brought your soldiers over. Zhu Zan had been listening outside for a while. The more he listened, the more emotional he felt. Listening to the words of the emperor and the minister, they were all trying to think of a solution for Great Tang. Princess Jincheng looked at Zhu Zan very gently and leaned her body against him. Her man could say such words. It meant that he wouldn't think of creating a new Tubo royal family. In the future, there wouldn't be a war. The lives of the people would be good, and so would she. At the same time, she also understood why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had such a high status in Great Tang. It wasn't just because one of them could fight and the other could handle economic matters. Also, they could chat with her emperor brother and come up with ideas that would benefit Great Tang. In the past, Tubo didn't have such people. Li Longji saw that many people came in and didn't talk about this matter. Then let's change to Wanyan County and try it out. After that, we will promote it. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, the two of you continue to command the battle. I will talk to them about the future development of Tubo. After speaking, Li Longji brought the others out to look for Zhu Zan to talk about Tubo. The main reason was to talk about the problem of the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Under the special geographical environment and climate of Tubo, there were also special medicinal herbs. Zhu Zan, come sit down and talk. You will be in charge of Tubo. They still lack things, so I will send them over. There's no problem. They are all citizens of Great Tang, and their living conditions are slightly worse compared to Tubo. However, you can't always expect us to send resources for free. We have to produce. For example, the various medicinal herbs at your place. Encourage your people to cultivate them. Also, raise more cows and sheep and sell them back. If you need anything else, you can use money to buy it. It's better than directly managing people, right? Li Longji gestured for Zhu Zan to sit down and said, Zhu Zan really didn't think about this problem. He was only thinking about how to raise chickens. Zhang Xiaobao's initial plan was to raise chickens. But now that there was no war, raising chickens wasn't a disaster. Instead, it was a benefit. Highland barley wasn't as delicious as rice, and it couldn't be compared to wheat flour. Thus, he was trying to develop poultry farming. Now that he heard Li Longji's words, it seemed that he should adjust his thinking. Your Majesty, I am raising chickens now. If I change, what should the people who have chickens do? Zhu Zan asked. If it was in the past, Li Longji really couldn't think of a good idea. But now he had learned for a long time. Thus, he didn't think much and told Zhu Zan, those who are already raising chickens can continue to raise them. But don't raise chickens that can lay eggs. Control it. If you let Tubo raise chickens, and they really develop, the people who raise chickens will lose money. If you do this, won't your place be cold? Use snow and ice to make a few more ice houses. Then use your own government to buy a portion of the chicken at a lower price. Don't let the people who raise chickens lose money. set the rules, and decide which part of the country to raise and which not to raise. If there is a lack of chicken, take out the frozen meat to lower the price. You can still earn a little. Zhu Zan's eyes lit up. When he looked at Li Longji, he was very surprised. Your Majesty, you are too tired. You even have to think about such a small matter? What's there to be tired about? I am idle all day now. Do I need to think about such things? It's so simple. I feel that the most tiring thing is to guess what Xiao Bao, Huan, and their younger siblings came up with. That's the hard part. Until now, I still haven't figured out why Xiao Bao and the rest can still earn so much even after they're exempted from paying half of the profits. Li Longji said proudly. Zhu Zan nodded. He felt that he was really stupid. He shouldn't have asked such a question. When others felt that they were very idle, there was still a group of people who didn't dare to relax. Night fell. As the 1st Brigade's commander, Yang Chang looked at the 535 Highland model on the sand table and said to his subordinates, "We still have to fight. If we don't take down this Highland, it will be considered a failure. We have to fight, but my 1st Brigade only has 600 people left. We don't know how many people there are on the other side of the mountain. My 600 people have been attacking for a long time." The referee said that the morale of the enemy is low. Kong Lu was worried that his brigade would continue to charge up, so he reminded himself of the difficulty in front of them. Then let the 2nd Brigade go. Yang Chang looked at the 2nd Brigade's commander. This person was called Li Gong. Li Gong nodded firmly. "I promise to complete the mission. Even if my brigade has to fight to the last man, I will personally charge up and take down 535 Highland. Okay, pass down my order. The artillery battalion will attack. The 2nd Brigade will follow." Yang Chang had no other choice but to use this tactic. Shi Chun didn't rest at all. He knew that the enemy would definitely take advantage of the night to attack. His battalion didn't plan to return alive. If they could use up all of the enemy's artillery, then the rest of his brigade would have an easier time. When the messenger reported that the enemy's artillery was covering the area, Shi Chun stood in front of the sand table. He didn't give any orders. He just watched. He had given all the orders that he needed. The only thing he could do was to wait for the referee to make the right decision. Li Gong returned to his room. The 2nd Brigade, attack. Full force. Don't wait for the enemy to appear. Advance while firing. Take it down in one go. Report. Our attack force has been blocked. The referee has determined that the death toll is more than 60 people. After Li Gong gave the order, not long after, the messenger ran in to report. Li Gong was stunned. Our army is under fire? Guns? They are natives. I know the commander isn't, but the rules say so. Why do they have guns? Sir Li, I can't tell you this. You can continue to command, or you can give up command and go to the sand table. The messenger repeated what he always said. I'm not going to look. Attack, attack. I'll know what happened after we take them down, Li Gong said angrily. However, he knew what happened before the battle started. The enemy's first line of defense had retreated when they were about to attack. They took over the trench. Then the news came back. Report. Our army has taken over the enemy's first line of defense. We found that they fixed the barrels in front of their guns. They copied how we fired and loaded the bullets. They didn't aim properly. However, because our army is full force and we have more people, we suffered a lot of losses. The referee has determined that our brigade has lost 170 people. Li Gong nodded. I understand. Their guns are the guns of our 1st Brigade. It's easy to learn how to shoot. The hard part is to aim. That's why they fixed the barrels and didn't aim. In other words, when we attack, if we avoid that line, we won't be hit. It's my order to full force that harmed my brothers. Yes, the messenger replied. He's so capable. He can even take advantage of this loophole. If he didn't lead the natives, but his family's protection team, would my brigade have been eaten by him? After Li Gong said that, he suddenly thought of something. Our artillery is useless. We've already fought 3 rounds. Why do they still have fortifications? The messenger ran out and hurried back after a while. Report, it's useful. Every time, our artillery can cause a lot of damage to the enemy's fortifications. However, they haven't stopped building. We've destroyed the ones above, but they still have places to hide below. Why? Don't they fight? Do they specialize in digging holes? Order, continue to attack. Tell the soldiers to avoid the enemy's straight line of attack. I don't care if I jump or crawl forward. Li Gong knew that he wouldn't be able to get an answer, so he gave another order. Since they knew how the enemy was attacking, they should hide. If they hid, they wouldn't be afraid of being hit. Report, our vanguard is attacking. We found that the enemy target has been shot several times, but hasn't fallen. He's scared and doesn't dare to move forward. The messenger didn't take long before he reported to Li Gong again. I'm convinced. Anything can happen, right? Order the attacking members of our regiment to continue forward. If they stop, shoot them on the spot. Li Gong didn't ask why this time. It was useless to ask. Report, when our army reached the enemy's 3rd line of defense, the enemy counterattacked. Our army shot and hit 5 times. The enemy only has 1 person down. They're already entangled and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The messenger reported. Before Li Gong could react, another messenger ran in. Report, the enemy used their own bodies and ours to block in front of them and counterattacked. Our army has suffered heavy losses. I know. Okay, when the time comes, I must see who the enemy's commander is. They don't even let the dead go. They're really unscrupulous. Send a message to the brigade. I request the artillery battalion to continue attacking. Don't care about our casualties. All of our soldiers are to fight on the spot. No one is allowed to retreat. The artillery battalion's cannons sounded again. The battle continued. They fought until dawn. A day and a half had passed on the sand table. In a while it would be 2 days. The vanguard of the great Tang army took down the 535 high ground. In fact, it wasn't that high anymore. It was blown up by the cannons. Commander Yang Chang looked at the results, but didn't look happy at all. A total of more than 1,700 people had died. After taking down the high ground, he found that the enemy was only a battalion, a logistics battalion. His artillery battalion had run out of ammunition. General, please. Yang Chang looked at Shi Chun, who was escorted over, and said. Shi Chun hadn't died yet. In theory, he had killed 3 people at the last moment. The enemy was aiming to capture him alive, so they didn't kill him. Hearing the strong emotions in the other's words, Shi Chun Weiwei smiled. If you have something to say it quickly. When the battalion was broken, I took poison. I don't have much time to live. Your military doctor's equipment is not good. Now, ask me something useful. I'll answer you selectively. How long have you been studying? Are you in the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family? Yang Chang asked. You flatter me. The inner court can't be in charge of the logistics battalion. The main force is 100,000 people. The commander is in the inner court. I'm the one who applied to join the inner court. I think after this martial arts examination ends with my battle results, I can enter. Thank you. Shi Chun was still smiling. Chapter 1005. Hearing Shi Chun's words, the faces of the generals around him darkened. Yang Chang exhaled slowly. Where does your battalion belong to? Where are they? How many are there? Is the main force nearby? I belong to the left vanguard of our main force. They are to the west of us. They have a legion of 30,000 people. The main force you're talking about is Cuckoo's Central Army, right? She's not here. She's in the Yellow Mountain area. Shi Chun's eyes were full of sincerity as he answered without hesitation. Why did you come here? Why did your logistics battalion move forward? Yang Chang asked again. I'm an independent logistics battalion. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. Okay, let's stop here. Theoretically speaking, it's time for me to take the poison. I'm the last one to die. I'm going to the central sand table. After Shi Chun finished speaking, he walked away, leaving behind a group of generals, staring at each other. He said, he's an independent logistics battalion and belongs to the left vanguard. Their vanguard has 30,000 people. If we continue to move forward, we'll meet them soon. What should we do? Li Ji, whose entire 2nd Regiment had been destroyed, said worriedly. He meant that they only had 1 brigade, and it was already so difficult to defeat a logistics battalion. How could they fight against the enemy's main force? Why did you believe what he said? Logistics battalion? Do you think his battalion looks like a logistics battalion? The logistics camp had brought bows and arrows, broadswords, and shovels to dig holes to come here first? Where are the provisions? Yang Chang didn't believe him at all. But the logistics battalion of Izhou had already rushed to the front, Kong Lu, whose troops had also been destroyed, said softly. This is not Izhou, and the soldiers are not the elites of the few forces. We don't have advanced weapons either. Send this news to the vanguard. Tell them to rest here and wait for the vanguard's orders. Yang Chang was in a bad mood. He had thought that they had encountered a powerful general and had a lot of defenders. However, after a fight, the artillery battalion had used up all their cannonballs. Ah, I've suffered a huge loss. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have attacked. It turned out that using cannons to bombard a mountain was not very useful in a situation where the enemy had trenches and underground shelters. Guns would not work if they were too close to the enemy. Pistols were still passable, but using a long spear with a reload of bullets would not show any advantage. Even if they were equipped with a bayonet, they would not be able to fight against the enemy's broadswords and spears. At this time, Yang Chang was dejected as he pondered. He concluded that even if he lost, he still had to provide useful information for his troops. At the very least, he had to send back information about the trenches. Shi Chun didn't care what the other party thought. His mission was complete. As he walked towards the center of the sand table, he recalled the battle that had just ended, thinking about what he could have done better. When he entered the center of the sand table, he was greeted by Li Longji's applause. Come, little Shi, come and sit down. You fought well. With a battalion of soldiers, you defended the high ground and calculated every step of the way. You fought until the enemy had 1,700 soldiers and exhausted their ammunition. Tell me, how did you fight? During this period of time, Li Longji did not sleep much. He always closed his eyes for a while, then got up and continued to watch the sand table. When the battle was over, he would wait for Shi Chun to come and look at the sand table. Shi Chun did not dare to be presumptuous. He clearly knew that the emperor had been watching the sand table and should know how to fight, but he still sat on half of the stool and said, "The enemy thought that their weapons were more advanced, so they underestimated the enemy. They should not have sent troops to attack bit by bit and played with the tactic of adding fuel to the enemy. Instead, they should have covered the sand table with artillery and directly launched a general attack from all directions. This way, their losses would have been smaller than mine. Moreover, at the beginning, the artillery should not have stopped after a single push. Instead, it should have formed a hindrance for our command and support, so that our troops at the front could not retreat, and our troops at the back could not rush up. Also, we clearly knew that they were fighting with cold weapons, so we should have prepared in advance. Also, when their troops rushed up, there was no command at the back. I reckon that they will learn to be smarter next time." Good, well said. They thought too simply of you. It's Cuckoo's fault. Usually, when she teaches them, she doesn't mention trenches. Instead, it's more about the theory of battle and not much about the actual situation. Li Longji did not care whether what Shi Chun said was true or not, but since the other party had one, it was worthy of praise. Thus, he pushed the blame to Wang Wan. They haven't learned for long and haven't come into contact with the real battle. Young lady, you first talk about the theory, and when they've learned enough, You will have us fight on the sand table. At the same time, you will point out the analysis and judgment of the various situations." Shi Chun spoke up for Wang Wan. In truth, Wang Wan had mentioned trenches and various bunkers, but she did not mention that after the trenches were blown up, they should immediately carry out civil engineering work. Wang Wan felt that the great Tang's army would not encounter too much trouble if they bullied others, so she did not emphasize that their artillery plows would be used once, and they would have to see the situation and judge if they needed to fight again. If they really fought, there were still troops in the air to help, responsible for reconnaissance and throwing down explosives. If they were too detailed, it would easily limit the creativity of the generals, making them lose their own uniqueness. The commander of the vanguard, Zhang Shougue, also received the report. This time, the report was very detailed. After reading the report, Zhang Shougue pondered for a moment before saying, "Send an order to the 1st Brigade. Tell them not to slack off and be prepared to face the enemy's attack at any time. No matter how thick the fog is, the scouts have to explore the entire area as quickly as possible. I don't want to hear another report of them being careless and causing more losses to our army." Soon, Yang Chong received the order from the vanguard. After reading it, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. That Shi Chun intentionally let us capture him so that we can keep thinking about whether there is a left vanguard with 30,000 men, so that we can judge whether he is really from the logistics camp. In truth, he can be from the logistics camp, but he can also not be an independent camp. We only want to take down 535 Highland, but the surrounding area is all mountains. Men, pass on my order." Reporting, Yang Chong reacted and shouted at the messenger. Without waiting for him to give the order, the messenger reported first. "Our Highland, 535 Highland, has suffered a fierce counterattack from an enemy camp. They are charging at us from the other side of the relatively steep mountain. Our army only has one group resting on the highland. Continue to attack, continue to attack. Aim and fire. Don't be afraid. Their weapons are not good enough. Kong Lu, Ligue, take the rest of your troops and go up from this side to reinforce 535 Highland. Our 3rd Regiment, Zhang Fan, take your 3rd Regiment and surround them from behind. Don't let a single one escape." After giving the order, Yang Chong sneered, "This time, you are the ones attacking the stronghold. Let's see how you will charge up. Do you think you can bring a trench with you? A camp, I'll eat it. Order the scouts to continue expanding the search area. The enemy is not a camp, but a regiment. Find their regiment headquarters. I want revenge." Yang Chong's judgment was very fast this time. He guessed that the enemy could not have too many people. Otherwise, they would not have just watched as a camp was eaten. They were planning to exhaust the enemy's troops, and at the same time use a camp to exhaust their own artillery. Reporting, there is thick smoke to the west of our army's provisions unit. It is being blown by the wind and is spreading. The provisions unit is requesting support. The messenger ran over to report again. Yang Chong slapped his forehead. He felt a headache coming on. He had made a mistake. When they encountered the enemy, they did not set up camp first. Instead, they relied on their superior weapons to directly attack the enemy. In the end, the enemy used a camp to delay them while the rest of the troops were looking for opportunities. "Send my guards over." "No, I will personally lead them." "Think of a way to wet their clothes and block the smoke." "Shoot at the smoke. Don't care if there are people inside." Yang Chong was worried that if he sent his guards away, the enemy would rush out and attack his main tent. He could only follow. This way, the referees would not judge that he was unable to defend and would be captured alive. The messenger took the model and moved it slowly on the sand table. Yang Chong watched. When they moved to a place with smoke, he would get more specific information. At this time, another messenger ran in, reporting, "When our provisions unit was firing at the west side of the smoke, the enemy probably had a camp of soldiers with wet cloth wrapped around their heads. They rushed up from the ground. When our troops turned around to attack, the enemy did not retreat. I think they have already started a hand-to-hand battle. Ah, Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao, I hate you all. You must have given special treatment to your own troops. Otherwise, how could they be so strong? Yang Chang roared, cursing with all his might. Only now did he understand why the enemy had sent a battalion to counterattack the 535 Highland with no regard for their lives. They wanted to draw away his strength, and even if they had to sacrifice another battalion, they would still be able to take down his army provisions. Looks like the enemy is really a logistics unit. Otherwise, the counterattacking camp would have been wiped out. Similarly, this camp would not be able to return alive. It was not easy to gain the advantage in numbers, but it was all lost again. A brigade deputy general next to him said to Yang Chang. Yang Chang nodded. Indeed, when one's own personal guards are sent out, their firepower will be much higher. Coupled with the troops guarding the provisions, they will be able to take down the attacking camp. As for the other camp attacking the 535 Highland, they will not have a good time either. Daring to fight like this and willing to fight like this, the enemy is definitely not their main force. They want to take down my brigade, but I am puzzled. Why do they cooperate so well? Because they are together almost every day. After many years, who likes to command and how to command, they already know each other. The deputy general guessed. Fight, fight, I also threw caution to the wind. Did they think that my brigade would be finished if they burned the provisions? Yang Chang said, unconvinced. The battle continued. This time, Yang Chang's weapon was at a disadvantage. It played its role, and the referee gave him a lot of slant in his judgment. However, the 535 Highland was determined to be taken back by the enemy. This was because the soldiers guarding the Highland were very tired. Although they killed many enemies, the enemy rushed up and cut them down. Furthermore, the survivors jumped into the trenches again and waited for the enemy to rush up from all directions. Then they jumped out and fought hand to hand. While Yang Chang was commanding his men to attack the camp that had ambushed the provisions troops, he didn't forget to pass down orders to the other troops. Don't rush up and fight with the bayonets. Throw all your throwing weapons into the trenches. I'll let them hide. The battle continued for another day. The camp that Yang Chang was in charge of sniping retreated with less than 200 people, leaving behind more than 500 corpses. The troops on the Highland were completely annihilated. Yang Chang only paid the price of less than 300 people. 300 people killed more than 1,200 people, but Yang Chang was not happy at all. The total loss of both sides was about 2,000 against 2,000. However, his side had run out of ammunition, thrown away most of the throwing weapons, burned the provisions, and killed most of the transport animals. This is too unfair. How did the ammunition I carry get blown up? Do they know how to use hand grenades? Yang Chang was the most upset about this. It was impossible for everyone to carry ammunition at all times, especially hand grenades. However, after 6 hours of fighting, it was determined that his ammunition had been completely destroyed and he had exploded. The messenger hesitated for a moment and finally said, I know what happened. They didn't use the hand grenades to make a sound. They used hammers to smash them. When one of them made a sound, the others all went off. The natives only knew that our weapons were powerful, so they wanted to destroy them. The referee's judgment was reasonable. What's reasonable? I don't believe that the enemy's commander doesn't know what the hand grenades are. Why didn't he let people smash the bullets? I want to see what are the chances of causing an explosion if the bullets make a sound. Yang Chang snorted angrily and said, We've smashed it. The enemy's commander said to smash everything, including our backup guns, the messenger said. Yang Chang was so angry that he laughed. Fine, you guys are ruthless. You clearly know what the hand grenades are, but you still went one round and blew up my ammunition. Even the referees couldn't say anything. Admirable, truly admirable. Everyone fell silent because this was very normal. If they said that they pulled the grenades or snatched the grenades and used them, that would be strange. They were natives, after all, and they were natives who were very good at fighting. They were natives who could fight on par with them and not be at a disadvantage at all. This was an eye-opener. They had never heard of such a thing before. Yang Chang looked at the sand table again. Don't let a single one of them go. Find the enemy's headquarters and capture them alive. I want to see who it is this time. Do I know them? Reporting, we found 3 pillars of smoke rising from Highland 7222 ahead, followed by 2 more. A messenger came in and reported to Yang Chang. Orders, gather the troops and charge down. I don't believe that they still have a battalion guarding up there. We'll retreat after the battle. It's too dangerous here. Yang Chang did a quick calculation and gave the order. Reporting, we found 4 pillars of smoke about 5 kilometers southeast of our army. Reporting, we found 3 pillars of smoke about 5 kilometers west of our army. Reporting, about 15 li or 18 li to the east of our army. There's a very thick pillar of smoke. Reporting, 2 pillars of smoke rose from Highland 7222 again. Before Yang Chang's troops finished gathering, for messengers came in one after another and reported to him. Yang Chang was shocked and said in a panic, Quick, quick, gather. Gather as fast as you can. Don't rest. I know what's going on. The smoke from Highland 5355 at the beginning was a message to the surroundings. We've been fighting for 3 days, and they've already surrounded us. Run! No, we can't run. Find me a mountain. The rest of our army will go up and defend. No, don't go up. Find a place with water and order the troops not to fire and waste bullets. Yang Chang found a scout and finally found a place that was not too far away and could temporarily not fight with the enemy. There was a water source here. There was a small pool that kept the water flowing out of the spring. However, it was in a depression, and there were mountains on both sides. Orders. 500 people on both sides of the mountain and guard it. As for the rest, 1,000 people will set up a temporary camp. As for the other 1,000 people, those who are injured will recuperate first. Those who are not injured will be responsible for guarding. Yang Chang finally gave an order that he thought was smart. He did not rush up the mountain to defend. Lilongji, who was at the center of the sand table, nodded. Not bad. He knows to find a place with water. If he really rushed up the mountain, I'll remove him from his position right now. Empress Wang laughed softly. He must know how Ma Su died. Fuyang is full of small mountains. What's the use of him guarding them? Yang Chang still didn't know that his decision had allowed him to avoid a calamity. Standing in front of the sand table, he was constantly wiping his cold sweat. Although he knew that everything was fake, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. It was mainly because of the constant reports from the messengers that made him feel like he was in command on a real battlefield. Send a message to the vanguard. Our army has lost all of its provisions and gunpowder. We are surrounded in the mountains of Fuyang. We don't know how many soldiers the enemy has, nor do we know which division they belong to. Our army can only hold on for 5 days. After 5 days, if there are no reinforcements, our army will break out of the encirclement. If we fail to break out, the vanguard's 1st Brigade will fight to the last man. Brigade Commander Yang Chang will die for the country. Yang Chang's tone was resolute. He understood that even if he was in a real battlefield, if he couldn't break out of the encirclement, or if there were too few people who could break out of the encirclement, he wouldn't have the face to live. After receiving the report, Zhang Shogui frowned. He carefully looked at the sand table and compared it to the map. After standing for a while, he ordered, send a reply. The 1st Brigade will rest for half a day and break out immediately. Head north and enter the forest fire area. It has already rained. If we rush in, we might have a chance of survival. If we wait for reinforcements, we will definitely die. Zhang Shogui's order was passed down, but Yang Chang didn't receive it. This was because the scout in charge of hiding and helping to receive and transmit information had been killed. He had been killed by Wang Yi's sniper battalion that had been sacrificed to delay the enemy's advance. He had just led his battalion out of the encirclement in the rain when the messenger told him that they had discovered a few enemies. Since the people on both sides couldn't reveal any information and could only fight to the death, he didn't have anyone interrogate them and directly killed them. Once these people died, the communication between the north and the south was naturally cut off. Wang Yi actually knew what the enemy was doing. It was just a small team of a few people. Other than being a radio station messenger on the battlefield, what else could they do? However, his messenger didn't tell him that they had discovered the radio station. This was a decision made by the referees. Once they said it, he would immediately know what it was. If they brought it to him, he would probably use it. That wouldn't do. Thus, they didn't mention what they had discovered. Wang Yi sat down and looked at the sand table. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly he laughed. Haha, let's see what you guys are going to do now. Chapter 1006. No one can accurately predict the outcome of a battle, no matter how great his advantage is or how good his plan is. Wang Yi looked at the sand table and recalled what Wang Wan had said and what Zhang Xiaobao had added. Yes, because we can never calculate everything. Some things are due to environmental factors, while others are due to human factors. Therefore, what we need to do is to think hard and persevere. Even if it's just one soldier, he has the chance to change the fate of the entire battlefield. Therefore, when you're on the battlefield, never give up, even if you're fighting alone. Yes, I can. I'm not fighting alone. I have brothers. Call the team leader of the first team here. Wang Yi waved his fist and ordered the messenger. Soon, 13 people entered the room. They represented the 13 team leaders of the sniper battalion. None of them had died, but their organization was not full. Some soldiers had died. Come here. Just now we killed a few enemies. A few. I think they're the mobile radio team responsible for the transmission of information. Why are they here? Wang Yi pointed at the sand table and asked the 13 people. Only 2 of the 13 people had the surname Zhang and Wang. Like Wang Yi, they belonged to the inner courtyard of the Zhang and Wang families. They were all quite young. They looked to be in their early 20s. There was a number for on the chest area of their clothes, which meant that they were students of the 4th batch of the family military school. Wang Yi's number was 2. I think that they're here, which is the place where the fire didn't burn, because their vanguard divided into 2 groups. One group went to Wukong, and the other group went to Fuyang. They needed to communicate with each other in between. At the same time, they were also responsible for the transmission of information to the troops that came from Hangzhou. A young man with a baby face was the first to speak. Wang Yi nodded approvingly and asked the young man, Xiaodong, how do you think the vanguard will divide into 2 groups? Where will the main force go? Where will the feint attack and control troops go? Why? The young man, who was called Xiaodong, had a serious expression on his face. He furrowed his brows and put his hands together, circling his thumbs around each other. After a long while, he replied, Logically speaking, the main force should have taken the Fuyang route. Although there are hills in Fuyang and the road is not easy to walk on, it is much easier than the Wukong route. If they took the Wukong route, they would have passed through the Tianmu mountain. If they continued to head west, besides Mount Huangshan, there is also Mount Juhua. The main force will have more supplies and cannons, so it won't be suitable for them to travel too many mountain paths. However, the enemy's vanguard is Zhang Shogui, and his style is to take the enemy by surprise and scheme for his own success. Thus, I believe that the enemy's main force must be on the northern front, while the detour to the south is their main force. Is there anyone who disagrees? Wang Yi asked the other 12 people. The 12 of them shook their heads in unison, and one of them stood out. Even if we guessed wrong, we still have to guess according to this. We don't have much time to hesitate. General Wang, please make a decision. If you want to stand, then stand. If you don't, then be crippled. Wang Yi nodded and said, Okay, according to the judgment of the referee group, there are still 541 people in my camp. Each of you will lead 30 people and leave this place. Each of you will fight for yourself. I want you to try your best to find the enemy's radio team and destroy them. None of the 13 people said anything, agreeing with this idea. As for the remaining 151 people, they would naturally be led by Wang Yi. Since there are no objections when we depart later, you can discuss among yourselves who will follow behind the enemy's main force, who will follow another route, or move in another direction. I want to lead people straight into Hangzhou Harbor. I want you to stay calm no matter what difficulties you encounter. You can't rush into the enemy's gun muzzle when you find yourself surrounded. If there is a way out, take your people and run. Try your best to stay alive. Wang Yi lectured. Because he was a second-year student in the family, his status was higher than the others. The 13 people listened carefully. Xiao Dong stood out again. General Wang, I understand. We are the elites of the family. We will never do anything stupid. We have already completed the mission of delaying the enemy, and we have also forced the enemy to divide their forces. We must think that if we kill one, we will break even. If we kill two, we will make a profit. They are not elites. We have the ability to fight independently. Cuckoo and Xiaobao are in the same camp. They have arranged 14 inner courtyard commanders, including you. They definitely don't want us to die so easily. What we need to do is to fight a classic battle and let everyone know that the inner courtyard of the Sanshui, Zhang family, and Wang family has their own abilities to be proud. Okay, dismissed. Fight for the dignity and glory of the main family. Wang Yi saluted. Fight for the dignity and glory of the main family. The 13 people returned the salute in unison. Fight for the main family. A messenger also shouted. You are? Wang Yi turned his head and asked. The messenger lifted his outer clothes, revealing the pattern on the chest of his inner clothes. It was a small rice seedling with 2 circles around it. I am from the outer courtyard, 2nd class. I will soon become 1st class. I believe that I will definitely be able to enter the inner courtyard, although I know it will be difficult. The messenger raised his head and puffed out his chest, speaking with a firm tone. I believe you can. Let's work hard together. Fight! Wang Yi encouraged. The 13 of them dispersed. Immediately, another messenger from this room came to the center of the sand table and reported to the referee group that one of the messengers was actually with them. He even repeated the words of Wang Yi and the others without missing a single detail. Li Longji hadn't had a good rest in the past few days. His work and rest schedule were irregular. When he heard the messenger report, he waved his hand and said, I know. You did well. Your Majesty, do you want to change people? Empress Wang asked after the messenger ran back. What people? Many of the messengers are from Xiao Bao's family. For example, the messengers in Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's room can't be found from other rooms. Otherwise, if I go over, I will be really worried about whether or not someone wants to harm me. But did you see which messenger gave the 2 of them additional information? They still care about their reputation. What if they are caught cheating? Those outstanding commanders are loyal to the main family. That's good. How can people who don't love their families be patriotic? If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of the generals objecting, I would have reformulated the rules so that the commanders of the Zhang family and the Wang family can also use guns and radios when they get their hands on them. After all, they know how to use them, and they are very proficient in them. Li Longji expressed his thoughts, which meant that he didn't care at all. He showed absolute trust and generosity. Wu Huifei, who was beside him, opened her mouth but didn't say a word. Empress Wang saw her action and asked, Sister, what do you want to say? I'm afraid that if my words are heard by others, they will misunderstand that I want to frame Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It's better not to say it, Wu Huifei said very softly. It's okay. Sister, just say it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are no longer afraid of being framed. Empress Wang insisted. Li Longji was also very curious and looked at Wu Huifei. Seeing this, Wu Huifei could only nod. Then I will say it. I remember that Lord Zhang said that because there were no soldiers in the capital, he used a method of recruiting soldiers. Then he used the weak to fight against the strong. That was when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were partly in favor of it, but there were also some who strongly opposed the recruitment of soldiers. Now it seems that it was right. The soldiers will listen to whoever takes out the money to raise the soldiers. Therefore, the Tang Empire now has a compulsory military system. When the soldiers are given benefits, it is not because of their labor, but because of the extra rewards given to the soldiers. In this case, the generals can't directly take out money to give the soldiers and let the soldiers know that they are only fighting for the Tang Empire, right? Hearing Wu Huifei's words, Li Longji understood. What Wu Huifei meant was that since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo knew about this, why didn't they mention the guards raised by the noble families? Should they follow this idea and make the guards of the noble families in the Tang Empire the compulsory military system? Empress Wang was relatively stupid, but she understood after thinking for a while. She said that won't do. Sister Huifei, you should know the power of the noble families in the Tang Empire. If His Majesty really wants to do something to them, he may force them to fight a civil war. Will your family support him? Empress Wang's last sentence was to ask Wu Huifei if her family could guarantee that they would support His Majesty when he took action. If Wu Huifei said yes, she would start with her family. If she said no, what was her intention? Wu Huifei wasn't afraid. She continued, My family probably can't support it. What I want to say is that many families don't have the same number of guards as the soldiers on their books. They should be investigated thoroughly. Start with my family. If there are any extra guards, they should be fired. I'm not afraid that the noble families and noble families in the Tang Empire have private soldiers. No matter how powerful they are, can they beat Xiao Bao's protection team? Now that it is so convenient to send messages, they can't rebel even if they want to. Unless it was Xiao Bao and Wan Wan who rebelled, no matter where it was. As soon as there was a sign, it would be extinguished by the two of them. I believe that it would be easy for them to take care of a family. But as we all know, if they had this idea, they would have succeeded long ago. Therefore, what I want to say is that if there are more guards, there will be fewer farmers and workers. It's not good for the development of the Tang Empire. This time, Li Longji and Empress Wang nodded together. Li Longji said it's true. Even if the guards are paid and can go out to buy things, when they do nothing at home, it's a waste. It's a waste that belongs to their family. If they go out to do something, it will be helpful to the investment and output of the Tang Empire. Empress Wang said, yes, in the past, when the noble families raised soldiers, they would send them to fight when there was a war. But now, the Tang Empire doesn't need to do that. Their guards have no other purpose except to serve as ceremonial guards. It's not like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's guards. The people who want them dead are the rulers of the countries around the Tang Empire. Many people know that as long as the two of them die, the Tang Empire will be in chaos, because the Tang Empire is developing too fast, so fast that the officials in the court can't understand it, let alone control it. Only Xiao Bao can handle it with ease. Everything is under the control of him and Cuckoo. In that case, I'll go and ask them. Li Longji felt that the problem was not easy to solve. He got up and walked to Wang Wan's room, followed by a group of people. In Wang Wan's command center, Zhang Xiaobao was busy arranging the expansion of the family's business according to the sand table and map. Wang Wan curled up and slept on the bed. She was sleepy. When Li Longji and the others came in, Zhang Xiaobao was still talking to himself. My family should give up the farming industry in the various regions and give the locals a chance. The logistics of water transportation can't take up too much of a proportion. The best combination is the industry that provides technical guidance and consumes the local resources. In the case of precision processing, we don't need to use the Chongping position. The price of our precision processing industry fluctuates to achieve the goal of suppressing prices and balancing the profits of the people who provide the raw materials. Then the problem comes. Should I reduce the trade links and reduce the cost, or should I allow the trade industry to flourish, thus increasing the cost and giving some of the trade groups more profits? If I were to reduce costs and reduce the number of links, would there be a situation where the traders would lose their jobs? If I allowed them to exist, would they continue to raise the price with the resource consumers after they gained control of the resources in the resource lands? Would they continue to exploit the local resource producers, thus obtaining more profits in the middle? This matter is troublesome. I can't relax it, nor can I tighten it. Do I have to use the country's protection mechanism? Can't economic matters be economic matters? The hearts of the people in the world. When Lilongji and the others came in, they happened to hear Zhang Xiaobao's words. Lilongji was immediately touched. Xiaobao was such a good person. Look at Xiaobao. Look at how difficult it was for him to develop his family's business. Not only did he have to consider how much money he could earn, but he also had to consider how much space he could leave for others to earn money. He even had to consider who was being squeezed when others were earning money. Zhu Zan was also moved because he felt that Zhang Xiaobao didn't kill them all back then. He always left a chance for them to live. Otherwise, who knew what kind of impact Tufan would face? Princess Jincheng whispered, "Just as the hexagram shows, even if you seal the 7 gates, only 1 gate will survive. Unless you don't know how to retreat and walk into a dead end, the heavens will be clear, and killing will not be satisfying." When Zhang Xiaobao heard Princess Jincheng's movements, he turned his head and looked back. He smiled and said, "Do you all have nothing to do? If there's nothing, I'll look for you. Unless I'm hungry and want you to make something to eat, I'll ask you a question, and you answer it properly." When Lilongji came, he was afraid that he would disturb the 2 of them arranging the battle. However, one of them was sleeping, and the other was thinking about his family's business. It wasn't that they had nothing to do, so he was relieved. Zhang Xiaobao was very dissatisfied and said, "Be quiet, Cuckoo is asleep. If you have something to say it in the corner. Someone, arrange a place for us." Everyone's footsteps woke Wang Wan up. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Foster mother is here. Have you eaten dinner? Oh, His Majesty and concubine Hui are here too. Princess, you all are here too." Empress Wang loved Wang Wan the most. She quickly walked over and covered her with a quilt. "Cuckoo, go to sleep. It's long past dinner time. It's already 4 o'clock in the evening. You haven't eaten, right? What do you want to eat? Mother will get someone to make it for you. It's 10 o'clock? I'm not sleeping. Xiaobao, you're not sleeping yet? Did something happen at home again? Let's put it aside first. We'll talk about it after we win this battle. There's no hurry. Foster mother, don't worry about me. I'm going to sleep. I'll just get up and arrange the defense of Mount Huangshan. I'll take a bath and eat something later." Wang Wan turned over and sat up. It was obvious that she was not in the right state. She greeted everyone and went out to take a bath. Zhang Xiaobao also went out. They could take a bath together. Lilongji was very depressed. He muttered, "What am I doing here? Waking them up to take a bath? It seems that I'm really idle. I'm meddling in more and more things." After a while, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came back. Zhang Xiaobao was holding dry tofu rolls with spring onions and bean rolls with chili sauce. He was eating happily. Wang Wan was holding a big jiama with minced meat in one hand and a bowl of clear soup in the other. Empress Wang pulled Wang Wan to sit beside her. She watched her adopted daughter eat little by little. She felt more comfortable than eating herself, even though she had her own son and daughter. Lilongji was not so polite. He watched Zhang Xiaobao eat the last bit of bean rolls and asked, "Is it delicious?" "It's okay. It's not delicious, but it's not bad either. It has its own flavor after being cooked and fried. It doesn't lose its original color even if it's coarse. When you're hungry, you can eat chaff. When you're full, You can eat honey, but it's not sweet. I used to be afraid of starvation. It has nothing to do with money. Zhang Xiaobao took another sip of tea and said, I don't understand. I have money. I ordered a table of dishes. I spent money. I'm willing to throw them away. Why do you care? Li Longji was very energetic. Zhang Xiaobao put down the teacup. I don't care. You can throw them away if you want, but don't talk business with me. Otherwise, I'll be very willing to refuse and attack your business. You're wasting survival resources. If you buy 100 crystal cups and throw them on the ground, few people will say anything about it. If you order a table of dishes and you know you can't finish them, you'd rather throw them away. Naturally, there will be hungry people who will rebel. Do you expect people who don't have food to reason with you? There are different kinds of wastage. The people who really waste food are poor, at least in terms of cultivation realm. The really rich people demand quality of food, not quantity. If you order a table of shark's fins, all kinds of shark's fins, and release them to attract flies, that's because you have the ability. If you order 20,000 pounds of steamed buns and throw them to the ground, the people who rebel because of hunger will want to kill you first. Your Majesty, you came here to talk to me about the problem of food? Then I'll have to tell you why I'm eating dried tofu. It's because this thing has a lot of protein in it. After I eat it, Xiaobao, I know. What you said is very reasonable. I will never buy 20,000 pounds of steamed buns and throw them to the ground. What I want to ask you is how to get the guards of the various families and rich people to form a labor force in production. Li Longji was really afraid that Xiaobao would talk to him about food. He knew that the food of the Zhang family and the Wang family was indeed good, but most of it was eaten. They didn't take out millions of strings of cash to buy food and throw it to the ground. Money wasn't used that way. In Xiaobao's words, it was a lack of responsibility to society and wasting food. It was an inferiority complex that poor people showed when they were moving towards the stage of becoming rich. Xiaobao said that if you have money, you can buy jade and throw it for fun. Like his sister, you can throw big pearls on the marble floor. They look good when they bounce, and roast duck with agarwood. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, Your Majesty, you don't want to talk about food anymore? My family just sent a few abalones. Cuckoo and I bought them when we were young. They've been there for many years. After they're done, they're worth 9 taels a head. They'll definitely weigh more than 1 pound. Li Longji swallowed a few times and glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, what I'm asking is how to solve the problem of the wasted labor force. Oh, I see. Okay, Your Majesty. To be honest, labor force isn't wasted and social resources aren't wasted. This is a process of increasing resources and subsidies. You want to suppress this process and then generate more social taxes, right? That's easy. Zhang Xiaobao had already understood what was going on. Li Longji's question was so classic that even Wang Wan, who was eating a jiama, had several ideas to deal with it. Chapter 1007. Li Longji perked up when he heard this. Actually, he knew that the quality of the guards had nothing to do with him. As long as he didn't overstep his boundaries, it wasn't like the guards were spending his money. However, since he had nothing to do, he might as well find something to do. No matter who the guards were, they were all laborers. If they stayed in other people's homes, they would be missing out on social activities. Take care of your own home. No matter where they are, the rich and powerful will send people to manage the city and countryside. In short, they will be the city enforcement officers. Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger and said. Li Longji thought about it carefully and said, What's the difference between them and the bailiffs? If they really do the work of the bailiffs, the rich and powerful will be willing to send them. It's an opportunity to participate in the work of the bailiffs. It's a symbol of status and identity. How can they be bailiffs? They will gather together and be assigned to different areas. When they see uneven roads, they will help to fix them. When they see muddy rivers, they will clear them. Zhang Xiaobao counted with his fingers. Also, if anyone's fence is falling, they will help to fix it. When they see children and elders falling, they will help them up. Of course, if they see bailiffs arresting people on the streets, they will also stop them. Although it's a small matter, someone has to do it. For example, if it's raining heavily and the rivers are rising, or if there are puddles in the fields, they will organize themselves and help. This way, the imperial court won't have to fork out extra money. Lilongji was very happy when he heard this. He realized that if he followed Xiao Bao's instructions, the atmosphere would be better. The roads would be easier to travel, the transportation would be more convenient, and the flow of goods would be faster. There would be less mud, and the rivers wouldn't be blocked easily. The risk of the dam collapsing would be reduced. If he helped those who were busy with work and didn't have time to fix their houses and fences, it would be safer and would save them a lot of effort. However, Xiao Bao, have you been so busy organizing logistics that you've lost your mind? This is called doing chores, not managing them. The masters of the guards aren't stupid, so why should they work? Not to mention Xiao Bao's reputation. Even if I issued an imperial edict, it would be useless. Do you believe me? Lilongji woke up from his dream of Debing and happily told Xiao Bao that he had been angered. Zhang Xiao Bao waited for Lilongji to finish before he explained. Of course, we can't work for free. We can give you some benefits. If you give me money, where can I not find people to work for me? Xiao Bao, I've realized that you're not as smart as Xiao Bei. The older you get, the stupider you get. When you're busy with logistics, your brain isn't as good. Lilongji finally found an opportunity to attack Zhang Xiaobao, and he began to mock him. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. He sympathized with Lilongji. Didn't he just lose a few times in the past? Was there a need to think about revenge all the time? Money? No. Who gives them money? Give them a chance. A chance to participate in the local government's plan every year. For example, the big families have a lot of cows. The cows need to eat grass. The government wants to use a lot of land to grow rice this year. In that case, the cost of the large families would naturally increase by a lot. When he was involved, he could bring up that if the cost of raising cattle increased, it would be detrimental to the local economic development and unity. This is because other than renting cows to the local people to farm, I still have cows to sell milk. If my costs increase, should I pass this cost to the people who rent the cows or put it on the sale of milk? Zhang Xiaobao suggested a new idea and even gave a simple example. Lilongji's eyes lit up. He felt that this idea made sense. After thinking for a while, he slapped his thigh. All right, I think this idea is feasible. The large families pay high taxes, and we should give them some preferential policies. But will they be able to control the local government's annual plan? Lilongji also had his own worries. What if the local government started to give preferential policies to the large families because of this, who would protect the interests of the ordinary people? There was already a problem. The large families and aristocratic families were very aggressive in acquiring land. Lilongji had previously allowed them to do so, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo strongly opposed it. Furthermore, when they were working together, they checked the amount of land each other had. If they had a lot of land, they would not be allowed to work together. This was why they were able to suppress them. This was because the money they earned from owning land was not as much as working with them. According to what Xiao Bao said, wouldn't all their previous efforts be in vain? Zhang Xiaobao knew what Lilongji was afraid of, but he wasn't. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, you don't need to worry. They can only participate in the local government's plans and give their own ideas. They can't help the local government make a decision. The local government will weigh the pros and cons. For example, if the large family with a lot of cows signs a contract with the local government, it means that the local government will give a big discount to the people who rent the cows as long as it doesn't affect their ability to raise cows, or if they don't increase their costs or even reduce their costs. You see, if I'm the county magistrate of a certain county, and I see that the yield of one kind of crop, such as wheat, is getting lower and lower, then I have to change the crop. If the conditions permit, I will change it to a paddy field and plant rice. If you sign a contract with the person who raises cows, I can move out a piece of land that doesn't have a good yield. I can ask the Sea Gnome Temple for good grass seeds and plant them for you. Your costs will be reduced, and the lives of the people in my county will be better. Wang Wan ate the jiama and also agreed Xiao Bao is right. In the future, we should find more people like him to come to the capital and participate in the meetings. We can treat them as representatives of the people, although they don't directly represent the interests of the common people. Xiao Bao is just a bait for the urban management team. The real purpose is that whoever wants to participate in the local government's plans and who wants to obtain more benefits must first pay the price. After the martial arts competition is over, Xiao Bao and I have already discussed and will propose a tax distribution system. The more money you earn, the more tax you have to pay. This money will be used for the welfare of the common people and public welfare. This is not harming them, but protecting them. Otherwise, if the gap between the rich and the poor is too big, the common people will rebel. Not to mention the money, they might not even be able to keep their lives. This proposal is very difficult. Your Majesty, you must support it. Li Longji listened and suddenly shivered. He felt that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's plan was very big. It turned out that the problem he raised was just a part of their plan that could be easily solved. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei also looked at each other. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted to leverage the fundamental interests of a large number of people. The backlash could be imagined. Would the two of them be able to withstand it? Gao Lisher broke out in a cold sweat. He was very clear about how many ministers in history had ended up when they touched the interests of the noble class. His godson and daughter-in-law were challenging the entire class. Li Longji stared blankly at a certain spot. The entire room immediately fell silent. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had indifferent expressions on their faces. This was because the two of them had long thought of a solution. The power of the nobles could never be eliminated. Even if there was a change of dynasty, it was just to get rid of a batch of nobles, keep a portion of them, and raise another batch. After a full 15 minutes, Li Longji finally returned to his previous state. He nodded slowly with a solemn expression and said, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I believe that what you're doing is for the betterment of Tang. After the martial arts competition is over, I'll give you the military authority of the Two Rivers Basin. You can transfer more troops from the Luzhou, Shuzhou, Tubo, and Bohai commanderies to the capital and Luoyang. Li Longji had made his decision. The Two Rivers Basin was naturally the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. He wanted to use Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's hands to make a move on Tang's current aristocratic families. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other in surprise, but they were also touched. Li Longji's action was no different from giving up the country. What was the difference between giving up the military authority of the Two Rivers Basin and letting his private soldiers enter Chang and Luoyang? Both of them stood up and bowed deeply to Li Longji. They said at the same time, Thank you, Uncle Li. Li Longji sighed happily. It's not easy to get you to give me a sincere bow. Don't thank me. I should be the one thanking you. Keep the military authority for now. When things settle down and nobody dares to make a move on you, I'll take it back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat back down. Zhang Xiaobao returned to his usual playful self. Your Majesty, there's no need for you to hold the military authority. We didn't say that we'll make them pay a lot of taxes in one go. Naturally, they won't be willing to take things for free. We can exchange benefits and make them pay more taxes on their own accord. Oh, no need for you to hold the military authority. Can they take the initiative? Xiao Bao, what are you going to use in exchange? It can't be the advanced technology of the Ministry of Works, right? If that's the case, I'd rather let you hold the military authority. If they hold the technology, can I still control them? If they take the technology and run outside to develop, how should I deal with them? Li Longji spoke the truth. He had always been afraid that he wouldn't be able to control the nobles, not the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan families. Over the years, he had already thought it through. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo weren't interested in the imperial authority. They just wanted to build up Great Tang. He didn't know why the two of them, or perhaps the two behind them, thought this way. They seemed to treat everything as a game. They wanted to have a good time, but they definitely weren't willing to be the judge. The reason why he wasn't worried about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan was mainly because they had the technology and capability. Even if they wanted to become the emperor, they could just find a place overseas to develop. However, they chose to remain in Great Tang. As such, they were the most reassuring power. If it were any other clan, they would have long rebelled. Your Majesty, don't worry. Right now, I won't let others have the technology. I'll only be at ease if it's in my hands. Exchanging technology is indeed the best method, even if it's advanced civilian technology. However, I won't give them this either. I'll give them the authority to use the technology in a period of rapid development. I'll use this to exchange for a voluntary increase in the tax rate. Those who aren't willing, I won't force them, but they can forget about getting a chance. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Wang Wan was also full of smiles. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was up to no good again. Li Longji was puzzled. What nonsense was this? Xiaobao, be more specific. Give me an example that I can understand immediately. I want to see how many people will fall for it. Empress Wang and the others nodded. They loved to see Zhang Xiaobao use schemes. It was so satisfying. Chapter 1008. Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight and greeted everyone with a smile. Then he coughed softly. For example, Your Majesty, you are the head of a rich family. Your family does business, and there are people in your family who are officials in the imperial court. You are prominent in the local area. The tax you usually pay is 15% to 20%. I want to charge you 40% of the tax. Therefore, the imperial court issued an edict saying that the Tang Empire will raise the tax from 20% to 40%. Those who agree will go to the Ministry of Works to receive compensation after signing the contract. Will you go? No. Li Longji shook his head. If you compensate me with a bunch of light bulbs, I definitely won't be able to get back the tax money. Besides, the tax is long-term. The compensation must be one time. I have to consider for my descendants. I'm not done yet. Your family's annual turnover is 1 million strings of coins. Based on the tax your family paid last year, if your family's turnover exceeds 1 million strings of coins, if you agree to pay 20% more tax, you'll get permanent distribution rights to the 4 train carriages of the Jingluo to Luoyang Railway and the Jingluo 002 train. Wait, Xiaobao, you're even giving out the distribution rights of the train carriages? There are only 4 trains in operation now. You're giving out 4 carriages of 1 train just for 200,000 strings of coins? Even if you're willing, I'm not. With 4 carriages of goods, you can earn more than 600 strings of coins a day, right? A carriage should be able to carry about 20 meals. For carriages is 80 tons. 200 strings of coins is no more than 200,000 copper coins. 1 ton of goods can't earn 1. 5 copper coins? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking, Li Longji became anxious. He was only calculating the price difference between the capital and Luoyang. What if he transported more valuable goods? Wang Wan hurriedly persuaded. Your Majesty, what Xiaobao means is the distribution of carriages. It doesn't mean that you don't have to pay the fare. That is to say, there are 4 carriages under your control every day. But whether you use them for yourself or others, you have to pay the fare. If they only transport grain and pay the fare, they won't be able to earn 200 strings of coins. Of course, it's impossible for them to transport grain, but the price difference between the 2 places is high. For wagons is just an example. In reality, it might be 2 wagons. Xiaobao, with a turnover of 1 million strings of coins, it's not much to give 2 wagons, right? Yes, it's not much, because it's a short journey from the capital to Luoyang. It only takes 2 carriages to make a profit of 500 strings of coins a day. I believe that many people will be willing to pay more taxes. Zhang Xiaobao calculated in his mind. Li Longji still shook his head. That's still a lot. You said that it's permanent. If I ask for an extra 200,000 strings of coins, it'll still be 200,000 strings of coins a year. Besides, he arranged a carriage for others, so there are naturally other benefits. Zhang Xiaobao felt extremely helpless. Why was Li Longji's brain not working properly? He turned to look at his godfather and asked, "Foster father, what do you think?" Gao Lisher pondered for a moment and said, "If the carriage is given away, that person's influence will increase, and the benefits it will bring to them will definitely far exceed 200,000 strings of coins. As long as they aren't stupid, they will be willing to take the carriage. There are times when one loses money in business. Presumably, no matter where the price of the goods is, the carriage will be able to generate profits. However, since it's Xiaobao's idea, I believe that you naturally won't let them off so easily. It's just that I haven't thought of a reason yet." Gao Lisher was very honest and approved of his godson's way of doing things. Doing business that lost money was not his godson's style. "Many thanks, foster father." Zhang Xiaobao thanked Gao Lisher with a smile. Of course, there was no sincerity in it, but Gao Lisher didn't care. He gestured for Zhang Xiaobao to continue. "Your Majesty's thinking is very correct, but there is a prerequisite. That is, the carriage from the capital to Luoyang will only run 4 times a day. If I increase it to 40 times a day, running once every hour or so, giving you the management rights of 4 carriages, you will immediately feel a lot of pressure and the competition will be fierce. In the future, there will be even longer distance railways. Didn't we agree this year that I will be in charge of the money and you will be in charge of the workers? We will build 30,000 kilometers, and I will use the management rights of these 30,000 kilometers of railway carriages to exchange for the majority of people who are willing to take the initiative to raise the tax rate. As for the minority who don't support it, what can they do when the time comes to enforce it? The later they support it, the fewer benefits they will receive when the time comes. We have to think of a way to spread this news as a rumor." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he gestured and told everyone what he had envisioned. Wang laughed happily at the side and added, "Don't look at how it's powered by the steam engine now. After we increase the number of carriages, we will immediately share the profits of others. The faster the development of technology, the smaller the profits of investments that don't consider the technology in the short term. A year later, they will realize that the profits they take out every year are far less than the figures they once imagined. The extra money will become the tax of our great Tang. When the time comes, there will be more leeway to choose whether to use it for medical treatment or education. We can even subsidize the farmers. Yes, subsidize the farmers. It's not obvious now, but in the future the land tax will gradually be abolished. This is the law of social development, but in the process of buying and selling food, there is a need to levy taxes. No one can resist this trend, and we can only seek more balance in the rise and fall of the trend. Yes." Zhang Xiaobao continued, "In this world, the internal stability of a country will always be based on the proportion of tax and land. With land, the problem of survival will be solved. With tax, the problem of welfare will be solved. As for the carriages, they are all fake. If you have them today, you might lose them tomorrow. If you give away the management rights of all the carriages, I will one day let the Ministry of Works catch up with the development. I will change all the steam engines to diesel engines, and the number of carriages will naturally disappear." Li Longji was frightened by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words. He felt a chill down his spine. He felt that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were good people. If they were talking about land, they usually did not occupy it. The Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County, Zhuangzi, were still as big after so many years. The land in Tubo that was closest to the pass was also nominally given to the imperial court. They went to Qinghai Lake to occupy it again. There was also the northern part of Hebei province that was nominally also under the imperial court. They had to pay more rent every year. There was also Luzhou. Although the Zhang family and the Wang family were the absolute rulers there, they still did not claim a piece of land for themselves. They only occupied it outside and would return it to the Tang Empire when the Tang Empire's forces passed. They knew the importance of land. Hence, they did not touch it. Wu Huifei felt the same way as well. She said, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about what you said today. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with a smile. It's fine even if you tell them. They still have to raise their tax rates voluntarily. I have compensations and backup measures. I'm only asking those who earn more to pay more tax. I'm not going to kill them all. As for the land, I'll slowly take it back from them. I can give them other things in exchange. Land is related to the stability of the country. I won't compromise. I'll force them to make a decision willingly. Wan chimed in. My family is the first to be willing to raise the tax rate. Money is only a burden to a certain extent, not a blessing. Moreover, my family doesn't have to pay 40% tax. It's 60% tax. 60%? What kind of compensation do you want? Li Longji was stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. He was shocked by Wang Wan's words. 60% tax? Would there still be profits? Perhaps the restaurant between the clouds and the water could. But wouldn't the other businesses suffer losses? If they ran out of money, their intelligence network wouldn't be able to support them. If the Zhang clan and Wang clan lost their intelligence network, it wouldn't be a good thing for Great Tang. Thinking of this, Li Longji waved his hands. No, 60% is too much. You have your own matters to attend to. You aren't pure merchants, so you have to ensure that you have sufficient guards. Every year, your family takes out a lot of money to do things in the name of the royal court. We can't bully your family anymore. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng glanced at one another. The two of them tacitly thought of the same thing. Great Tang had to ensure that the interests of the Zhang clan and Wang clan were guaranteed. Under normal circumstances, the two clans were a power that every ruler feared. However, in Great Tang, not only could they not suppress them, they had to support them. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's talents had already determined their positions in Great Tang. Wang Wan's smile remained unchanged. Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. This is a matter of 300% of the cost and 500% of the profit. So what if we have to pay 60% tax? If an item that costs 10 copper coins is sold for 40 copper coins, we have to pay a 60% tax of 24 copper coins. I still have a net income of 16 copper coins, and a portion of this 16 copper coins will be used to subsidize other industries. The profits will still be there. What kind of toy can earn so much? Your family's luxury goods? Li Longji thought of glass. Cement used to be a luxury item, but it wasn't now. He just didn't hand over the formula for cement, and he didn't allow others to buy and sell it. However, the price of cement had become very low. Your Majesty, you have forgotten. You promised us that you would let us establish the Great Tang heavy industry. We control the entire industrial system of Great Tang, and the profits will naturally come from the industrial side. Technological products are the most profitable, and luxury goods are just small toys. In the future, I will compensate those who are willing to pay a high tax rate for technological products. I will allow them to earn money, but I won't allow them to touch anything that involves the foundation of Great Tang. This is because money is something that can be lost at a crucial moment in the country. Zhang Xiaobao brought up the words he said on the ship to Jili province. Li Longji suddenly understood. So that's what he was waiting for, right? It was agreed that the Great Tang heavy industry would be handed over to Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. Only by letting them manage it would he be at ease. There were too many crucial technologies in it. Gao Lisher interjected. Xiao Bao, in other words, when you make deals with others, you will suppress them every time. When they don't have enough profits, you will compensate them in another way. Yes, it's easy to ruin the business of one family, but I don't dare to ruin the business of all the major families in the Great Tang. But in the early stages, as technology develops and people become smarter, their competitors will gradually increase. Every time I make a change, I will compensate them so that they have a chance to increase their competitive advantage. However, when there are too many choices, there will be a large number of people who will not be able to manage their business as well. The faster society develops, the harder it will be for them to make a choice. Only a small number of people can stand in the noble class. The rest will be buried in the tide. Perhaps it won't take long. 10 years? 20 years? Today, the families that we use to exchange tax rates will drop by 90% or even more. This is because the development and application of various technologies in Great Tang is too fast. This is a development speed that Cuckoo and I expect and push forward. However, to me and Cuckoo, not only do we not find it abnormal, we find it slow. Zhang Xiaobao said another result, which was that those who agreed to pay more taxes would gradually be squeezed out in the process of technological development. So what if they were a millionaire? A person with a net worth of several billion yuan could collapse overnight. There were many cases of giant enterprises collapsing in an instant. Even countries could go bankrupt. What else could not happen? Li Longji and the others finally witnessed the ruthlessness of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They seemed to be willing to sacrifice many things for the stability of Great Tang, including the people abroad and the rich in the country. They would kill anyone who stood in their way. Zhu Zan had a deep impression of this. He had personally experienced it. The civil and the martial were working together to achieve the same goal. Just like the snow on a snowy mountain, under the calm surface, there was a power that could turn the world upside down. Revealing even the slightest loophole and giving others a chance would result in an avalanche. This was how Tubo collapsed. They had sent people to cause trouble once, but they suddenly got in the way of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo leading the development of Great Tang. Thus, the two of them were forcefully removed, regardless of how many people died in the process. Zuzin Chide no longer felt resentment. What he felt was more helplessness. Tubo did not have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Tubo did not send people to kill them in advance. No, they had already sent people to scout Sanshui County to find people and things worth killing. In the end, they sank by the small river beside Zhuangzi where the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family lived. That river, that small bridge, and those two Zhuangzi seemed to be filled with mysteries ever since they were born. Other than Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's relatives, the people in the inner court were the ones who understood the situation the most. They could not get any information from them. The only one who could be considered an outsider was Song Jinggong. It was said that he used to be a swindler and was very good at swindling people. He had never failed in his swindling for many years. In the end, when he went to someone else's manor, he failed miserably and even lost his capital. Later on, when people asked him why, he kept it a secret. Every time he got drunk, he would only sigh and not say anything. He was the number one on the list, but he never challenged Zhang Xiaobao, much less left the Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. Why was he so afraid? As he thought about it, Zuzin Chide suddenly thought of something and asked, Xiaobao, you said that you feel that your development is too slow? Does that mean that you are not worried about encountering any problems, such as developing too quickly and exceeding your control? Li Longji was also thinking about it. When he heard Zuzin Chide's words, he reacted, That's right. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, you don't seem to be afraid at all. What are we afraid of? Where are we going now? It's just that after a period of time, the use of industrial investment in the people's livelihood will cause a portion of the handicraft workers to lose their jobs. It's not a big deal to find a new job for them, right, Cuckoo? Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. Wang Wan replied, Yes. In theory, it's impossible for people to lose their jobs. The so-called unemployment is not working because they can't find a job with the same income as they want. The contradiction is that how much money you want to earn, what kind of job you can do, and what kind of job you want to do. The faster the development, the more opportunities there are for employment. Careers are always relative. If a country has too many people with careers, it can only mean that there are problems with the country's economic structure and industrial technology. It's definitely the responsibility of the ruler. he or she did not manage to balance the country's income. So he or she has to support the people with careers. What if they don't support them? Li Longji felt very uncomfortable with the responsibility being pushed to him, so he asked in a loud voice. Zhang Xiaobao followed up and said in a loud voice, then they are not loyal to the emperor and are not patriotic. As long as they are given a chance, they are willing to betray the country for more income. Li Longji was at a loss for words. As the emperor, he still cared about the loyalty of the people. He didn't want to need a lot of guards when he went to a construction site like Beijing one day. He didn't want to treat the people who were supposed to protect him with their lives as enemies just because he felt guilty. He felt that, as the emperor, it was too sad to live like that. If that was the case, he wouldn't be as good as Xiao Bei and the others. At least wherever Xiao Bei and the others went, they would be loved and respected by the people as soon as they revealed their identity. Xiao Bao, you keep saying that there are problems. Do you have any ideas to solve the problem of career? Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao angrily after being frightened. What was the use of always finding problems? The main thing was to find a solution. I do. Zhang Xiaobao became serious. Actually, Your Majesty has already done a good job, so there's no need to worry. I'll solve the problem of career. It's not a big problem anyway. I'll use the money you gave me from the bank to set up a long-term training class. Whoever has a career, I'll give them living expenses first before teaching them survival skills. If those who have a career aren't willing to do manual labor, I'll teach them simple mechanical operations. Once they learn how to do it, they'll naturally be needed by other industries. I can teach them simple accounting, and they'll be able to find similar jobs. I can even teach them how to edit words. In the future, Great Tang's industries won't be based on production, but entertainment and services. After they learn how to edit words, they can find a small newspaper office to work for. Of course, you'll be the one paying for it. If they can't learn it in the first period, they can continue to learn it in the second period. If they can't learn it all the time, they won't be able to withstand the gazes of others. Our Great Tang is a country with dignity and backbone. The same goes for the people. They have their own pride, and if they can't learn it, how can you be so shameless as to refuse to pay for their living expenses? Wang Wan added, Xiao Bao is right. There are many jobs in society that don't require too much skill. I don't require everyone to know how to calculate calculus, probability, and psychology. Ordinary jobs don't require that. What a normal industry actually needs is a skilled worker, especially for private businesses. In that case, the country can help to nurture the workers' proficiency. The country has to pay for this. Right now, it's the money that Your Majesty left with Xiao Bao to support it. It won't be used for the time being, but Xiao Bao already has a plan. As long as they have a career, Xiao Bao will fork out your money. So you don't have to worry. Xiao Bao and I are more than capable of handling such matters. Then, what if I'm not willing to fork out this money? Perhaps Li Longji felt that he was too afraid and embarrassed, so he asked. Chapter 1009. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan coughed and didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaobao also coughed and said, That's simple. Your Majesty, if you don't want to pay, someone else is willing to. Li Longji didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao would be able to stop him from arguing. He asked in disbelief, Who's so nice? There are merchants. They're willing to pay to set up a relative skills training school. No matter how old you are, you can go and learn. Zhang Xiaobao said. Oh, there are good merchants too. Li Longji nodded happily. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. They charge money. In the past, the school also charged money. All of the schools, set up by merchants, also charged money. Then they said that after graduation, they would recommend you to various places to work. Listen carefully, it's a recommendation. After the recommendation, the other party said that he would be paid 80 copper coins a month. When he heard that it was too little, he thought, I spent more than 200 copper coins a month when I went to school to learn skills. I spent more than 10 copper coins a month studying for a year, and then he was paid 80 copper coins. Why should I study? You didn't go and work. Some went and found out that others were being paid 400 copper coins a month. Then you asked why, and they said that your demands are too high, so you were fired. They dare? I want their heads. Lilongji was furious. Why wouldn't they dare? They even helped you train them. You have to praise them. You have to think about it this way. Now you don't have to fork out any money. If they train 100 people and 20 of them end up working for low wages, won't that solve 20% of your employment problem? Zhang Xiaobao smiled and explained to Lilongji. Lilongji nodded in shock. How can they be so shameless? Yes, this is called having a superior obey. Take the money. I have so much money in a year that I can't use it all up. Take it out for me. You have to prepare. Once they have a career, send them to the school for training and give them living expenses. We are not a fatuous ruler. We are not so thick-skinned that we can sleep peacefully knowing that there are people waiting to be fed. We don't want to hear curses behind us. That's it. Your Majesty, don't worry. The money won't be spent in vain. I will make arrangements according to each age group. The older ones will be skilled workers, and the younger ones will continue to work and learn at the same time. And in the future, for those who will do the same kind of mechanical work, I will also let them receive different kinds of training in order to avoid the impact of the workplace they're familiar with closing down, and it will be difficult for them to find another job. As an experienced person, Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with this matter and felt that it was not a big problem. Of course, he did not think that some leaders did not know. They just thought that they would not be able to stay for long and would retire. Therefore, when they were in office, they would only benefit their own family. As for the lives of the people, that was another story. Lilongji had no idea what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. But when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's reply, he was extremely satisfied. Look, our great Tang has Xiaobao and Cuckoo. What do we have to worry about? As long as that country, the people are rich, we believe that there will be a day when great Tang will not fear any place in the world. Lilongji almost said that country in front of so many people. This was a thorn in his heart. Fortunately, great Tang's situation had been good, and its industrial development was very fast. He hoped that he could catch up to them and compete with them in terms of military strength. Empress Wang also said, Xiaobao, it's fortunate that you did not play any tricks in Great Tang. Otherwise, with your ability, the people of Great Tang would probably be counting the money for you. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? When Wang Wan heard Empress Wang's voice, Wei Wei smiled and did not say anything. Only she knew how capable Zhang Xiaobao was. Liar, big liar, you actually have the face to sue others. You are finished. Tell me honestly, and I might be lenient with you. In Old Willow Village, Xiao Bei and her group found the person who was still pestering the girl in the village. That person was actually very young, in his 20s. At the entrance of the village, he was telling a group of onlookers how it was not easy for him to earn some gold. He wanted to get a jewelry and marry a wife, but in the end he was cheated. When Xiao Bei saw him sitting on a tree stump, she rushed up and grabbed his collar with her right hand. What are you doing? Little brat, you don't shoot. When this person heard someone call him a liar, he was frightened. However, when he saw that it was a cute little girl, his face immediately darkened. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the little girl take out something from the right side of her waist. It was golden. That's right, it was something coated with gold. This was because he knew that this little girl would not be able to hold pure gold. He was also very familiar with gold. At a glance, he could tell that it was a handgun with a golden sand surface. A child, gold, and a handgun. When these three things were combined, he wisely raised his hands. He knew that he had provoked someone he should not have. You recognize a handgun? You're quite knowledgeable. Take a guess. Is my gun real or fake? Can it kill people? Did you just call me a little brat? Xiao Bei gestured with the gun. She was currently using a wooden gun, and the outside was indeed covered with gold dust. She put the loaded gun on her left side and held it with her right hand to feel comfortable. That was the last thing she had to protect herself when all the guards were down. Normally, she would not take it out. This brat did not know the situation. When he saw that she was holding a gun, he trembled. He was afraid that the child would impulsively shoot, so his hand was still raised. He looked behind Xiaobei and found that there were many people, all dressed differently. There were also adults. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He said in a trembling voice, "No, I'm not calling you. I'm talking about myself. You're a cute little girl. Hold the gun tight. Who's your little sister? You liar. You can fool others, but can you fool me? I sent a telegram to my brother, and he told me to come and catch you. I also discussed with them and said that 3 grams of gold is not worth much. Would a businessman who can open a school and provide food and shelter for 70 people for free ruin their reputation for 3 grams of gold? You underestimate the people of the world too much. We calculated that 3 grams of gold is not even enough to pay for a meal for 70 children. Tell me, why did you frame me? Be lenient if you confess, and strict if you resist. Do you know the consequences of the 2 choices?" Xiaobei felt that she represented all the justice in the world at this moment and questioned the other party. This brat did not know who the other party was. His words were scary, but he thought that the other party was right. 3 grams of gold was not enough to pay for a meal for the children in the school. His voice was still trembling as he asked, What consequences? How about confessing?" "Humph, you finally confessed, right?" "Confess, yes." "Confess, confess. Drag him out and shoot him." Xiaobei continued to scare him. "What about resistance?" The brat asked again. "Resistance? Resistance will be shot on the spot. Ha ha ha! Look at how scared you are. Your face is pale. Weren't you very bold when you framed me? A fake gun can scare you like this. Ha ha ha!" Xiaobei loosened her grip on the brat's hand and threw the gun to the ground. She covered her stomach with both hands and squatted on the ground, laughing. The brat's face turned from white to green, and then from green to red. His eyes were about to burst into flames, but he did not dare to do anything to the little girl in front of him. This was because he saw that the fake gun was indeed fake. The muzzle and the grip were embedded with gems. The muzzle was a cat's-eye stone, and the grip was a broken jade. The outside was coated with gold, and there was a very comfortable light fragrance. If he guessed correctly, it was definitely the smell of agarwood. This toy gun represented too many things. If he touched the owner of the gun, he would be doomed eternally. Xiaobei laughed for a long time before he slowly stood up and put the gun away. He tilted his head and asked, "My brother said it was you, so it must be you. Tell me, how did you get the gold down? There's no trace of it." The brat gradually regained his composure and knew that trouble was coming. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, I'm not lying. Their family stole 3 grams of my gold. It wasn't easy for me to save up that little bit of gold. They can't do that. I want to see an official. I want justice. You can't just beat me into a confession." "Huh, you know how to beat me into a confession?" Xiaobei saw that the brat was still not admitting to it. She recalled what her brother said in the message and continued, "You didn't scrape it with anything, nor did you burn it with fire, but you concocted a potion and then dipped the unmarked bracelet in it. As a result, you dipped 3 grams of gold in it. Then you got the gold out of the potion. There are at least 2 ways. One is to use the displacement reaction of wet alchemy, such as spicy powder, heat it up and then separate it. The other is, if you use this method, my brother and sister said that will give you a chance. You'll serve in the Ministry of Defense and learn other techniques there. If you use the first method, you'll be sentenced to death. But you have to think carefully. If you're caught by us, the lightest punishment is exile. We'll send you to a remote place. If you die on the road, it's your bad idea. Tell me, what did you use?" The brat felt that all the pores on his body were open and a chill was coming out. He trembled and asked, "What's the second method?" "We're asking you. You won't tell us, right?" You want to get lucky, don't you? You think we're tricking you, right? You don't believe that we can exile you, right? Come on, take him away and send him to the government office in Guo province. We'll sentence him directly. Xiao Bei had been coerced for her own business and was full of anger. She finally found a place to vent her anger, so she kept asking questions. I said, "Don't arrest me. I made a generator myself. I found that many interesting things can happen when 2 poles are put in a liquid. I used this to make some gold and put it in a specially prepared potion. Then I added something to it to make it look like before." The brat was very straightforward this time. He saw the embroidery pattern of rice seedlings on the chest of the person who came over. He was not stupid enough to not recognize what it meant. He immediately guessed who the little girl in front of him was. He admitted that he was too unlucky and did not think too much. He immediately reacted and confessed. He did not think that he could get away with it by chance. That would not work. As soon as he confessed, the surrounding villagers who had been listening to him talk about how he had suffered and how he had been cheated were in an uproar. Some even wanted to rush up and beat him. Generally, such people were the ones who had complained about the jewelry seller in the beginning. Now, they felt that what they had said before was wrong. They were sad and blamed themselves, so they planned to beat the brat to vent their anger. "Don't move." The little girl who sold the jewelry stood up and glanced at the surrounding people with a cold face. She said, "It's fine as long as you can prove my family's innocence. The bad guys will naturally be punished by the authorities. My jewelry shop will continue to operate from today onwards. Uncles and aunties, if you have any jewelry that you want to hit, please do me the honor." The villagers were immediately speechless. Hearing these words was even more uncomfortable than being beaten up. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. He had met a powerful sister. He reached out and tugged at the girl's clothes. "Sister, how about this? I'll get the Ministry of Works to make something. It's a mechanism. We can put it on the doll, and the doll can move. Let's cooperate. Your family happens to have craftsmen who are good at it. I'll leave the business to you." The girl smiled at Xiao Bei and said, "Xiao Bei, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, my family would not be able to turn over a new leaf. I'll make it for you for free. As long as my family can make it, it's fine." "That won't do. Free things don't last long. Just like the people in your village. I believe some of their children are still studying in your school. You can collect some money in the future, or you can chase all of them back home and not let them study anymore." Xiao Bei gave his idea in a loud voice. His eyes scanned the faces of the surrounding villagers, and he realized that no one was blushing. A villager who was close to him lowered his head and said, "Uncle was wrong. Uncle will wait for your father to come back and apologize." He then said to Xiao Bei, "You're Xiao Bei, right?" Xiao Bei turned away and ignored him. Wasn't this nonsense? He had already called him that just now. That person didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and continued, "The village is about to start fighting over this matter. The families of all the children who study in her school are all protecting her family. If I can't get her father to forgive me this time, I'll have no descendants." "Then why didn't you believe it in the past?" Xiao Bei's expression improved when he heard that this person had such a heavy oath. He asked, "Because her family is too rich. Among the surrounding villages, only her family is rich. I don't know what I'm thinking, but I just want her family to be unlucky." This person spoke his mind. Xiao Bei was dumbfounded. "Ah, she's rich. So you want her to be unlucky? Since my family is rich, do you want me to be unlucky too? No, who dares to think about it? Your family is standing on the clouds. It's too high. You don't even dare to think about it. Her family wasn't so rich in the past. They only had a small shop. Later, her family didn't just make gold and silver items. They also made copper, iron, aluminum, and lead items. They weren't expensive, but they made a lot of them. They became popular in 2 years. It was the same in the past. So why did her family become rich? Although I don't say it, I keep thinking about it in my heart. It's very uncomfortable. The person continued speaking. The surrounding people listened as well. Some nodded, while others sighed. Xiao Bei turned around to look at Xiao Yuan and the rest. Xiao Yuan stood up. Brother and sister have talked about this before. They said that we should wait for a while before the overall conflict will manifest. I didn't expect to see it today. I have to report it to brother and sister so that they can prepare in advance. All right, report it. Send it now. Why? There's a rich family in the village who can bring you along to earn money. At least your children don't have to spend money to go to their school. You're not like us. We have brothers and sisters at home to teach us. It's really like what brother said. A person's heart can't change completely. Corrupt officials can't be killed. It's really too difficult to maintain the balance of a country's citizens. Xiao Bei recalled what her brother and sister had said. She still remembered that her sister had listened to her brother's words. She could only sigh in response. The telegram was sent out very quickly. Xiao Bei didn't leave. She wanted to figure out how to solve this problem. When they received the telegram, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sleeping. The two of them were fine. They already knew where the enemy's vanguard was, and were just waiting for them to arrive. Li Longji and the others hadn't left yet. They also knew that there was still a period of time before the main forces of the two sides would meet. So they found a corner in the headquarters where Wang Wan was. They gathered together, drank tea, and chatted softly. Li Longji and the others were shocked by what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just said. They didn't expect that the two of them had actually thought of such a big plan and were implementing it bit by bit. When Xiao Bei's message was sent, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already asleep. Li Longji said to the person who came to wake them up, "Did Xiao Bei send news over?" The person who sent the message nodded. Li Longji said, "There's no need to wake them up. Xiao Bei must have sent me a message. Give it to me." The person who sent the message didn't refuse and directly handed it to Li Longji. In fact, he already knew what the message was and wanted to see how the emperor would solve this problem. Li Longji thought that Xiao Bei had answered his question about why they had to fork out half of the profits, even though they were tax-free. In the end, he happily opened the piece of paper with the contents of the telegram and was immediately dumbfounded. He looked at the people on both sides and passed the piece of paper back to them. He said, "Xiao Bei, you're bound to come back with a lot of trouble every time you go out. We haven't even solved the previous issue, and now we're talking about internal conflicts among the people." Empress Wang took the piece of paper and looked at it. She said, "What Xiao Bei said seems to have always happened. It depends on how the local rich families handle their relationships with others. For example, Xiao Bao's family is from Sanshui County. Everyone knows that their family is rich, but no one in the county wishes for their family to encounter any misfortune." Gao Lisher also took the piece of paper and looked at it. He said, "In the past, this problem didn't seem serious because there were very few rich people in a village. Usually, it would be good to meet someone with a little bit of money in a county. However, in the future, many hardworking and smart people will inevitably become wealthier than others. Of course, Xiao Bao will also collect more taxes from the rich. But I'm worried that this kind of thing will become normal and no one will pay attention to it. That will be the main contradiction in a good society like Xiao Bao. It's better to wake Xiao Bao up." As a result, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were woken up. Zhang Xiaobao looked around and gestured to Wang Wan to let her continue sleeping. He got up himself, took the piece of paper and looked at it. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's easy to solve the problem in only one place. We just need to get the family that sells jewelry to another place, and then get the rich people from that place to come here. It's best if they are also jewelry makers. This way, when the local people see that the rich people are not from their village, they will have less of a comparison with their previous lives. Therefore, it will be easier for them to accept the new people. But in the long run, this won't work, so we can only use one method." "What method?" Li Longji and the others asked almost at the same time. "Publicity." Zhang Xiaobao replied seriously. Chapter 10:10. This time, Li Longji didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to give a more specific explanation. He said clearly, I will let the Ministry of Rights take care of it. You guys should hurry up and make the film for me. Use it for publicity. It's convenient and direct. Then, I'll go back to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao threw down this sentence. Without waiting for Li Longji's permission, he fell back to sleep. Li Longji yawned. He was also sleepy. He took a sip of the tea on the small table and said softly, Find a place to rest. These past few days have tired me out. Empress Wang also felt tired and got up. Cheetah and Zhu Zan were still energetic. Gao Lishir didn't show any signs of fatigue. Only Wu Huifei was reluctant to leave. She turned her head to look at the sleeping Zhang Xiaobao. She really wanted to go over and wake him up so that she could ask him about the doubts in her heart. Yes, it was doubts. Wu Huifei once had a wish to be empress, but it was later ruined by Wang Wan. Not only did she not do anything to Wang Wan after scheming against her several times, she also caused her own side to suffer great losses. If it wasn't for her status, she would probably have been dealt with by the two of them. No one would be willing to cause trouble again and again. It was with this thought that Wu Huifei came to watch the show. In the end, when she came in contact with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she discovered something even more interesting. That was, even if she couldn't be an empress, she could be a powerful economic leader. She also had to be involved in politics. The two aspects of politics and economics actually had such interesting interactions. Moreover, a change in a small aspect could have a huge impact. When one saw through the surface and saw the essence, there was a special sense of achievement. Therefore, Wu Huifei always liked to listen to Zhang Xiaobao give ideas and analyze what he said. Politics and economics are truly mysterious and wonderful. Your Majesty, when you go back, you must find a few books written by Xiao Xiaobao for people who study economics. I want to study them properly, Wu Huifei said to Li Longji as she walked out of the room. Her eyes flickered as if she was yearning for something. Li Longji glanced at Wu Huifei in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, he said, That's fine. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao's use of this Tao has already reached perfection. If he uses it for good, the people will be in good health. If he uses it for evil, the people will not be able to make a living. I hope that after you come into contact with them, you won't use harmful means to the people just to earn pocket money for yourself. Learn from Xiao Bao. His family has a lot of money, and he's also willing to invest in public welfare. It's not that he can't earn more money, but he's worried that the impact on the people will be too great, so he's been holding back. Li Longji had money, and he was also willing to spend it on the palace. However, he also knew that Empress Wang and Wu Huifei liked to earn money themselves. Empress Wang's method of earning money was to take the women in the harem to do embroidery in their spare time, and then take it out of the palace for Gao Lishir to auction. She didn't earn a lot, but it definitely wasn't a small amount. The auction price of embroidery in the palace wasn't low, but Empress Wang was more willing to play with the palace maids, such as playing badminton and shuttlecock. Now, she was also infatuated with soccer and wanted to form a women's soccer team. Wu Huifei's power in the palace wasn't as great as Empress Wang's. She cared more about her status, so she rarely got along well with the palace maids. She could only help to organize poetry and other gatherings behind the scenes, and let the merchants advertise for her to earn money. From the looks of it, she wanted to learn more skills. She might even want to invest. Li Longji was afraid that she would earn too much money and disregard whether her actions would cause losses to the people, so he told her in advance. Otherwise, if Xiao Bao found out about the problem, he would take strong measures. Wu Huifei nodded obediently. Your Majesty, rest assured. Your subject wife knows what Xiao Bao is doing. He has always kept his bottom line. He is doing this for Kong Long's remorse. It's good that Kong Long's remorse is known. Don't be like Zhang Shogui. Even though the news was cut off, he still rushed to Mount Huangshan without a care. Cuckoo is currently setting up a trap at Mount Huangshan, and her sniper camp is also following behind them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If they really do as they are doing, we can only hope that the natives they meet in the future won't be smart. Otherwise, how many good men of our great Tang will lose their lives? While they were speaking, Lilongji's group had already returned to the sand table in the center. Sweeping his gaze over the sand table, Lilongji was extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Shogui. He had sent out quite a few scouts, and they had covered a considerable distance of 30 li. However, why didn't they clean up the traces left behind by the cannons? How dangerous was it to be targeted by the enemy's sniper team from afar? Once the sniper team received news of their main force, they would immediately use smoke signals to call the police and expose the enemy's position. At that time, it would be useless even if they killed everyone in the sniper camp. Your Majesty, who is the commander of the group, following behind Zhang Shogui's group. His goal was very clear. He was not like a normal small team commander who would lose focus and panic when they were fighting alone. From the way they are leading the group, it feels like they know what's going on in the center of the sand table. Their sense of the big picture is too strong. Zuzin Chide also leaned over to take a look, looking at the sand table and the various orders given by the referee. He couldn't help but praise. Lilongji also wanted to know who that unhurried and confident commander who had been tailing Zhang Shogui's army this entire time was. He glanced at the referee. Someone from the referees immediately reported, "Your Majesty, the current commander leading the 30-man group is a fourth-generation cadet from Wang Wan's family. Similarly, there are also the commanders of the 12 other groups in Wang Yi's camp. No wonder. The fourth-generation cadets are all nurtured and competed against one another in the inner court. How could they be easy to avoid elimination? Oh, we understand now." Cuckoo was afraid that the enemy would be too close and wouldn't have time to make arrangements. So she sent out a group of elite commanders to delay the advance of the enemy's vanguard, even if it meant sending them to their deaths. But in the end, man proposes, but the heavens disposes. That day, when there was no wind, Wang Yi saw the enemy hot air balloon team. So he ignited the entire mountain fire ahead of time and brought down Zhang Shogui's air vanguard. Formidable, Wang Yi. Well done. When Lilongji heard this, he immediately understood the strength of the sniper battalion's commander. The sniper battalion was usually used for sniping and sneak attacks, and was considered a special force. In order to complete the strategic deployment, Cuckoo had reluctantly thrown them out. But elites were elites. If they were given the slightest chance, they would cause endless trouble. Once the enemy's air force was eliminated, Wang Yi would have completed his mission. Without the scouting team, he wouldn't be able to find anyone, so he would naturally hesitate, giving the Central Army more time to prepare. Your Majesty, how should we train them? Back then, this subject rejoiced. At this moment, Zuzin understood how important an outstanding commander was. Wang Yi of the sniper camp had used his actions to show everyone what it meant to disregard the orders of the emperor. In a situation where there was no communication, he could fight on his own and even form a faint pattern of cooperation with his allies. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had led the logistics team to Tibet back then, they probably wouldn't have needed Xiao Bao to follow the economic strategy closely. This kind of commander who was a chess piece but still had the big picture in mind was too rare. Lilongji wasn't sleepy anymore. Thinking about how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were sleeping, he suggested, "Let's go and take a look at Wang Yi and the others." The group of people excitedly strolled to other places. "Everyone follow me. Wait at a concave area in front of the cliff. Prepare the crossbows and shoot at the enemy's small group at any time." When Lilongji and the others arrived at the door of the person called Little Dong, they first heard the voice coming from inside. Usually, such a small group wouldn't be given a room. However, under special circumstances, if one person was in charge of delivering important information, he could be given a room to talk about how to avoid being chased and tracked. Little Dong was currently in such a situation. Li Longji was at the door, and when he heard this, he chuckled. Empress Wang also covered her mouth and laughed. She knew what the small group Little Dong was talking about was. It was Zhang Shougui's communication team. Each team only had a few people, and they specifically found a place to hide. For example, on a dense tree, in a patch of grass that was at least half a person's height, near a pond, in a concave area on a cliff, or beside a mountain cave. They didn't hide inside because the enemy would usually search inside. And Little Dong didn't say that they would attack the enemy's communication team, but a small group. He was acting as a native. As for why the natives were so smart and familiar with the enemy's formation and hiding spots, it meant that someone had been to Great Tang and had specially learned about it, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. This was what Little Dong had done. He had already removed the 2 communication relay points behind Zhang Shougui's vanguard. He had found one accurately, and this time he was waiting for the enemy to ambush him. When the messenger saw Li Longji and the others, he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded to Wei Wei, indicating that he knew that they were here. You can see very far. Have you discovered the enemy? Little Dong was very engrossed. Even though there was only a sand table in front of him and a few small models on it, he was lying on the back of the chair with his head lowered, afraid that the enemy would discover him. This was a habit. During their training, they would always be pulled into the wilderness and have each of them hold a map. Next to them would be 1 or 2 people with a radio behind them to evaluate the situation. If you were to hold the map and follow the route on it while advancing or dodging, you could easily be seen by the enemy, nearby if you stood up. What was the point of playing then? The person with the radio behind them would just tell you that you have been discovered and eliminated. He was completely engrossed in the task, as if he was really dodging the enemy on the battlefield. To him, the sand table was no different from reality. In a real battle, if he had the chance, he had to personally observe the terrain. During the process of giving orders, he had to control the advantage and concealment of the attack spots in units. For example, if he had the time on a small mountain, he would first observe which spots were suitable for an ambush, such as whether there were dense grass or potholes, whether there were large trees nearby, how tall the trees were, and whether he could arrange snipers there. Then, when he returned to the command center, he would complete the map and arrange for people to go there. If a battle really broke out, he would immediately be able to determine which position had been lost and who was next to that position. This was what Wang Wan required of a commander. Even if you were only leading a small squad of 5 and I gave you a squad machine gun, after you had observed the terrain, even if your eyes suddenly went blind, you had to provide the necessary firepower at the crucial moment. After learning this, you could then continue to command more people until you learned strategic arrangements and deployment. Little Dong had been promoted step by step like this. He was already qualified to command a battalion, but because there were too many talents in the inner courtyard military academy, he could only command a small squad in this military test. Right now, because of Wang Yi, Little Dong could only command a small squad. Otherwise, in the Middle Army, he could command a large squad. The Middle Army's sniper battalion was the best, and a second-year student was the battalion commander. It was a fact that this battalion was elite. Everyone hide well. I'll ask again. Have you discovered any members of the enemy squad? Little Dong asked again. His hands formed a circle in front of his eyes, representing the binoculars. The messenger took a pair of binoculars to Little Dong and said, "For now, we haven't found any traces of the enemy. We're still observing. Captain, do you want to hide a little?" The messenger was very dedicated at this time. On one hand, he was responsible for sending messages to and from the central sand table. But on the other hand, he had to play the role of the scout for Little Dong's squad. Li Longji was excited. This Little Dong was really too fun to play with. He snatched the binoculars of others and even insisted that they were things that could see very far. Yes, in theory, the radio natives shouldn't know how to use it, but if they snatched the binoculars, they could use them. With this thought in mind, Li Longji whispered to Empress Wang, "Zhang Shougui is in trouble this time." Based on Little Dong's command, The referee panel will judge that Little Dong led his team to easily break through the scouting net set up by Zhang Shogui's scouts. Then, with the binoculars in hand, the referee panel will have to show him the situation of Zhang Shogui's army within the range of the binoculars. At the crucial moment, he will think of a way to send the news to Cuckoo. What do you think Cuckoo will think? I think Cuckoo will be very sad. She knows that when she sees this news, a group of soldiers will be sacrificed, just like what Cuckoo said to Xiao Bao when the Bureau of Military Personnel went over during the imperial examinations. A shooting star will shine. Empress Wang suddenly felt that soldiers were so respectable, that war was so heartless, that soldiers were so insignificant, yet they were like shooting stars that illuminated the night sky. Wu Huifei looked at Little Dong lying on the ground, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. Even though she knew that everything was fake, she was attracted by the devotion and perseverance of the commanders of the inner court Zhang, Shogu'ei, and Wang family. She whispered to Li Longji, "Our great Tang needs to prepare more air forces and artillery shells. We can't let the good men of our great Tang die so easily." Just as Cuckoo said, for the sake of a single soldier's safety, we would rather throw down tens of thousands of artillery shells. Money can be earned back, steel can be mined and refined, and shrapnel can be picked up from the battlefield. Explosives don't matter. But when one of the men of our great Tang dies, this subject, wife's heart, will ache with it. In the past, whether it was Wu Huifei, Empress Wan Lilongji, or even Zhu Zan, his wife, and Gao Lisher, none of them had ever been so close to a battle that wasn't actually a battle. They had seen many dead people, but this was the first time they had felt the spirit of the great Tang army assaulting them in the face on such a heroic sand table. This was because the commanders of the Wang Wan family were too engrossed in the battle, making it impossible to tell that it was fake. If I had known this would happen, I would have just surrendered in the past. There would have been no need for Cuckoo and Xiao Bao to bring people to kill each other, Zhu Zan lamented. Zhu Zan said with emotion. He felt that only the great Tang was worthy of having such a commander and army. As for whether he would have surrendered before the Tufan army lost their resistance, that was another story. Anyway, it was impossible for him to go back. He was not Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Reporting to the captain, "We have discovered the enemy. There are a total of 5 of them, and they're heading towards the ambush location of our team." The messenger was very professional. He listened to the emperor and the others, but he didn't get distracted. The moment the sand table in the center gave a judgment, he immediately reported to Xiaodong, "Lower your head and don't observe. Don't think about killing people. Think about the rake in front of you. We're just doing what we do during normal training. Pay attention to your breathing and relax." Lil Dong's order to the messenger was actually to give his team of 30 people. However, it was impossible to assign 30 people to each one of them. He was the smallest combat unit at the moment, so he could only let the referees decide through the order. The reason why he gave this order was because Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had said that although many people had always denied the sixth sense, it would always be there at crucial moments. Anyone who had survived the battlefield understood the importance of a sixth sense. In the moment of life and death, one would find that time passed very slowly. One could even have a process of judgment, but because one's physical condition did not meet the requirements, one could not avoid it. Because in their era, the surveillance system was already very well developed. People discovered problem. When a person fell from a building, no matter what their initial speed was, the normal 8 meters per second would cause their speed to reach nearly 20 meters per second after 2 seconds. However, the surveillance system had recorded many such situations. Some of the falling people's pupils would become lax, and some of them would suddenly shrink and reach out. In other words, when the falling people were so fast, they would feel that time was passing very slowly. They could see the protrusions around them and wanted to reach out to grab them. At close range, moving at a speed of more than 20 meters per second was impossible for normal people to distinguish, but sometimes humans could do it. This was the sixth sense's time domain. Of course, some people also had this feeling when they were sleeping. It could be that time passed very quickly or very slowly, or it could be when they were doing something. Most of the cases happened to animals. It could be explained by the vibrations underground that affected the magnetic field. Then the animals reacted first, while the humans deteriorated. This was also the case on the battlefield, especially for snipers. They could even feel the instant when the other party aimed and pulled the trigger, and then make a judgment. The purpose of Little Dong's order was to prevent the enemy from sensing their hostility when they approached, so that they could take precautions in advance. At this moment, the messenger played the role of a soldier. Understood. The enemy is within 10 meters of us, the messenger reported to Lil Dong after he ran back. Kill. Lil Dong jumped up from the back of the chair and shouted, Annihilate all the enemies. The messenger hastily hugged Lil Dong, who had thrown himself into the battle, and said to him, Oh, what's my team's losses? No losses. Oh, collect the enemy's thing that can see very far. I have to think of a way to send it to Miss Cuckoo and young Master Xiaobao. This thing is very useful. It's 5 times. Ah, it feels like it's 5 times closer. No, it's 1/5 of the same thing. Lil Dong was very happy. He chuckled and turned his head. Suddenly, he saw a few people standing at the door. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Your Majesty, Empress, Concubine Hui, Princess, Lord Gao, Lord Cheetah, why are you all here? Li Longji was stunned. You know us. When I went out to pick up Lord Cheetah a while ago, I was with the guards. Why are you all here? I wonder how young Master and Miss are doing. Lil Dong naturally spoke to Li Longji and the others. They're asleep, Li Longji replied. Oh, Lil Dong heard too much from these 2 words. The enemy's vanguard was still some distance away from the main force of the army, and Miss had already made arrangements. By the time they woke up, the battle between the 2 armies would probably begin. Then, shouldn't he speed up? Li Longji instantly understood that he had leaked the news. Can you not be so smart? Zhang Shogui, look at what kind of people your opponents are. How could Zhang Shogui hear Li Longji's thoughts? He was still estimating the distance when he said to the messenger, Inform the Central Army that my vanguard will arrive at Mount Huangshan in 3 days. Chapter 10:11. When Zhang Shogui said that they would arrive in 3 days, he didn't mean that all of the remaining 15,000 soldiers of the vanguard would be there. The supply troops couldn't travel that quickly. Instead, he was referring to another brigade that had been mentioned as the vanguard. Just like Yang Chang's brigade, they had 5,000 soldiers. They would first arrive at Mount Huangshan and set up defensive fortifications there. After passing down the order, Zhang Shogui began to wait for the reply from the Central Army so that they could work together. This wait lasted for 15 minutes. An hour had passed on the sand table, exactly 4 quarters. Zhang Shogui paced back and forth around the sand table. Sensing the passage of time, he suddenly stopped and asked, You still haven't received any news? Reporting, we haven't received a reply from the Central Army, the messenger replied. What happened to the vanguard brigade that was surrounded in Fuyang? Zhang Shogui began to worry. He felt like something was wrong. Reporting, we haven't received a reply from our vanguard brigade in Fuyang. The messenger said something that Zhang Shogui didn't want to hear. Zhang Shogui stood there and thought for a while. Then he ordered the person in charge of the radio station send out a reply. This time it was done very quickly. After the messenger left, he returned and reported, I am a relay station of the radio stations. The most recent reply came from the 4th radio station, which is located 160 li from here. It started from the 5th radio station and was interrupted. Sweat began to seep out of Zhang Shogui's forehead. He definitely didn't think that the people of the 5th radio station had been eaten by wild beasts, nor did he think that the radio station was broken. This was because a 5th radio station was equipped with 2 radios. If one was broken, the other would send a message. The only explanation was that it had been destroyed by the enemy. That's right. They also use the radio station, so they naturally know where the relay station should be. So they found the location and destroyed it. This is too unfair. How could they do this? Zhang Shougue muttered to himself. He finally realized where the problem was. After complaining about the unfairness, he suddenly shivered. Not good. The enemy has troops behind our army. Scouts, investigate. Find the last position of the 5th radio station. Be careful not to be ambushed by the enemy. Zhang Shougue hurriedly ordered. Unable to stand any longer, he walked over to the chair and plopped his butt down. Leaning his head back, he raised his head and sighed. The generals in the room also realized how serious the consequences were. They stood there in a daze, guessing how the enemy had circled around to the back of their troops. Zhang Shougue lay down for a while, then clenched his teeth and sat up. Looking at the others in the room, he said, "Let's begin the meeting. Based on what you've said, Yang Chang's brigade can't be saved. He must have encountered many enemies, at least after being surrounded. What should we do next?" The other generals looked at each other. They also wanted to know what was going on, especially the troops that Yang Chang had encountered. It was just like what he had said when he had last sent back the news. They were even the main forces of the enemy. If it was the former, then where was the enemy's main force? If it was the latter, how could our vanguard lead the enemy's main force to Mount Huangshan? He believed that Wang Wan was not a fool and was not easy to fool. Everyone was silent for a while. Then a general said, "Lord Zhang, I guess that Yang Chang encountered the enemy's main force. If it was the enemy's main force, they wouldn't have sent their main force to first contact Yang Chang's brigade at Fuyang. They wouldn't have allowed Yang Chang to fight so smoothly and successfully switch between offense and defense. They wouldn't have given him the time to do so. But looking at his last call, he should have had the time to complete the defensive steps. What kind of smooth? We killed more than 2,000 of the enemy's people, and more than 2,000 of our own people died. We ran out of cannonballs, and we also ran out of provisions. That's how it went smoothly? Our army is already fighting so smoothly, so it's better to surrender early. Wasting time in the hibiscus garden is not as comfortable as returning home. We'll also delay the people coming to play." Zhang Shougue was disgusted by the behavior of not admitting defeat, even though they had clearly lost. What he wanted was not to find countless excuses, but to muster up the courage to take responsibility, because this kind of excuse was useless to the emperor. The emperor was not stupid. Why would he go to the grave and burn newspapers? Who was he trying to fool? Thus, his words were very impolite, causing the general who had spoken earlier to lower his head. Another person stood up. "Lord Zhang, I estimate that Yang Chang encountered the enemy's main force. Perhaps the enemy's main force has already arrived at Shanin County. Coincidentally, when our air force was destroyed by the enemy, they circled around from the south. And Fuyang is their main force, preparing to send supplies to the front line at Shanin at any time. In the end, they encountered Yang Chang's brigade. That regiment sent out the news, and the enemy mobilized their forces and surrounded Yang Chang." "That's right." Another person agreed. "The most important thing right now is how to send the news back to the Central Army. The Central Army has probably already landed and is advancing toward Yuezhou. A portion of them might have already reached Hangzhou. If the Central Army thinks that our vanguard has already explored the path ahead and is not on guard, it will be very easy for the enemy to catch us off guard. Pass down the order. Send out our reserve signal soldiers to move out and move toward Hangzhou. Every platoon will be assigned a scout team of 10 people to ensure their safety. In addition, don't hide like before. Contact the Central Army at all costs." Zhang Shougue felt that this was indeed the case, so he immediately passed down the order. Returning to his senses, he said to the people in the room, "Everyone, take a guess. How many people are in the team behind our army? Which part of the enemy do they belong to? How much of an obstacle will they pose to our army? After these 3 questions were asked, the crowd fell silent once more. Who knew who had killed the relay personnel, how many there were, and which part of the enemy they belonged to? In theory, there shouldn't be such a group of people. Of course, the generals were well aware that their own theories were one thing and their own practical theories were another. In theory, anything could happen. An excellent commander could come up with inconceivable tactics. So now that the referees had determined that the enemy was behind their army, the enemy would definitely have a way to get there. Reporting, our vanguard brigade has arrived. They are asking why our central army sent out the relay station reply order and whether our army has encountered any problems. At this moment, a messenger entered and reported to the crowd. Tell Chuishi that behind our army, an unknown number of enemy troops have appeared. At least 4 of our relay stations have been destroyed. Starting from Station 5, we have lost contact. Tell him to be careful and expand the scouting range. After Zhang Shogui finished replying to the messenger, he harumphed and said, I estimate that behind our army, there is at least 1 enemy battalion missing. Their commander is definitely not easy to deal with. Our central army must slow down and send at least 3 battalions to carpet search the rear. The prerequisite for our supply troops is to not give the enemy a chance. Supply troops? Supply troops? Wheel tracks. Oh, this general understands. They must have followed the wheel tracks of the supply troops to be able to follow so far behind us, exceeding the range of our scouts by 30 li. Zhang Shogui's analysis caused the eyes of the other generals to light up. One of them said, Lord Zhang, since that's the case, why don't we send out a few battalions to search the rear? Our central army will station here and order the supply troops to continue forward, leaving behind wheel tracks. We can create a pocket and wait for the enemy battalion to come in and then surround and annihilate them. Zhang Shogui nodded in agreement. That's right. Let's follow this plan. Compared to Zhang Shogui, the besieged Yangchang was even more uncomfortable. It was not only the pressure from the sand table that made him uncomfortable, but also the fact that he could not rest in peace. Because, surrender, you've already been surrounded. If you continue to stubbornly resist, only death will await you. Surrender. You've already. Commander of the enemy, do you dare to come out and fight? Don't be a coward. Aren't you very formidable? Don't you have guns? Come out and fight. Commander of the enemy. Kill, kill, attack, kill, kill, kill. The messenger was constantly shouting in Yangchang's ear. His voice was not too loud, as if it was loud enough to disturb others, but it was still loud enough for Yangchang and the people in the room to hear it clearly. Yangchang had not rested for 14 hours now. He felt that the enemy was very shameless. They had already surrounded him, and if they wanted to fight, they would fight. But it was the enemy commander who ordered his subordinates to take turns shouting. They clearly knew that no one on either side would surrender, but they were still shouting such useless words. Their goal was to disrupt the morale of their own side and prevent their soldiers from resting. This won't do. They're probably covering their ears and sleeping. We don't dare to sleep. If we sleep, they'll attack us from behind. We want morale, but we don't have morale. If we sleep, we won't be able to personally command them. How can they do this? Kong Lu looked at the soldier who was stubbornly speaking and felt extremely indignant. The soldier also had a helpless expression. After shouting for a while, he would have to rest and be replaced by another soldier. He was also annoyed, but he had no choice but to do as the referee said. Li Gui squinted his eyes and tilted his head, his eyes soulless, as he stared at the sand table. He also said, they're playing for real with us. They're willing to do anything. Why don't we counterattack? The officers of the army who surround us are now sleeping with their ears plugged. They're playing a scheme with us, but they don't care. If they drag us down until we're out of energy, they'll have other soldiers charging up from behind. Since we can't rest well, we can't let them have a peaceful life. Let's organize our men and harass them a few times. I hate them. Yang Chang looked at his two commanders and shook his head. If they shout again, we'll charge. They'll be prepared immediately. Should we shoot or not? If we use up the last of our bullets, can our bayonets win against the machetes and spears? How about this? We'll take turns to rest. If they're willing to stall for time, we'll wear them down. At the very least, we'll be able to hold them back, even if they outnumber us by more than 10 times. Yang Chang's words received the approval of the others. They gathered together and assigned who would sleep first. Just as they were done, a messenger came in, reporting the enemy has released smoke from the wind in the west. The smoke is floating towards us. What? That's too much. The referees won't judge that their actions are valid and want to smoke us in our houses, right? That'll kill people. I don't believe that the fire they lit earlier will also cause the people they command to burn in the forest fire. Yang Chang was shocked. His ears could not calm down. Did they want to light the smoke? No, Sir Yang, don't be nervous. We don't mean that. Even if you're willing to let people light the smoke, the referees won't do it. We're just informing you of the situation. Your lookout found out that the smoke is floating over from the wind. You can do as you see fit. The messenger smiled and explained to Yang Chang. Yang Chang was stunned. He slapped his forehead. Right, I almost forgot. My head hurts from their noise. They're used to using smoke. Then, their troops will attack in the smoke. Quick, get people to prepare wet cloths to cover our mouths and prepare for the enemy's attack at any time. After the messenger left, Yang Chang could not sleep again. The main reason was that he did not dare to sleep. He was afraid that the enemy would use the smoke as a cover to organize a large-scale attack. Kong Lu got up and wet a towel by the side of the basin. He wiped his face and said with a sigh, "They're all so ruthless to their own people. Even if they use wet cloths to cover their mouths and noses in advance, they'll still feel uncomfortable in the smoke. If it's a little longer, they'll faint. They have no choice but to use smoke to attack. Once the smoke is released, both sides' vision will be affected. By releasing smoke, they'll make the battle environment of both sides the same. In this way, our advantage will be gone. In fact, we'll even be at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat." Yang Chang was very impressed with the enemy's commanders. They were actually able to think of such a method. As long as the terrain was suitable and the wind was suitable, they could use it. Once they used it, they would not be able to aim and could only shoot blindly into the smoke. If the enemy crawled forward, not only would it reduce the damage to their bodies from the smoke, they could also avoid the bullets. When the distance was close, it would become a hand-to-hand combat. How did they end up like this? It was too inconceivable. If they all did this, the advantage of firearms would be gone. Unless they had enough artillery shells, they could use them to block the enemy's charge. Thinking of this, Yang Chang became even more worried. He said to the others, "The enemy's strategy is very powerful. We have to think of a way to pass this information to our vanguard or middle troops. Tell them to be careful of the enemy's smoke hand-to-hand combat. When they're in formation, don't be too concentrated. It's best to split up a few parts. This way, when the enemy uses smoke to cover their attacks, they can have room to retreat. Otherwise, in a fight, it's easy to not only not gain an advantage, but also suffer a lot of losses." Everyone nodded. They admitted that Yang Chang's words made sense. In a situation where they were prepared in advance, it was very easy to break through the smoke attack. They were just afraid that their vanguard and middle troops would not think of this problem. In a crucial battle, they would be hit by an asymmetrical strategy and suffer heavy losses. How can we pass this information out? I think our transit troops have been dealt with by the enemy, Kong Lu asked worriedly. Since you asked, then this mission will be handed over to you. We'll cover you. You take people and rush in the direction of the first fire. With the rest of our people and ammunition, it's still very easy to break through, especially in that direction. As long as you go, all of our sacrifices will be worth it." Yang Chang looked at Kong Lu and said solemnly. Kong Lu took a deep breath. "Really fight? Then you guys?" It's our turn to be heroes. Is she the only one in the limelight as Wang Wan's military academy commander? Li Ji said loudly from the side. Chapter 10-12. While countless people were scheming against each other in the hibiscus garden, Xiao Bei and his group became leisurely. First, they signed a contract with the jewelry makers and sellers, and asked them to make all kinds of handicrafts. Then, they got the girl's father out. The county magistrate of the Yamen was newly appointed, and his surname was also Yen. He personally sent the girl to Old Willow Village. On the way, he kept apologizing to the girl's father, hoping that he could put in a good word for him. Brother Xinqing, no one did anything to you when you were in the servant's room, right? Sitting in the carriage, County Magistrate Yen whispered to Qin Xiancheng, who had not uttered a single word since they had left the carriage. Qin Xian glanced at him and still did not say anything. He was angry. Before you figured out the situation, you asked me to explain when I was being sued. How could I explain it? Then you put me in the servant's room? His daughter was better than his son. His son could only be anxious and wanted to spend money to bribe people. But he did not think about it. Who in Hongnong County would dare to accept money? The more he wanted to bribe people, the more suspicious he would be. His daughter was good. She went directly to Xiao Bei. She was very smart. Otherwise, how could she be so clear about right and wrong? Brother Xinqing, yes, I did make a good decision this time. But I didn't put you in prison, right? I just put you in prison. The case hasn't been decided yet, so I don't dare to make a decision. How can you blame me for everything? Your son was so busy, but he still gave me money. Who wouldn't think about it first? If they had a clear conscience, why would they give me money? I didn't take it, right? You have to admit it, right? County Magistrate Yen continued. He felt that he was wronged. He had just been in office for a few months, and he was already involved in this kind of thing. Who could he reason with? Why did he let Xiao Bei and the rest meet him? There was no place to cry. Did he get caught? Innocent +5. Oh my God, damn liar. He tricked me. Qin Xian still did not say anything. He looked outside through the car window. No one knew what he was thinking. County Magistrate Yen took a deep breath and said, as if he had accepted his fate, "Okay, you can complain to Xiao Bei. I don't need you to say good words for me. At most, I will be exiled. I, Yen Fei, have been in Hongnong for 4 months and 6 days. What I have done is worthy of the heavens above, the earth below, and my conscience." Qin Qin turned his head to look at County Magistrate Yen, who was Yen Fei, and finally spoke. "What do you want me to say in front of Xiao Bei? Praise you? Praising you is harming you. You locked me up, and as soon as I came out, I immediately praised you from head to toe. Do you think that Xiao Bei and the others are idiots? Do they believe me as soon as I praise you? Huh?" Yen Fei was stunned. He blinked and nodded. "Oh, right. I caught you and brought you to Old Willow Village. You praised me. That's not normal, right? People will think that I'm threatening you. Based on that, you have to tell me the truth. What about me? I have to tell them the truth too. Yes, to tell them the truth. Xiao Bei and the others are not stupid children. They will reason with me. I didn't do anything wrong. I just don't know how the gold disappeared. I put you in jail first. According to the procedures, I have to report to the government. Then what am I afraid of? But I'm afraid that the 9 of them have different identities. If I'm really caught, the economic construction projects that I thought of for Hongnong 4 months ago will not be carried out. What a pity." Yen Fei's voice became softer and softer. He seemed to be very disappointed. He thought about a lot of things. His appearance when he was studying, the situation when he took the imperial exam, the joy of passing the exam, the years when he worked in the Ministry of Revenue as a knife and brush, the accident when he had the opportunity to come to Hongnong as a county magistrate, the unfulfilled dream in the county, and the result after meeting Xiao Bei and the others. Yen Fei thought about all these. After thinking about it, he became relaxed again. After hearing Yen Fei, Qin Qin also thought about it. Seeing that Yen Fei did not speak and was leaning there with a calm expression, He felt that Yan Fei was not bad. He said, "Lord Yan, I just feel suffocated. I don't hate you. I feel that the opportunity has come for the matter you mentioned a while ago." "What matter?" Yan Fei almost did not know how to think. "You forgot. You found a rich businessman in the county and said that in the capital you saw a rich family buying a wind turbine generator to light up the house. There was also that washing machine that looked very good. There was also a small thing by the river that was thrown into the water to spin and generate electricity. Then you asked us to pay for a bunch of generators and throw them into the river to generate electricity to light up the key places in Hongnom County at night, especially near Xiao Bei's amusement park to set up a night market. When the time comes, people like us who pay for electricity do not have to spend money temporarily. You even said that we need electricity. There's a wire called electricity, or something that can be used as a stove. The rich families in the capital use that thing to roast sausages and ham. You asked us to think of ways to think of a few more things that can make a lot of money and sell to people who come to play." Qin Qin helped Yan Fei recall. At the mention of this, Yan Fei temporarily put down the anxiety in his heart and nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's called resistance wire. You can also use it when you process jewelry, but it's not easy to apply for it, especially small generators. There are very few of them. The people who use them in the capital need to be monitored. I've already sent a letter to the provincial government, but they haven't replied. It's probably very difficult. They need a lot of generators to support the light. The provincial government needs to check first, and then report it to the capital. I don't know what the capital will decide." Yan Fei shook his head helplessly. It was not like applying for seeds for farming. In terms of technology, the Tang Empire was very strict and did not give foreign forces any chance. "Do you still need to wait for the provincial government? When Xiao Bei and the others come, you can tell them that their amusement park doesn't need electricity. You can ask them to make more electricity. Won't there be, even if we have to pay for it? I'll find a few people who agree with this matter and speak up for you. Don't think that Xiao Bei and the others are still children. Behind them are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. What do you think, Lord Yan?" Qin Qin gave an idea. "That's right. Xiao Bei and the others are here. Why would I care about the provincial government? They are their hurdles. Do I have to go through them first?" Yan Fei clapped happily. Just as he said half a sentence, he remembered that he did not know whether this trip was a blessing or a curse. He became depressed again. Qin Qin also reacted. Yan Fei might not be able to continue staying in Hongnom. He smacked his lips and continued to give ideas. "You see Xiao Bei and the others, and immediately tell them your plan. Let them listen to you. When the time comes and there are some problems, it won't be a big crime, right? Xiao Bei and the others don't like to beat people to death with a stick. In the past, there was an official who could make steam engines. They investigated him, but the result was nothing. He was even transferred away. They care more about whether the official did things for personal gain. Fine, I'll give it a try. I'll go all out." Yan Fei encouraged himself. When the lanterns were lit, the usually active and extroverted Xiao Bei insisted on organizing a bonfire party today. She moved her mouth, and the others began to get busy. They prepared the firewood for the fire. They did not allow her to touch it for fear of smashing it. They also did not allow her to clean up the poultry, pigs, and sheep for fear of being cut by a knife. She could only tell stories to the children in the village, who were also there to join in the fun. Xiao Bei was holding a megaphone in his hand. He spoke vividly, beaming with exultation and gesticulating to the surrounding children. This was also a kind of talent. If Xiao Hai were to do this job, he would not be able to do it even if he tired himself to death. If it were an ordinary child, it would be considered good if they could stand in front of a group of people and not fall to the ground nervously. But for Xiao Bei, this was not a problem. With the megaphone in her hand, she could easily control the 360-degree audience. Her gaze swept over and did not neglect anyone. "Today, I'm telling the story of the animal kingdom. It said that there was a dragon who was the king, but he always liked to sleep. There was also a big tiger. When he roared, the whole mountain would tremble, so he was the prime minister. Today he wanted to eat an egg. Everyone has eaten an egg before, right? Xiao Bei turned around naturally. She turned 180 degrees and turned back. She asked and turned 200 degrees in another direction. This way she scanned the audience. Yes, children like to listen to stories the most. Their voices shouted out one after another. You've all eaten it? The tiger had also eaten it and felt that the taste was not bad. He wanted to savor it, but he could not directly ask the chicken for an egg. The chicken was also his people, so he looked for the fox and asked for an idea. He said that he wanted to eat an egg and fry it. As for the fox, he had wanted to eat it for a long time, but never had the chance. When he heard the tiger's words, he secretly swallowed his saliva and promised the tiger that he would complete the task. He was smart and knew that he could not look for the chicken. Who did he look for? He found a domestic duck and said to it, "The Prime Minister has been dreaming of eating ducks recently. He said that ducks can cure diseases." When I heard that, I advised the Prime Minister not to eat ducks, right? The duck was so scared that it was paralyzed. It nodded vigorously and said yes. So the fox said, "Then make an egg and give it to the Prime Minister. Some eggs can't be hatched, right? Look, which one can't be hatched? Take 2, and I'll give them to the Prime Minister." When Xiao Bei said this, he was already standing in front of a child, as if the other party was a duck. The child was scared and said, "Didn't you say that you want to eat eggs? Why did you look for me?" "Yes, you said that you want to eat eggs, but the duck doesn't know." He thought about it, and in order to live, he reluctantly agreed. Just as he was thinking about which 2 eggs to give to the fox spoke again. "Don't you always ask the chicken to help you when you hatch eggs? Remember not to take the goose egg. The goose egg is big and different from yours. It's too obvious." The duck nodded again and walked to the chicken coop. As he walked, he realized that he couldn't take the goose egg, but he could take the chicken egg. So he stole 2 eggs and gave them to the fox. The fox ate one and gave the tiger the other. Later, the chicken found out and found the eggshell in front of the fox's house. It sadly went to find the dragon. The dragon was very angry and asked the tiger to deal with it strictly. The tiger was even angrier. The fox actually ate one himself, so he asked the fox. The fox said, "I tested the poison for you first, so you should do this." The tiger was very happy when he heard this, so he asked someone to catch the duck. In front of the chicken, the duck was punished for not being responsible for helping the chicken keep the eggs. The duck was sentenced to pay the chicken 2 eggs and clean the chicken coop for a month. Then the fox supervised the duck. If the duck wanted to pay, so be it. Anyway, the chicken didn't eat the duck. It was better than eating the duck himself, so the duck confessed. The dragon went back to sleep and passed the country to his son in his dream. He was worried that something would happen to the animal kingdom one day, so he considered letting his son become a human and go to a human country to live. Anyway, he could just take food from his own country. If the animal kingdom disappeared one day, his son could still live well. Since then, the chicken lost eggs at least once a month. Every time the duck was punished, every time the fox ate an egg, there would be a meeting to blame. Every time the tiger ate a fried egg, he would think that the country was so harmonious. Whether it was the supervision department, the executive department, or the production department, all kinds of functions were available. The research department found that if the chicken ate some eggshell, it was very good for the eggs it laid. So, as a welfare for the chicken, it let the chicken experience the warmth of the country. Do you think this country is good? Xiao Bei finished the story and asked the children around him. It's not good. The children were not stupid. They knew who was at a disadvantage. Lu Feifei said loudly the dragon shouldn't be a king. He sits in that position and doesn't do anything serious. My Tang Empire is better. My Tang Empire has a good emperor, brother Xiao Bao, sister Cuckoo, and sister Xiao Bei. Who dares to harm the chicken? Sister Xiao Bei will teach him a lesson. Then it's my Tang Empire. Xiao Bei nodded. Her eyes were fixed on Yan Fei, who had been listening to her story for a while. She said, "Who harmed the chicken? I think someone will come and tell me clearly, right?" Yan Fei was listening to Xiao Bei's story and found it very ironic. He was thinking about praising Xiao Bei, but he didn't expect that Xiao Bei would directly point the finger at him. When they were in the car, the method that he discussed with Qin Xan was suddenly useless. "I'm innocent. Since I took office, I haven't done anything wrong. When I arrested Qin Xan, I'm still reporting to the state government. He hasn't been convicted." When Yan Fei was in the car, he was thinking of going all out. But now he found that he couldn't. Xiao Bei waved her hand and didn't let Yan Fei continue to explain. She said, "I asked you who harmed the chicken. What do you mean by you are innocent?" "I didn't do it." Yan Fei was about to cry. "I'm asking you who it is," Xiao Bei emphasized. "Ah, who is it? It's the dragon?" "No, I don't know about the dragon." "Is it the tiger?" "The tiger only wanted to eat once. And the tiger eats meat." "Is it the fox?" "The fox is following orders." "Is it the duck?" "The duck was also forced." "Is it the chicken?" "The chicken is the victim." "Who is it?" Yan Fei was confused by Xiao Bei. "You're so stupid. This animal kingdom shouldn't be so harmonious. How can animals of different species live in harmony? But animals of the same species shouldn't exist in the animal kingdom. Every person in a position should guard their position well. You've done a good job, at least for more than 4 months. You haven't done anything wrong, just as you said just now. Also, make your water and electricity plan more detailed. Let me remind you, you can produce bigger generators." "I was just joking with you. Why are you so nervous? Remember, never be like the animals in the animal kingdom. Otherwise, you will realize that dragons don't have sleeping suns. Tigers don't have that much power. Whoever harmed the chicken, I can catch him in an instant." Xiao Bei said to Yan Fei with a smile. Yes, yes. No one dares to harm the chicken." "Then what do I do now?" Yan Fei's forehead was covered in sweat. He finally felt that Xiao Bei was different from other children. "Now, wash your hands and prepare for the bonfire party. I'll roast that harmed chicken for you. Let's go, it's time to eat," Xiao Bei said to Yan Fei. She called the children and ran to the washing area. A group of children cheered and ran behind. "Lord Yan, wipe yourself." Qin came over and handed Yan Fei a towel. "Thank you. I won't see Xiao Bei in the future. No matter what, I won't meet her face to face." Yan Fei took the towel and wiped his sweat. Yan Fei said that he wouldn't meet Xiao Bei, but Xiao Bei didn't intend to let him hide. The bonfire party started. Xiao Bei dragged Xiao Yuan and Lu Fei. She held a wine glass with juice in her hand and wandered around the bonfire. When she saw someone idle, she would go over and say a few words. After a while, she turned to Yan Fei. Yan Fei was still chatting with Qin, talking about how to fill in the details of the application. He also praised other people's children as a sign of goodwill. As expected, he was holding a chicken in his hand. He didn't dare to touch other food. Xiao Bei said to let him eat chicken. Naturally, he had to understand Xiao Bei's meaning when he ate the chicken. "Brother Xinqing, do you think Xiao Bei let me eat chicken as a warning, or is there any other hint?" Yan Fei smelled the aroma of the roasted lamb and turned to Qin, who was eating the leg of lamb. I guess she asked you to control the other people in the county yamen." Xiao Bei doesn't want to hear about the chicken being eaten. It's not that she doesn't want to know about the chicken being eaten. It's just that she doesn't want to see the situation of the chicken being eaten. Qin saw that his daughter and Xiao Bei were very harmonious together. The last bit of anger in his heart dissipated because he knew that with Xiao Bei's approval, the other villagers in the village would not be jealous of his wealth in the future. The patrol team of 9 was the purest group in the Tang Empire. Their attitude towards a certain person determined the perception of the people in the Tang Empire. Therefore, Qin also seemed to be more friendly to Yan Fei. Yan Fei felt that it made sense. It should be so. I have to watch the people below, carefully. Don't cause me trouble. The amusement park is built in the county. How can Xiao Bei not pay attention to it? If anyone in the yamen wants to die, I'll let him die first. I don't think anything can be hidden from Xiao Bei. Did you hear just now? Xiao Bei said that I did a good job for more than 4 months and asked me to apply for a bigger generator. This means that she has already understood and didn't hold me responsible. I escaped a disaster. That's right. The intelligence network of the Zhang family and Wang family, is it just for show? You want to eat a piece of mutton? Qin saw that Yan Fei was still competing with the chicken. He cut a piece of mutton and passed it to him. I don't dare. Xiao Bei asked me to eat the chicken that was killed. If I eat something else, if she sees it, I'll be even more guilty. I haven't had enough of being a county magistrate. I won't eat. Yan Fei's eyes swept over the newly delivered food. Dried tofu rolled with bamboo shoots, cucumbers, coriander, roasted until golden brown. There was a layer of garlic sauce on top. He thought about how refreshing it would be in his mouth, but he still didn't dare to move. Lord Yan, if you want to be an official like this, you should leave the position of county magistrate as soon as possible. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded behind Yan Fei. Yan Fei was so scared that he trembled. The chicken in his hand almost fell to the ground. He quickly turned around. As he was about to get up, he said, "This official is guilty. Sit down. If you stand up, I have to look up to speak. It's tiring to my neck. You're too rigid. As a governor, you have to be flexible, but you have to set your heart first. If I were you, I would pack a few more chickens and let people keep them. When you return to the yamen tomorrow, you can take them away. Just say that you don't dare to enjoy the delicious food alone. Let the people in the yamen know not to harm the chickens. This way you can eat more food. You can also return to the yamen and have a good relationship with the people below. You have to be flexible. If not, my brother will speed up the development of the Tang Empire. You won't be able to keep up. You're still in a daze. Put down the chicken and go find your favorite food to eat. You're so stupid. If you continue to be so stupid, I won't talk to you anymore. Is it easy for you to see me once? You still don't know how to grasp the opportunity, and let me come find you personally." Xiao Bei stretched out her empty hand and pressed on Yan Fei's shoulder, not letting him get up. She unhappily said a bunch of things. She then muttered to Xiao Yuan, "My family's inner court is like him. I've long been angered to death. How do I put it? It's like smelling something and knowing something. I'm about to be angered to death by you. Smelling means listening." Xiao Yuan was also unhappy. "I know. Stand aside and don't block me. Lord Yan, do you understand?" Xiao Bei rolled her eyes at Xiao Yuan and then smiled at Yan Fei. Yan Fei did not dare to get up. He could only turn his head and agree. I understand. Bring a few chickens back. I'll eat something else. It seems that you still don't understand. I'm talking about chickens? Forget it. I'll continue to spin. You eat your food." Xiao Bei turned and was about to leave in disappointment. Qin Xian nudged Yan Fei hard. Yan Fei suddenly reacted and hurriedly shouted to Xiao Bei, I understand. I have to be flexible. Patrol Inspector Zhang, what instructions do you have?" "That's more like it. Find a bowl and drink. Let's discuss while drinking. Lord Yan, I'll introduce you to a 7th rank official. Secondary 7th rank official. My sister Fei Fei is her." Xiao Bei turned back and pulled Lu Fei Fei to introduce her to Yan Fei. Yan Fei did not stand up at this time. Instead, he sat on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Lu Fei Fei. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like a child. "Don't move around. Sit properly. My sister Fei Fei is Station Supervisor Lu. She's under the jurisdiction of the capital's agriculture temple. She's in charge of everything related to willow trees. It's not because her surname is Lu that she's called Station Supervisor Lu. Her surname is also Station Supervisor Lu. She's in charge of willow trees. Of course, if you don't call her in detail and just call her by her position, then she's a station supervisor. Her surname is Liu, so she's called Station Supervisor Liu. If her surname is Yang, she's called Station Supervisor Yang. Sister Fei Fei, this is our county's Yan Fei, Lord Yan. Let's get to know each other. Xiao Bei introduced Liu Fei Fei as if she was saying a tongue twister. Liu Fei Fei hurriedly saluted. Greetings, County Magistrate Yan. Yan Fei reflexively saluted. Greetings, Station Supervisor Liu. After returning the salute, Yan Fei did not care about honorifics anymore. He directly asked Xiao Bei, she's still a child. How did she become a 7th rank official? She's also a station supervisor with real power. I asked for it. I asked Uncle Emperor for it. Sister Fei Fei has her own ideas. I thought it was good, but I was worried that the county would not support it. So I asked for an official position for Sister Fei Fei. Can't I? Xiao Bei had a natural look on his face. Yes, Yan Fei said with certainty. It's too good. Although he said that, Yan Fei had mixed feelings in his heart. He had worked so hard to learn, but now he was only a 6th rank official. She was just a child, but because Xiao Bei wanted it, she became a 7th rank official. Yan Fei wanted to scold the heavens for being unfair, but he did not have the courage to do so. This was because he knew how he became the county magistrate of Hongnong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had checked the officials' register and then conducted an interview. You said that the heavens were unfair. His position was confirmed by Zhang Xiaobao. You still remember what he said at that time. It's a pity that this person is a knife and pen in the Ministry of Revenue. Give him a chance to go to Hongnong. He really thought that it was not good. He should resign now. If he thought it was good, how could Liu Feifei's official position not be approved by Zhang Xiaobao? Didn't he care about his sister? Approved meant approved. Was it fair or unfair? Liu Feifei and Yan Fei knew each other now. The main reason was that Yan Fei had to remember Liu Feifei. He knew that in his territory, there was an official who could not be touched. She was not under his control. In the future, if there was an emergency, he might have to ask Liu Feifei for help. It should be easy to get more seeds. She was directly under the Sinong Temple and had a lot of power. Xiao Bei asked someone to bring wine to Yan Fei. It's late. You can't go back. Drink. Yan Fei relaxed and drank the wine. Fortunately, it was rice wine. If it was white wine, he would have fallen. Let's talk about business. Lord Yan, I asked Uncle Emperor for the tax exemption policy of the amusement park. In the future, the amusement park will not pay tax. Xiao Bei said to Yan Fei. The first thing that Yan Fei thought of was that the amusement park should be deducted from the revenue of Hongnong County. He said, well, you have already taken out a lot of money. It should be exempted. Truth? Don't think that we are taking advantage of Hongnong. I will not pay tax. I will take out half of the net profit and invest it in Hongnong's children. When this money is spent, no matter what you buy, there will be tax. I will buy it locally, and your county will make up for it. Xiao Bei added. He even told them about the situation that would occur when the currency was circulated. Yan Fei was stunned. There was such a good thing. Half of the profit was definitely not small. It was more advantageous than directly collecting tax. The tax collected directly had to be paid to the capital and deposited in the bank first. In this way, it would drive the consumption of local goods. The tax would also be generated, but it would drive the local development more. What did Xiao Bei want? More tax than profit? Then you can still make money? Of course, we can make more. We came up with the idea together. If we don't make money, we will just pay. Not only will we make money, but we will also make more money than before. In addition to our benefits, you will also benefit from this place. Xiao Bei had a look of, I am helping you. In that case, this official thanks you. Can you tell me in detail how you can make more money and how I can benefit from it? I will cooperate. Yan Fei did not think of the problem and asked curiously. Xiao Bei smiled proudly. It's simple. I can let a lot of people who sell things join my amusement park. They will be exempted from tax with me. Don't you think there are benefits? No. Yan Fei shook his head like a rattledrum. I think the county is losing a lot. You misunderstood. I haven't finished yet. Xiao Yuan, tell Lord Yan about our plan. Xiao Bei pretended to be profound and moved aside, pulling Xiao Yuan to the front.